4 times US champion, author of many, many books. And I'm woman GM Anastasia Karlovich. We're really happy to see all of you, and especially you, Yasser.
Anastasia, my brilliant co-host. Very, very nice to be with you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of this round 4. We've been having some really, really wonderful games, but first, just to say that we have an opening first move.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
It just happened, by the way. We're a bit late. So Wesley Saw plays today against Jan-Nepomniachtchi, and in his game, one boy, his name is Yaroslav, just made the first symbolic move. You can see d4 on the board. He got this right to do the move today because he won the charity tournament, which just happened before the main event started. So we had another. Yes, now we can see him on the screen. Yaroslav, yes, became the winner of charity tournament. He is from Ukraine, and today we had the special event for kids, for Ukrainian kids, and they played actually at the same boards as top grandmasters. Can you imagine, Yasser? It's great to have this kind of experience. And today, all of them are allowed to come to the venue as our small VIP guests and check what's going on there. The youngest participant, Platon, he was just 5 years old, and it was so nice to see him play in Yasser. I mean, it was nice event.
No, it's thrilling to this concept that you get to play on the same chess table as Wesley So and Nepo. I mean, that's just so cool. And the chairs too, by the way. These are like these nice designer chairs. You're feeling very good about everything. It's been a great tournament, seriously.
Yes.
We have the first 3 rounds in the books. Our standings have been fantastic. The games have been full of fight. I'm very pleased to say that the senior in the tournament, Levon Aronian, leads by himself with a very impressive 2.5 out of 3 points. So it's very nice to see Levon playing back to the standard that he holds himself to. I mean, he keeps a very, very high standard, but he's being chased by 2 players with 2 out of 3.
Yes, I don't know if we can check the standings right now. Yes, if we have them at the screen.
Wesley and Gukesh.
Yes, that will be great for our viewers as well.
Exactly, and there we have it.
So Levon Aronian was 2.5 points. He won 2 games and drew only 1. And then we have also Wesley So with together with Gukesh. They share the second position with 2 points, only half a point behind the leader.
Each of those 2 players have won 1 game, drawn 2. They're undefeated.
Yes, and then we have also 2 other defeated players. It's Giri and Jan-Nepomniachtchi. Both of them made 3 draws in the tournament and have 50% right now with 1.5 points. They share the first place together with Andrei Sipenko and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Both of them also have 1.5 points. And then we have Praggnanandhaa, whom we normally call Prague, because his name is too long, and Jan-KrzysztofDuda, they have 1 point, -1 at the moment, and the Vincent Keymer, the German star, local star, he has at the moment half a point only, but of course the tournament just started and we can see anything.
Yeah, but it's still one of those dangerous moments where, you know, for Vincent, he's at that stage in the tournament that he really, like Prague, he's got to fight back and win a game. To put his opponents on alert. If Vincent continues in a bad form and doesn't score, Prague played 3 games, 3 decisive games, 2 losses to start the event, but he won a very fine game, unfortunately, against Vincent. Let's pick up the action as the games are underway here in round 4. And Anastasia, shall we start with our tournament leader?
Of course.
Levon Aronian.
Levon plays with black.
Yeah, he's playing up against Duda today, and this bishop b4. It's become so popular that but it's not a Nimzo Indian is the thing, because you've already included d7, d5. So, and we from the World Championship in 1993. My goodness, it was between Garry Kasparov and Nigel Short. Already they had really analyzed these lines to a great degree. d5 takes c4, e4. My goodness, so many games in the databases from this variation. Knight takes d4, and now we're expecting the move queen a5. The idea is to get out of this pin. Obviously, you want to get out of the pin. And after a move like queen a5, with or without bishop takes c3 check, by the way, the idea is if you capture, the queen comes all the way across the board and recaptures the piece. So you don't lose a piece, is the point in that variation. So I think oftentimes at the board, and you see these players taking their time, it's sort of like
it's not
they're
that they
trying
don't
to
know
remember
theory, yes.
their
It's
theory.
just that they try to remember what exactly they play
Right.
in this variation. And
Takes on c3, takes on c3. Yes, like I said, with or without.
and then now we expect
Now
queen
queen
a5.
a5.
Yes, it's not a bad idea in general. Even if you know the moves, just take your time a little bit and remember the consequences, because you can simply make one move, like forget the order and lose very quickly. So
Exactly.
even for grandmasters, it's it's possible. So all of them, they know that it's better to spend these few seconds.
Oh my God, I had really seriously, as a chess coach, chess trainer, one of the worst experiences of my life. In the World Championship in Murano in 1981, it was Viktor Korchnoi versus Anatoly Karpov. I was working with Michael Steen and Grandmaster Lev Gutman, and we were preparing Viktor as hard as we could. But it's one of those things, you look at a lot of variation, and sometimes you've stuffed your head with so much knowledge, you're almost constipated. Anyway, it was a dream. It was an absolute dream, and Anatoly Karpov has walked right into our analysis.
Okay, everybody's happy at this moment.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So Michael Steen and I are in the audience, and it's very hard for us not to just, cheer ourselves, high fives and everything like that, right? Yeah. So we were just so happy. We're just brimming with confidence. And Viktor spent 3, 4, 5 minutes, and we thought, okay, very good, Viktor, very good. Just remember everything. Go ahead and talk. It will soon be over. Then he spent 50 minutes. And played a different move than what we had prepared.
Uh-oh. Why?
And we were completely confused.
Yeah.
We didn't understand anything. And Karpov, miracle, escaped to a draw, but we lost a chance for something very important. We said, well, Viktor, why did you not play the variation we looked at? Oh, I have forgotten. It was World Championship. So anybody can do it. Any kind of amateur player. I don't, I just say that they are, the variations are so deep, so complex. And sometimes, like you were about to say, everything hinges on a single move. So you want to be absolutely sure.
Remember the game with Duda, for example. He was also surprised that he forgot the consequences
Queen
and played
B6
the move Queen B6. Of course, he noticed
A5.
immediately that it was a mistake. But as Wesley pointed, that probably he played too much of rapid chess, too many rapid games, and he didn't adjust to classical chess and played it quickly. And we could see what happened after. Like the game was over basically after that. So yeah, it's good to spend some time.
Exactly. So here we are. Queen takes now the interesting thing about this specific position is that it's very easy to achieve against Levon, because Levon plays his defenses almost as a kind of not as a religion, but kind of like, this is what I am. This is what I do. Like matter of
principle, yes. Like I know my variations. Man. I will play them.
I believe it's a good defense, and so forth. So he could get here at his board at home very, very quickly. So for me, it's a little bit surprising that he's just paused here. And let's just point out something obvious. If we take on c4, we have to deal with queen takes g2. So perhaps we could go queen a4 check, and whether you play bishop or knight, it doesn't matter. We can win back the pawn and play for rook b1. The whole point is that at some point, white may have to play the move g3 in order to play bishop g2 to castles. But the essence of white's hope for an advantage lies in the following idea. Where is black going to put his king? That's just the central question. That's it. Where are you going to put your king? If you think that you might put your king on the queen side, well,
There are some
there
issues.
are
Yes.
open lines. There are
There is
open
open line,
variations.
yes.
It might not be simple.
Yeah. I think just in general, it's a good question to ask yourself, right? What is the safest and the best place for my king? And then it can help you sometimes to avoid some moves which can ruin the concept, right?
Exactly.
Like, yes, and if
So-
you put it here, what happens?
Exactly. And then the idea is, so we expect, in fact, that black will not want to leave his king in the center, but will put his king on the king side. In which case, the missing g-pawn
Mhm.
could really leave the king badly exposed. And that is what Duda hopes to do in this particular line. And let me just see how he got here again. Takes, queen d2, castles, bishop takes c4.
C4.
So he's really saying
Take the
this
pawn
is
if you like it.
this is almost a kind of a suicide
Yes.
capture, because really the king will be so exposed, and with the queen coming, I don't know whether to h6 or g5. Don't do it.
Uh-oh, the game will be over, yes. Don't
Very, very
open the
quickly.
files
In front of your king.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Excuse me. So bishop takes c4 on the board. Let me just check to see if any more moves have been played. Again, I think that this is all very, very standard theory, and we'll just see who knows it best. Let's continue. I thought you had this very funny story coming on the air about the young boy who wins the right, and so
Yes.
he can choose any game
Yes, he can choose any game, yes, and
that he would like to open.
He actually he came to me and he asked me, like, is it possible that I will make my choice and do the first symbolic move in any game? And said, yes, yeah, who is your favorite player? And he said, of course, Jan-Nepomniachtchi, the one who will fight for the world championship title.
Of course.
Yes, I said, yeah, it's a good. The bad news is that he plays with black today. So he said, against whom he plays? Against Wesley. So okay, Wesley is also a very good player. Yes.
I will make
So
the
he
first
went,
move for Wesley.
Yes, he decided to make the first move in
Not
the
bad.
games, in the game between Wesley and Jan.
And there we
Yes.
have a nice shot of the game of Levon. So Wesley opened d4 with the help of the young
Yes.
champion. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and of course, like so many great players, I think Vladimir Kramnik is one of the players I really got to give a big credit to for reviving the Catalan. But it seems that both Nepo plays the Catalan, that Magnus can play the Catalan, that Wesley has been a long, long time adherent of the Catalan. And it's interesting to see that this age-old opening, really I think it comes from like the 1920s, is as vital today as ever.
Still alive.
Yeah, exactly, still alive. I remembered this too, was Lev Polygaevsky. He had in the Najdorf the Polygaevsky variation, which to say is dangerous is an understatement. This is like just really, 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 really double-edged and thrilling. And it was towards the end of his life. And he said, I asked him about his health and his situation, and he says, yes, sir, I'm happy.
Okay.
I said, why? He said, well, I pass away and my variation hasn't been refuted. Yet.
Yes, like you stay in the history of chess, yes, forever, and something like that. Interesting,
Exactly.
yes.
Nice.
That
Bishop g2, and with the move bishop e7, we kind of have a closed Catalan, castles, c7, c6, and it's up to Wesley. By far, the most frequently played move here in this position is the move queen c2, defending the pawn on c4, and in some cases preparing knight c3, e4. The players are still in their opening prep. Let's continue to look around and see what else we have. Ooh, talking about dangerous openings in the Najdorf, we have the game between Gukesh and
yes.
Vincent. That's the thing with the junior players, is they're unafraid.
Yeah, they're just
Okay,
Their
I
nervous
lost-
system is still not ruined. Yes,
They're
sir.
right,
They're
exactly.
fine. I lost a game.
Let's go.
Yes, I'm
And
ready to play again.
Vincent doesn't pull a parachute and say, okay, I'm going to play the Russian defense and take it easy and try to make a draw. No, I want to play one of the sharpest variations known to the chess world, the Najdorf variation, and H2, H3. My goodness.
Yes. I think our producer told me about this variation not long time ago, and he told me that so many things are happening these days.
Yeah.
In these positions, like strange moves like that. Sometimes you are waiting for the opponent. What you will choose now, and according to this, you try to use it against him.
Right.
If we may say so, but you have to know the position so well and all the consequences of variations and moves so well to understand these minor differences, right?
Exactly.
I mean, like,
exactly.
It's like, I don't know, like high math for me.
Truly.
I don't get it so well, but...
No, seriously. And in this position,
Yes.
if you go back over the decades, and I'm talking decades, there's been so many approaches. A favorite approach of Michael Tal was to play a quick f4 with the idea of playing e5 and blowing up the position as soon as you possibly can as white, to say, I have more advantage in space and development. Then Bobby Fischer, of course, came up with bishop c4, followed by f4 and f5, and he won many games. The Soviets called it the Sozin variation, even though Sozin played the line 3 times and scored a half. Bobby won all kinds of brilliancy games, but no, we call it the Sozin.
He didn't get the name, yes.
So bishop c4. I have seen many, many top players, and I think it was actually Alexander Shabalov who played a move that just almost had me tasered.
Yes,
Rook to g1 with the idea, like an Icarus attack, just to play g4 and g5. Finally, I've even seen Magnus Carlsen as white playing a2, a3. Please don't even ask me. I don't understand. And most importantly, and apologies for that, and that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was to say, and then the
bishop
English.
S3, yes, also. Like
English attack, bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, and so many games. I remember Kasparov and Shirov going head-to-head in these very difficult games. And
so have you ever seen h3? Yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And one very, very, very thick book, I think it was by Dr. John Nunn, and it was called The Complete Najdorf, but it was only concerning the bishop g5, e6, f4 mainline variation where you have the poison pawn. Again, a very big favorite of Bobby Fischer that he played against Boris Spassky. So literally everything under the sun has been tried, and this move h3, I'm trying to think, was it the Addison variation? It was some New York masters like the idea of playing h3, g4, bishop g2, and when this knight got kicked, they oftentimes retreated it to the e2 square. And they have some space, some control of the center, and let's see how Vincent handled it. It's a very offbeat. It is not, h3 is not what I would call the popular variation. e5, and I think Gukesh actually retreated knight b3. He did. Knight b3, bishop e6, bishop e3. So it's kind of like an English, but we haven't committed the pawn to f3. We've committed our pawn to h3. Are we still aiming for g4? Yes.
Yes. You said A, let's say B.
Exactly.
Yes.
I like this very much. So I'm having dinner with Gary. It was before his match with Nigel Short. And he's saying to me, yes, sir. Nigel, you know, he only has one idea against the knight of g4. That's his only it's his only play. The problem is it's not bad. So he was finding it irritating to play against these g4 systems where it's very simple what white wants to do. He wants to kick the knight on f6 away so that he can occupy the nice d5 outpost. So you got to stop it. h7, h6 by Vincent, and are we up to date with our play? It seems so. So we can expect a move like bishop g2, let's say bishop e7, and now comes a crucial decision. Are we going to castle kingside, or are we going to castle queenside? If we castle queenside, well, we
Books
always have to.
B5.
We always have to anticipate that there will be a blow like rook c8, rook takes c3 down the line. If we castle kingside, we can expect that black also is going to castle kingside. And then the big difference, Anastasia, is because we put our pawns on h3 and g4, we now, whether it's great or not, we get to play f2, f4 with one move. In principle, you kind of don't want to see white play f4, f5.
So he has to take.
So takes, and black will get a good knight.
Mhm.
But, okay, so will white. It's a dynamic, very, very, very dynamic game. And, well, again, I will just put it very simply. The player who's best prepared will have a very big advantage because these middle games are... You don't come to the game and say, "Oh, I will think and I will be creative
Yes,
at the board." No,
Yes.
you really have to put
This is
in
what
your
I
time
normally
before.
think. Yes, sir. This,
That just
this
give
is
me-
my approach.
I'm so
you know?
talented.
Yes.
I will just discover the new answers at the board.
I'm like, I will survive the opening somehow, and then I will find something in the middle game. This was my usual plan, So, but these guys, of course, they play differently. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, I'm talking about long time ago,
Right.
but I just mean that these guys, of course, they know what they're doing. They have analyzed those games hundreds of hours.
Exactly.
But sometimes, I'm wondering that, for example, Gukesh, he's so young, when did he find all this time in the world, in this
Right?
universe, to go through all these classics,
Exactly.
to understand what have been done before, so you really need time, right?
Exactly.
What about this 10,000 hours you have to spend in order to achieve something?
You're
And-
only 12 years old. Where did you get the 10,000 hours to
Exactly.
begin with? Right?
It's sometimes it's very confusing for me. Like I can imagine Levon, who is here for so many years on this earth, and
Right.
he learned everything, and he's doing. I mean, this is let's say he's a professional player. He doesn't have school anymore.
Right.
He can really devote his time.
Exactly.
What about this new generation? Like when they when they do this,
Exactly.
how
There
do they
was-
know everything?
Right. How do they know everything? And I was really impressed by a game that happened very recently. Magnus was playing in a tournament, and he got this position. It was almost a kind of a reverse hedgehog position, and he played the move King H1, Rook G1, G4, and he won really, really, really beautifully. And then the people reminded him, you played like Bobby Fischer.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Fischer played this idea against Ulf Andersson in a game that was played on the radio in Sweden. And he goes, "Yeah, I knew it. I was just reading a book by John Donaldson, and as I was playing my moves, I said to myself, I'm playing like Bobby Fischer."
Wow.
And I'm sitting there saying, how does this world champion know everything? It's like, where did he find the time to even read the book about the Bobby Fischer that John just wrote, a year
Yes,
ago? It's
yes,
like,
yes.
what? It's
It
amazing
seems,
they know
yes,
everything.
you need to read books, you need to check information, you need to have a good coach who might explain you lots of details, who
Right.
spent already 10 years on this.
Exactly.
And so this is how you maybe save some time if you have someone who really has already
knows.
opinion and knows a lot, and he kind of guides you through all these
Precisely.
years you missed.
Yeah, and this
I
is
don't
so important, this idea that a coach could speed up your development
Mhm.
so that you don't have to put in all of those hours. Like, okay, I'm going to give you these rook and pawn endgames, and you're
Mhm.
going to know absolutely inside and out these 20 rook and pawn endgames.
Mhm.
Once you have mastered them completely so you can play them with 10 seconds on your clock, we'll go on to the next thing. But if somebody had told me that at my start, that what you need, Yasser, is to master these
Mhm.
20 rook endings, it would accelerate because I'm looking at all kinds of other things, 2 knights versus a pawn.
Exactly, spending years to understand how to win this position. Yes.
Right. And it's not necessary. It'd
Yes.
be more practical.
Yes.
But yes, having a good coach, that is huge. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this great game between Gukesh and Vincent, and we will continue our... Whoa. This isn't like any London system I'm familiar with. I am referring to the game between Anish Giri and Andre.
How did we get here?
Well,
Yes,
London,
like this,
bishop
c5.
f4.
Mhm.
I think there was a recent trolling by Magnus. He was playing, I think, against Aman. And play. I think it was e3 rook g8. I think
This is nice.
it's like Aman said, "The world champion trolling me? What's going on here?"
Yeah.
Hey, look, if you can play rook g1 and g4, why can't you play rook g8 and g5? e2, e3,
Mhm.
c7, c5. This is all very standard stuff. Takes e7, e6, and b4. Okay, what do we think about these apples?
I don't know, a5 is the move
Yes.
you play normally.
Absolutely, a5, and of course I can't play a3.
Three.
There's going to be
Mhm.
a problem. I will get pinned along the a file. As desirable as a3 is, it simply doesn't work. So let's look again. a5,
C3.
Yep.
And now what with b6, or we take first?
Okay, let's take first. Yeah, takes, b6.
I think there are some problems if you play
And
b6, yes.
And now will it be like a notaboom variation or something like that, where I go a4,
Uh-huh.
you take back your pawn, and this looks really bizarre to me. So I have two connected pass pawns. You have two
Mhm.
big pawns in the center, kind of a majority. That can't be right. Anish has some other concepts here. b4, a5. Could he be thinking piece play, knight c3? This looks also a little bit wrong, no?
What, knight a6? Mhm.
Exactly. You just defend, and unless I have some brilliant, it looks ridiculous, right? I mean,
Mhm.
black should be just absolutely fine here. So no, I can't believe that he's doing that. b4, a5. Okay, if not knight c3, again we'll go back to c3, we'll go
C3.
back to b6, yeah?
For example, I don't know, there is bishop b5 here or not, these lines, or it's like
Okay.
just bishop d7, yes? So
Normal move, yeah?
Mm-hmm. So we don't have time to play something like c6 or what.
But this is the
yes.
other problem I feel myself as a chess grandmaster, is that even though I know a lot of things about chess, really I'm completely out as far as the very, very latest wrinkle in some very topical line.
Mhm.
And these guys are literally devoting themselves to trying to understand these positions.
Look at Andrei at the same
Andrei.
time. It seems that he also has some things to think about, right? In
Right.
this position. Like
He's clearly been surprised.
yes. I mean, a5 he played. I see it on the board, and c3, right? If I'm not mistaken, we can
Yes.
see c3. So, wow. I mean, I know the only idea that you have to somehow try to do something immediately, and that's why b6 is coming to my mind, because if you miss some time, then white will just keep the pawn,
And
right?
be very
and
happy.
we'll be
right?
very
Yeah,
happy. So we have to push a little bit. You have to put pressure on those pawns, but
exactly.
probably Andrei still was not expecting maybe this line, or
Right. No,
Mhm.
I mean, you have to put the pressure, as you say, immediately. Some very weak move like bishop e7, knight d2, castles. On the surface, you might congratulate yourself for completing your development, but after a2, a3, trust me, you're never going to get that pawn back.
Yes.
That is a pawn that
Yeah.
white is going to keep forever. So really, it is required or incumbent to either include this move at
Yes,
once
and
or
then play b6 or
play b6
right
immediately. So
away.
b7, b6 is
Mhm.
the crucial move. And then I'm trying to imagine what Anish might be thinking. If we play bishop b5 check,
Yes,
bishop d7, it takes. I can understand that taking with the queen or maybe taking with the knight on b8 might
Mhm.
cause some problems, but recapturing with this knight looks
Mhm.
very fine. There's no c7, c5, c6, pardon me. Our knight covers the square. This pawn is hanging with check, and I don't see how white is going to stop black from simply recapturing the pawn.
Mhm.
If black recaptures the
Interesting,
pawn
yes.
easily, without any accidents happening, he's going to have a fine game. So I'm wondering what is going through
one more
Andrei's
idea.
mind. Please.
Like maybe after same, like b6, yes, like
Yes.
first take b6.
Okay.
I thought about like after b6, can we take the knight on b8 first?
Wow. Sure.
Maybe, and if rook b8, then bishop b5. My idea is that we don't have the knight, and now we can play maybe c6.
That's much more attractive. Thank you for
maybe
that.
something like that.
No,
I think I lost the game similar way. That's why I remember.
Something like this.
That's why I thought that maybe first we take the knight, and
okay.
Normally when you lose something like that, it's painful and you remember.
Yeah.
That's why it's not a bad idea to lose sometimes.
Exactly. You learn a lot from
and
your
c6,
losses.
yes. So now.
And then even after a
take,
move like
yes.
bishop takes, it doesn't matter whether I
can
move
move
my
them.
king or block the check. The problem is this bishop is lost. You can't retreat because of the double attack.
Exactly. Even 3 pieces now.
Triple attack. So let's have a look. So c3, b6. I like it. This is I think you've put your finger exactly on the plan that Anish has, and it's an easy move to miss, certainly from my perspective, because you're capturing a piece that's not developed.
Exactly, and it's like you don't want normally to give up this bishop, right?
Right. So
it's
okay. So that really puts a big question mark. Now, if we take knight with the idea of capturing this pawn, something like this,
knight b4.
we do have simply bishop b5. In this case, white may have to give up the bishop pair, but he will at least have a pawn as a compensation for Bobby Fischer called it the minor exchange. So I tell you you're an exchange down, you immediately understand what I mean. I have a rook for a knight. Yep. But the minor exchange, Bobby valued the two bishops so highly. He actually had this term minor. I'm ahead of you by the minor exchange. So it goes to show how some of the world champions valued the two bishops. And I think of all the world champions ever, the one world champion that took the other side was Vichy.
Vichy, yes, who
he
valued
liked the
knights. Yes,
he liked the knights. He did great with the bishops as well, but he was a player who was willing to play with the knights. And I think Andrei has actually gotten caught.
Look at his face.
Even it's early in the game, but I think he's kind of been caught here.
Wow. It's a very interesting moment. By the way, I think also that there is an expression that knights are better than bishops in blitz.
Yes, that is true.
It also depends, yes, on the time control.
That is true. Those tricky knights, boy, they hop, hippity hop.
Yes.
One of the things that oftentimes happens in these types of positions, these Slav-like positions, is sometimes this diagonal can become vulnerable. Like, it's very easy to imagine that takes, sorry, I just moved that, knight here. And in your mind's eye, you immediately create this idea of queen f6 and skewer this rook. But this is oftentimes with colors reversed in an extra tempo. Here, with the bishop already on f4, the move knight f3 really puts a kibosh on the threat, because simply bishop e5. Normally the bishop is sitting passively on c1, and you don't have such a way of meeting queen f6. So I don't see knight e4.
This kind of typical for this
right.
lines. I mean, yes, sir. It's very surprising for me that all this is happening on the first moves. I don't know. We're on move 6, yes.
Exactly.
And I know what was the other line instead of d takes c5 at the very beginning. Like, what is normal line here?
Like
normally c3 or
c3
what?
C3 is a normal line. Knight c3 has been played
times,
gazillions of times.
So
knight f3 is another line. But knight c3 with the idea of sometimes playing knight b5.
Yes.
And you have seen there are lots of tricky, trappy lines where, it's very difficult, awkward to answer moves like knight b5. So, yes. And then the other point is, sorry, just a second. Let me just finish it. The other point is very much like a Catalan. Black doesn't have to play e7, e6, but can actually, he's wearing a...
Yes, I just noticed this very nice picture that the player is wearing this bracelet.
Yes.
Blue color. I have the black one right now. Yes, we made different ones for depending on what role you play in the tournament. I don't know, Yasser, if you got any.
No, I have to go to the souvenir shop. Look at this.
We have our own shop here because we love Dusseldorf, and you can see the logo of
the Chess King.
WR Chess. Yes.
Right. Oh, sorry. Now that we're on the topic, if you look behind me, you have this WR Chess, but we also have the Shadow of the Lions.
Yes, we have the Shadow of the Lions.
Who came up with this
ideas
of Leo the Lions?
Okay, it was a big discussion. We were looking, we were checking what kind of logo to choose, which design, because it's a new event. Everything had to be done from the very beginning.
And you've got to brand yourself uniquely.
Yes, and Vadim liked this idea, to have the crown and the special one, and also the lion is a sign of Dusseldorf. You can find it as well.
City symbol. Yeah?
Yes, it's also let's say the strongest animal, and you actually maybe even our viewers can have some guesses why lion is connected to chess and why we have this shadow from the kings with lions. So we just thought of something interesting, something which was not in the chess world before, which is not so easy, by the way. Yes, there's so many events, so many logos, and people actually use chess in branding so much all around the world because chess has really, really good reputation as a game, as intellectual sport. Yeah. So try to come out with something new, huh?
You're talking to the converted. Seriously, my friend Bruce Harper and I, he is a games developer, games designer. He is very, very creative man. And together we came up with this concept of S-chess, these elephant and hawk, So we immediately thought, okay, let's name our new invention. And we liked the idea of smart chess. So we went onto the internet search, and there's a retail company called Sharp stores, and they had trademarked smart chess. Oh, okay. So now with these new pieces, let's call it jungle chess. And immediately we looked at it, and Disney had, in fact, Disney, almost every word that you link with chess, Disney had like 20 patents on it, trademarks. It was impossible
to find anything unique, yes.
And so we called it Sarawan Chess, which I thought was very unfair, just so that we didn't get a lawsuit from somebody. Like, what the heck? Yes. So Queen A5 check, I just wanted to say, is another thing that Andre could have done, very typical of, let's say, Catalans.
That's what I thought. Should be something what we have seen before, yes. So Queen A5, yes.
This is very, very standard.
Very common.
But, I mean, did he trick himself? Did Anish catch somebody in one of his opening traps? It sure feels like Andre has been caught.
Maybe this is what happened. He played quickly e6 move and realized that maybe the position is a bit different. Maybe the bishop, look, normally this type of position, they happen, I think, when the bishop was on c1.
Yes.
And there is this bishop b8. Maybe he realized that it's a little bit different story now.
Exactly. And well, he's certainly coming to grips with that as his time has been ticking quite considerably. He's more than a half hour on this move, whereas Anish, he's played all of his moves literally in 2 minutes. And he's enjoying himself.
He already created some tweets, maybe. In his if he had now access to Twitter account, I don't know what would come out.
Right. I always liked, by the way, I think it was, I'm not sure who invented it. It might have been Norway Chess or St. Louis Siegfried Cup, but the confession.
Yes, confession booth.
When they go in and they say, I don't know, but I think my opponent has fallen for a trick. I really hope I've got it. Because this is such an early moment in the game. And, he's suffering. Definitely suffering. Again, let's just, for me, as I came into the studio today and I looked at the pairings, for me, this match between these two juniors is in many ways a heavyweight match, because the reality is Wesley So and Jan are great, great players and great, great rivals today. But who are going to be the great, great rivals of the future?
Of course.
These guys
yes.
right here,
Yes,
right
yes,
here.
yes.
And let's see what has happened between Nadrubek and Prague. Okay, it looks like a simple isolated queen pawn. It can come from many variations, the Alapin, the Caro-Kann.
Yes,
wow,
of course.
Queen's Gambit
Sicilian
declined.
was. I also played it even.
Queen D6,
Yes.
Knight B5.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Queen
a little
D8
bit.
is typical.
Knight D5. Okay, because there was a threat to the C7
Seven.
square.
Mhm.
So we defended the C7 square as well as gained a tempo against the bishop. So that was a pretty easy move to find, as was this one. Castles, Rook C1, Bishop D7. Okay. Personally, I might have found myself tempted to just get rid of that knight so that the knight cannot go to D6 and or C7, so the knight would have to go back to C3 and then just play. You can play all kinds of moves here, including, strangely enough,
Knight
the move
F6,
Knight
yes.
F6.
Mhm.
Okay, let me go back to what actually did happen. Bishop D7, Knight D6.
Knight D6.
Jump in, the water's
Yes.
fine.
Let's see. So what I can see that the pawn B7 is hanging right now,
Bravo.
right?
Yeah.
So let's start from the threads. Yes, what's
Right.
going on? I don't really want to give this bishop for the knight
No.
normally, because after that this bishop on D6 will be happy.
Right.
But what else to do? We have to protect the pawn.
Yes, and you have several moves to do that. You
Yes,
could play Rook B8.
Rook B8 feels wrong because
little
this
bit
bishop
wrong.
on G3.
You could play Queen B6. By the way, I was
Mhm.
having these conversations with Elizabeth.
Yes.
And Elizabeth is all about rules. Fantastic rules. And she had rules for like every type of position. So the rules of the defender,
Yes.
there are three types
Yes.
of possibilities. The first is the passive defense. Yes, Rook B8, defending the pawn.
Yes.
The second is the active defense.
Yes. B6 or even
F5.
like that.
To
create a threat,
to
your own
create
threat. Yes.
tactics, and not
Mhm.
to play with my opponent's script, but to play my own
Story
kind
of
of way.
life.
And then the clean defense.
What is clean?
correct? My question as
Yes.
well. Bravo.
Yes.
The clean defense is trades.
Yes. So bishop D6 is
you
clean.
can eliminate the attacker.
Yes.
So
Rook
this is the
B8
clean.
is passive.
And then you kind
learn
of
the
get
lesson.
here and you go, well, I'm not really happy with the clean defense because although I have getting rid of an attacker, the bishop feels very good.
Yeah.
So neither that. Let's just take a look at the active defense for a moment. Obviously, I want to trap the bishop with f4. Can I take the pawn?
Yeah, good question, because now you can play queen b6 and then you get the square on h4. So now I have to play, for example, knight c5.
Okay.
And if you play f4, at least I have bishop h4, right?
And you also
I
have this.
yes, knight d6.
So
So you
I
have to
might
take. I take with a pawn.
Let's
Mhm.
suggest. I don't
Yes.
know.
Queen b7, and so it's an equal amount of pawns, but we have two bishops.
Should be better for
But,
white
yeah.
because white will at least
Mhm.
have a very powerful bishop sitting in the center of the board.
Yes. and-
Okay, so it kind of means that we might be forced to play,
Something
let's
like
say, a
queen
passive
b6,
defense.
Yes. Queen b6. But I like this approach. Maybe it's a good
Elizabeth,
system. Yes,
Elizabeth?
yes. I will remember that for my students. You know.
And then she had the regulations as an attacker when you should
Yes.
trade the pieces, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" I was getting this insight into German culture. You know, we have regulations.
What about rules for life? You know,
Yeah,
maybe
exactly,
there are
for
rules
everything.
For
I mean,
everything.
you know, don't cross the street when da.
Yes.
Okay,
You
so
know, in Germany also, when I come to Germany, and I quite often here, I used to play for German Bundesliga for 10 years. Like, even like the whole environment, you feel that you have to be serious, you know?
Yes.
You don't cross the road when the light is
No.
red, and
No
behave, right?
jaywalking. Not like California.
It's like in Greece, like it doesn't matter which light is now.
That's just a guide.
You have to look at the eyes of the driver to understand can you pass or not. That's the only thing you can do, because otherwise it doesn't exist. Zebra, nobody really cares that much. I think they speed up even if you like. Let's see who is first. Yeah?
If you're hesitant, even you have to be strong.
So in Greece you have to be always alert. Like it's another story. But in Germany, like there are rules. You have to follow them. But that they exist. So you behave.
Now in Amsterdam, so we have many guests that come and visit me in Amsterdam, and I say, look, guys, this is the way it works. You want to cross the road. You're definitely waiting for the green. You definitely wait. The green turns. You don't cross the road.
No.
First you look left. Then you look right, because there are bicyclists everywhere.
Yes,
then
of
you
course.
look up. Then it's safe to cross the road, because in Amsterdam, people are coming at you in every direction it's possible. It's
trams
amazing.
Also, and
Trams,
ships, and too many things.
Absolutely. Here, the thing I'm having a little trouble with this knight, Queen B6, is I go knight C4.
Yes.
The queen is almost obliged to go home.
Yes.
Now, what white has managed to do is make a very, very clever maneuver. He's managed to go knight to d6, knight to c4, all with a gain of tempo, and then he's managed to be able to put his knight on e5. The knight on b5 was threatening nobody. The knight on e5 is more
centralized.
Yeah, we don't like it.
It feels better.
Feels better. So
but
let's.
You can also force a draw maybe now. Knight d6, queen b6, c4.
I would play for more. I would probably play myself a3. When you were playing, were you one of those players who liked to play against the isolated pawn, or did you like to play?
No, I was the one who liked to have the isolated pawn and try to use the fact that you have more active pieces or a couple of squares in the center. So I was on this side. Yes. But I know, Yasser, your opinion that normally good players, professional players, they should really know how to do it for both sides. And this is also it's like one of the signs of the class that you know how to.
I think it was Ivan Sokolov who had these books on the middle game structures, where he really focused deeply. There's another person with lots of rules and regulations, by the way. And
we pretend that we have many rules. Exactly. At the end of the day, it's just like everybody goes and you make a move, I make a move. That's it.
And we really have chaos. Yes. So how about knight b6, rook b8? I mean, it looks silly, but I don't know.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, normally the feeling, is like when you put the rook to the square and there is this bishop on g3, you don't feel secure. But maybe it works. I don't know. If you start jumping with the knight.
Now I'm having a funny thought. It's almost like a dance.
Yes.
With the rook and the
you go
knight.
Here.
Again, I'm attacking this pawn. For whatever reasons, we assume we don't like the clean defense. But look at this. Can you imagine? Like, how is it possible this knight went from b5 to b7?
Wow. And again, d6. And now you have to clean. Otherwise, you lose material.
But still, it's the same. At the end of the day, we end up with a nice bishop on d6.
Yeah.
Oh, intriguing game. We'll keep an eye on this one, and we see the game of Prague for just a second. Where am I with... that is Wesley. So, pardon me. That is Gukesh. It's the very one on the... No. Where is Prague? Here.
Yes. Okay, down there.
Yeah, this is the game we've been analyzing. So far, I must say, I'm not completely satisfied by our performance.
Yes.
We have to find something a little bit better for Prague in this moment.
I think that's what he's also doing. I mean, for some time already, it seems that it's maybe something new. I don't know if Black had to allow this 96. Maybe what you said was actually you had the right feeling that maybe it was just time to get rid of this knight.
With
There is
A6.
this kind of also approach, if we speak about rules, that any time if you can get rid of two active pieces of your opponent and push them back,
Yes.
it's not a bad idea. I'm
Exactly.
talking now, of course, about
Right, in
different type
general.
of
But
level. Yes.
100%.
Yes,
No,
like-
100%. I always liked it very much when my opponent was retreating with the pieces, whether voluntarily or involuntarily
Yes.
retreating. And I remember Grandmaster from Boston, Alexander Ivanov. It was knight on g5, and the opponent played h7, h6.
Okay.
And Ivanov, who's one of those players who really thinks a long time, eventually played knight takes f7.
Okay.
A sacrifice that did not work.
Because he didn't like the idea to go back.
I said, why did you sacrifice this? A Russian never retreats. And I was like, dude, he attacked your knight. Get it out of here. Okay, is the knight good on d6 after a move like b6? It's not my first choice. I apologize that I have to come up with something that's not my first choice. I was much more eager a moment ago to play f5, but maybe I'm threatening to play f5.
Yeah,
Like you
maybe.
could make a horrible move and make
then
me
you
feel
lose
like a
your
genius
bishop, yes.
By falling for my trap, which is to
Yes.
try to trap one of White's pieces, either the bishop on g3 or the knight on b6. So b7, b6, not my first move. Why? Well, I don't like
you don't like to
undefending my
weaken
pieces, like making them loose.
Yeah, I don't even. Yes, bishop b5.
Bishop b5
Like
looks
just
like a yes.
to
Looks
try,
like
yes, something.
absolutely no.
Like ask questions.
Yes, it's a very appropriate kind of question to ask.
But then maybe knight a5, yes.
And then you maybe put your bishop on a better square than e2. Well, it's a fun game. That's for sure. And these junior players are really locked in on this game as well.
I don't know, Yasser, if you discussed it with Elizabeth before, but who do you think is like the most promising junior player out of 5 you can see here? I'm sure you're following them for a long time.
Well, it's sad because it's like one of those things. You're only as good as your last result. Yeah, and for me, Nordebek has had one of the most brilliant years, what I could call a 12-month period of any player. I mean, he just had, he's burst like a comet into the 2700 club. He won the gold medals for his team in the Olympiad, becoming an instant national hero.
Yeah, won this world
Rapid
Championship.
Talk about a world champion.
Yes.
He played his performance in
Also in Iceland.
Vaikanze.
Remember how he played in Iceland in this event, Fischer Random also beating
Outstanding
result
play.
he showed,
His rapid play is unbelievable. And he showed also very recently in Vaikanze that he can play with the big boys in these marathon round-robin tournaments. He slipped at the end, I understand. He didn't win it. But he literally led from start to the 12th round. So for me, his star is shining the most brightly at the moment. But, and Gukesh, for example, had a bad result. Yeah, and I can't say so. You go, Gukesh washed up. Like, dude, come on, he's a young man. Everything is possible. And believe me, at this age, it's a learning process.
Yes.
So don't jump on them. Expect them to have bad results from time to time. Vincent is having a bad result, but he's not playing badly. His opponents have actually been playing really, really good to win the games.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they have played really, really, really good to win the games. But yeah, you're going to have ups and downs, but these players, and also the other player from India,
Erika.
Yes. Thank you so much. He also belongs here.
Of course.
I mean, but you only have places for so many players, right?
That's what we discussed yesterday. Yes, they're so good. Yes. So you believe that potential is still not that it didn't show the whole potential, but Norderbeck already showed maybe the best results out of if we speak about all 5 players,
Right.
he showed really great results at the moment.
Right.
Yes.
And he's doing it, by the way, in different styles. So his victory over Andre, for example, was one of those where he goes into this blistering attack tactical mode. And then he also can show that he's very happy to play strategic, calm game. Technically, he's very, very gifted.
So you mean it's like he's a universal player, which is important.
Yes. Exactly. You cannot say, he's Michael Tall or something like this. No. He's no one-dimensional player. He has a fully rounded game, and that is actually very scary. Yes. I love to play players who were very strong, let's say, in the opening. Because in my mind, boy, all I got to do is survive the opening, get to the middle game.
So now
and I have a good chance.
I was a follower, actually.
And if you tell me, Viktor Korchnoi is a beast in the ending, and, he's going to save a drawn position or he's going to win a drawn position, I'm going to say, well, this is the kind of guy that I really want to keep the pieces on.
So let's not go to the ending, yes.
So,
I understand what you mean. Like, if you're strong, you have very, very clear, strong side, then you can adjust, let's say, according to it. But if you play against a universal player, then you have a problem. Like, actually, where are you going to score this point? Which weakness this player has?
I like the story very much that I told. I had retired. And in my whole life, I dreamed, after I became a grandmaster, that I would be world champion. Full stop. I wanted to be world champion. And there were a couple of guys ahead of me, Karpov, Kasparov. It was tough. A couple of guys. And it was tough. But it didn't stop me from having these dreams and even, say, the fantasies. So I have retired, and in 2012, the St. Louis Chess Club invited me to play a match with Anatoly Karpov. It wasn't exactly for the World Championship that I had imagined when I was young, but, an opportunity to play Anatoly Karpov, retired or not, I do it.
Yes.
I accept. Now I begin my preparation. So the first thing is I understood he's white. He's going to play d4. What will I play? Against every single variation that I was thinking about playing, scoring 56, 58, 62%, 56, 58, 62%. Oh my gosh. So I thought, okay, let me play something crazy. Let me play the Dutch. He scores like 93% against the Dutch. And so it goes.
Terrible.
The only thing that he doesn't beat like a drum was the Slav. I don't play the Slav, so I learned to play the Slav.
Wow.
Right?
Correct. Attitude.
Good. And then, when he's black, how will I beat him? I will beat him tactically. I will beat him strategically. I will beat him positionally.
Very good question, yes.
Where is my strength and his weakness? Let's say I had a very, very difficult preparation trying to find where I can catch him. So I prepared a line in the Queen's Indian, which features a pawn sacrifice. And he played right to that moment. And please, Anatoly, play the move so I can make my pawn sacrifice. It was literally my only, or maybe simply my best piece of preparation. And I was just on the cusp of it. Anatoly stopped. He thought for a moment. The moment became minutes. He smelled.
Something is
Something is going wrong. It's like he has this intuition, this danger, and it flared up. He stopped himself. He thought for 20 minutes and deviated. And I thought, right, that's also another skill.
Another skill just to feel the danger, yes?
Exactly. He was extraordinary, actually.
Of course, as a player.
I was very happy. The match was drawn through the classical, the rapid, and he won in the blitz. But I was very happy that in the classical I had pressure and was doing well, but we also forget that actually he was a formidable blitz player.
Yes.
He really was. Gary too, by the way.
Yes.
He wasn't just world champion in classic. He was a killer.
Maybe
in
he
blitz.
regrets a little bit that he didn't play all these world blitz championships. You never know. Yes,
the
it became
problem was
popular later.
They didn't.
Yes,
they didn't
exist.
exist.
Yes. I remember it happened long time, like the first one, 2000.
Was 1990 in Canada, St. John. It was just during St. John Chess Festival, and Michael Tull won the first World Blitz Championship, and then they stopped. They just didn't have it until 10, 15 years later.
Yes. I remember 2012 or something like that. So it's like for last 10 years we have them.
Exactly.
Only. So
And by the way, it's just incredible for me when I see Magnus Carlsen winning the blitz, the rapid, and the classical. No. This is something unbelievable. This is like Eric Heiden. So just to explain what I mean about Eric Heiden. So the Dutch really, really love their speed skating. And they love the 500, the 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 speed skating. The Dutch really do. Well, the Americans had a guy. Speed skating wasn't popular, Eric Heiden.
yes.
So he was our representative in the 500, and the 1,000, and the 2,000, and so on, so on, so on. And he won like 5 gold medals.
Bravo.
But it's impossible. You can have the speed of a sprinter and win the 100 meter, 200 meter. Then you can have the speed to win the 1,000 meters, and then you have the endurance to win a
marathon.
marathon.
Different participants, right?
Yeah.
3 different categories.
Magnus can't win all world championships, blitz, rapids, and classical.
Yes, only
No, it's
Fisher
impossible.
Random is.
Okay, and let me just refresh my board. Just a second.
So what's happening?
To see what is going on here.
I wonder if Yesipenko made the move at the end of the day. Or he's still thinking.
Okay. Well, no, he did make a move.
Okay, let's see.
So, kind of combining a number of different ideas. We left it at c2,
Yes.
c3. He played the move knight c6, and I think when I had suggested knight c6, I looked mainly at the moves bishop to b5.
Yes.
Bishop to d7, queen to b3, simply defending the pawn on b4. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And then came knight h5, knight e2, knight takes, and now this is a kind of an agreement. It's sort of like a consent. I'm not winning my pawn back on the queen side. When you play the move at g7, g6, it's sort of like, yeah, I'm not going to take on b4 and play b6 or take on b4. I agree that the pawn is gone, and I'm looking for compensation from the 2 bishops, and I'm looking for other chances.
Yeah.
Okay, for me, I'm a pawn grabber, so I would play a move like a4.
Bishop g7.
The idea, of course, is simple,
support.
just to defend the bishop get
Rook
the
a2.
rook. Yeah.
Yes, I thought about
Get the
it.
rook
Yes, out
off
of this
the diagonal. And, okay, I'm not saying you have to castle. Maybe you have another Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug, okay.
But if you get here, now the real question begins. Where's your compensation? At the moment, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's just an extra pawn at the moment, and what black can do. Maybe
Exactly.
get rid of the knight. g5 looks...
Well, the desirable e5.
e5, yes, it's not possible.
Just not possible. I'm not so sure how desirable it is to drive the knight to
h5. Yes.
Yeah, that will be
desirable for white, not so much for black. So
Exactly.
g5 is also like you cannot get rid of this knight.
Right.
He will stay on f4, and it can be also not so good.
Right. A4, bishop g7, rook a2. Now, unless there's some genius, d4. You know, you just. I'm sorry to say, I'm starting to be a little bit desperate, right? You know, this kind of whether I take first or
then d4.
Again, I only have one dream. You know, e5, bishop d6.
Yes, you need to do something at the center. You lost the fight on the queen side. It's clear.
Right.
So you have to do at least something. Nothing is happening on the king side.
Want to just give up. Yeah, so and he has played a4 by the way.
Yeah, he played, yes. Yes, so he wants to play rook a2. Yes, I like this idea with d4. At least it might create some small chaos on the board.
This move rook a2 may look a little bit funny, but I remember the first time I saw such a move. So it was a queen's gambit declined kind of situation, structure. And Alexander Alekhine had this 2-volume book, The Best Games of Alekhine.
Okay.
So I eviscerated this book. I tore it asunder. I mean, I went over it so many times, I masticated this book. Anyway, he's black, and in this kind of Queen's Gambit decline structure, he has not played yet the move c6 as black. He played a6, a7, a6. That man has played queen b3, attacking a pawn on b7, and he played rook a8, a7. And can you imagine as a little kid, I'm just a teenager, laughing like some gibbering idiot. The rook on a7 is the stupidest. Mom, come and look at this.
Yes.
She doesn't know what
at this moment, yes, you don't know.
But the rook on a2, it might look a little silly, but it
nice.
actually
I like it.
It actually comes quickly, and this knight could easily go to a3 to c2 to d4. White's development is not impeded by the rook on a2. The rook a2 is absolutely useful.
Very good development move.
And yeah, exactly. And Andrei is going to have to come up with something my brother-in-law would describe as extra special.
Extra special.
If it doesn't happen soon, Anish is going to enjoy his extra pawn very much.
Exactly, yes. We could just see Anish on the screen.
Okay, let's jump to the game of our leader, Levon Aronian-Duda, because we left it out of the opening. We have just left it at this position. Queen takes g7. We kind of gave the contours of the fact that black is going to castle on the king's side, where the absent g pawn means the king is a little exposed. Let's have some fun. Let's attack black's soon-to-be castled king. And how did Duda do it?
He decided to go for the long castle.
Also a very consequent decision. It's not as if the king is...
Yes, it doesn't look very safe there.
Very secure there. Yes. A5. This is a kind of a nice tactic of a3 and maybe bouncing on the c3 pawn.
Yeah. I have feeling something will happen now.
Full fight.
Yes. So it's opposite castling.
Yes.
Everybody wants to kill each other. This is a very normal situation.
Right.
Yes. And maybe h4 move is with idea rook h3 even sometimes, and rook g3, or of course, and also pushing the pawn.
This Edward Gufeld in his book, where he talks about his Mona Lisa, he described this pawn on h6 as a kind of a snake that's always in the throat of the black king, and you have to destroy the snake one day. It can be too powerful. Queen e5, and we have caught up to the players. Queen e5.
So,
what's your first impression?
My first impression is that probably if Levon offers this exchange, he probably believes that black ending is quite fine, and he has, I think, all reasons to think so.
Right.
Pawn structure is fine. I mean, pieces are okay.
Yeah.
There is this weakness maybe sometimes on c3. So also after exchange a4 will be a threat.
Let's
Right?
see. Yes, exactly. So it's one of those positions at the moment which is very, very consequent, and you can analyze, let's say, forcing line.
Forcing line.
So queen takes e5, knight takes e5, f4. So I'm doing the move f4 for two purposes. First, I win a tempo. Secondly, I'm dreaming that I will be able to open up the diagonal. And finally, I'm hoping that if you do go to this square, I will try my best to exploit the potential pin. Now,
this knight will be very powerful on e5.
Right.
If he gets there. So you have to go back, yes, and after bishop e8.
Yes. Now, this is one of those positions where, you would have a full, what we call a full wrestling hold, yeah? If you had a white pawn on g5 and a white pawn on h6, this knight would be just super, super dominant.
Terrible.
So this is one of the things that I think black must avoid. Yes. So we're going to go back to queen e5 for just a moment. Queen takes e5, knight takes e5, f4. I don't recommend the move knight c4. Maybe knight to g4?
Maybe knight to g4, at least with some ideas. Knight f2, knight e3, yes.
Right. But then again, is the knight comfortable on g4?
At the moment, yes, because I have some threats.
So I was seeing if I could. I'm hoping the move f5 will be wrong. Like this move f5, you created too much of a weakness.
So if I go knight e3, I just want to check your variation.
Absolutely.
Nigel. I'm sure you found the way how to catch my knight. If I take on g2,
no, I didn't. I wasn't ready to
but maybe
something
rook
like
something
this.
like this, yes. And if I take the pawn, maybe like rook, yes. Knight e1, rook e3.
Wow.
Where the knight goes after that.
Okay, but
there is a 5, yes, there is a 5.
Woof.
Crazy.
Crazy.
I just wanted to check.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at the cameras, and I swear I saw Levon wearing something incredibly conventional today.
Yes?
Where
check
is the Bali tie-dye and...
Yes, what's happening?
Yeah.
Yes, very serious attitude today. No, it was funny. Yes, it was funny. He was talking about carnival that he was visiting, and people they wear some costumes, some really bright clothes, and I was watching him, with this bright short. And I thought that he actually looks would be
that he belonged in the carnival, very much so,
he can
right?
belong, yes, to the carnival as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
We do have some moves, by the way. After the move queen e5, Duda was not as impressed with his endgame possibilities as we were. Queen takes e5, knight takes e5, f4. He decided, look, your queen on g7 was defending a pawn on f7. Let me put pressure on this pawn. If you have to drop back with your bishop to e8, well, that retreating move will cost a tempo, and it's not brilliant.
Yes. So probably he still he believes maybe that it's better to keep queens also and continue his attack on the king's side. Maybe he decided that he has more opportunities if he keeps queens on the board.
Exactly. So now, this pawn was supposed to be some kind of shield for the king. If I take the knight with the pawn, the shield is moving away from the king, but I get a tempo. And how important is that tempo? Where will the queen go?
Probably have to go to g7 to protect the pawn, because I see that if I go to c7, you have rook c1.
Yes.
Yeah, so and then how to, like bishop c6 now, yes.
I'm also very, very, very afraid of queen f6
yes,
check.
I also don't like this idea.
That would be really serious. So the question is, queen f3, knight takes d4, c takes. Where do we go with?
Queen g7, then h6. I don't like it either.
That's the snake, yeah.
Yes.
And the fact that you get to move the pawn to h6 with a tempo really gives a bad feeling. But how? Maybe it's just
maybe it's not really
serious.
So serious, yes.
It feels scary.
Maybe white has also something here. Yes, like rook h3, but what is your threat?
Rook to g3.
And then queen f7, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could play bishop to c6.
Yes, something like that. Yes, bishop to c6.
a5, a4.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, actually, now that I think about it, pardon me.
Yes, there isn't.
Maybe I should just get along with business. Now bishop. No, I'm not sure. Maybe I should just play rook h3. Whoa.
Now you're threatening, right, to...
I'm a little bit scared, but, sometimes the defense can just... according to Elizabeth, we can play passive defense, we can play active defense, and we can play clean.
If h6, there is rook g8 or something like
That's
this.
the clean, yeah? I want to trade something.
Yes. There is this pawn on b7, but I'm not sure I want it. Wait.
Right. And
yes, there are some issues.
But black at least has some tickling as well.
Yeah, and this is how it feels. Like one tempi can be important in this position, and that black has his ideas and white also.
And then the other move is rook takes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So rook takes, we don't get the tempo, but look, on a good day, we can do what we wanted to do before. Triple on the tinned bishop on d7, and that could be, wonderful. What about this one?
Yes, you would like to include the rook into the game and maybe create some threats on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
On a good day.
Yeah.
So now what to do? Bishop c6? What will happen if I try? Then you just...
Well, the rook on d4 is hanging.
So first you take and then you take on f7 maybe, but then rook d2. I don't know.
Then who is attacking who? Yes?
Yes, I mean, it's getting really crazy.
Ooh.
Yes.
I don't have any beautiful Zwischenzug.
Rook e1.
No, I don't believe it. That because I have this queen f6 check business. But at the very least, you could just take and take. And this is not an ending. I don't think that this is an ending that black should fear.
Yeah.
That it's okay.
Yes.
All the excitement.
The cleaning
defense. Yes.
The cleaning defense here.
The clean defense, indeed. So knight takes d4, and Duda really has two very nice recaptures, but which one? Which one is the thing? By the way, talk a little bit about our schedule coming up.
Yes, today actually is the first round, and tomorrow we have our free day.
Monday,
yes,
the free day.
And it's the last, I think, day of the carnival here, and we're going to visit it definitely with players, and they were invited to join some special train, which I've never witnessed.
Chess clubs?
Yes, no, it's just the mayor invited players also to
lovely.
have a look and be the part of the carnival show.
Right.
Let's see how it will go.
Nice.
But also at 4 p.m. we'll have a mini table tennis tournament.
Will you play?
I'm not. I'm going to maybe publish some news in social media.
Okay.
And but I know that Boris Gelfand is coming, especially for this event. He is very, very keen table tennis player, and I hope everybody will enjoy, because the local club will also, the trainer will come and give some master class, and it's going to be a very, very interesting free day, and nobody will rest, of course. Yes, and today we might also have, there is very nice special VIP area here, and we are going to have some kind of rehearsal of Backhaus event, so we will remind all players the rules, and they will also try to play a couple of them. Yes, so because you need 4 people, to have this small training, and you remember that Backhaus event is a very important part of our main tournament as well.
Absolutely.
So yeah, these are plans.
Vadim is very excited to be able to get in on the action. And
also we are a junior WR junior tournament starts soon in a couple of days, and we will also have mini camp with Boris Gelfand, Elizabeth Petz comes back to us.
Right.
She
On
will
Tuesday.
be she will be the one who will also give the special training to small girls who will come here
Oh,
from all
nice.
around the world.
Coaching.
Yes, it's going to be a really, really tense program. It's not like we have only main event here. It's like a festival, I would say. Few things are happening all the time, in the morning as well. And so looking forward for 3-day Yasser. I'm sure you will also. What about you? Are you going to play the tennis event?
I must say, I have no control. I have power. I have great power at the ping pong table, but I have no control. I can't keep the ball on the table. But if it was baseball, I really, if I could get a score for, knocking it out of the arena, then it's good. I know that it was, I know it sounds very strange, but it was like the parents of the Polgars decided that the three girls were going to learn chess and have a sport, and their sport was table tennis. And all three girls were like really, really, really good. I'd never gotten a chance to play against them for very good reason. But I think that they would have enjoyed it also. And we do have a move. Duda did, after considerable thought, he didn't recapture on d4 with the rook. He captured with the pawn, which is a tempo against the queen. And
Queen G5.
Levon didn't even think about it. He played Queen G5 almost all the tempo. You, like me, were thinking, hey, man, you got to defend the pawn.
But I think he created something. It's again tricks from Levon, huh?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Is it Rook F8 and Rook F2?
It has to be.
Wow. This is nice. Let's check first of all if it works.
Does it work?
Yes.
I mean, I'm still
I'm not sure yet as well.
Questioning, why would this work? I mean,
King B1 or what?
Well, King
A1
A1 or maybe even A3. It's crazy. No, I mean, the rook on C8 is hanging. How could this work?
Let's see.
Where is Levon?
Where is the checkmate? no piece, but where is the checkmate?
Well, exactly. I mean, rook C1 is your checkmate, but no. Come on.
Yes, we don't
this
give the bishop like
really
that.
The bishop
Maybe we have to play something like A4 first, or something like this. Let's include some Zwischenzug. Let's not go to the main line immediately. Like Queen F7, maybe now something like A4.
Makes sense.
Like first to push this bishop, yes?
Yes. By the way, the bishop on B3 is so awesome. You would be wanting to get rid of this bishop in every case you can imagine.
Oh, he took on F7.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a very important moment. I wonder, but I felt that Levon was actually very emotional. He keeps his poker face, but you could see the tension, right, at this moment.
No question about it.
Yeah, so I think A4. So let's see what's going on.
This is a moment where my friend Bill McGarry would say, the position just blowed up.
Absolutely, yes. Wow. And now it's really sharp, and it's a very important moment of the game. I think everything can be decided in
next few moves.
A4. I'm surprised that Duda played so quickly.
And by the way, we were talking about snakes, right? The one snake was on H6, another snake might appear on H3. Okay, so
let's take everything. Yes,
if we're going to be pawn grabbers, you might as well go completely for everything. Wow.
I don't know. I see many different moves like Queen B5 also.
Queen B5
even
check.
Let's say check as an opportunity. Let's say you can take on E6, you can play maybe still Rook F8. I don't know if it's still possible and what has changed. Maybe not that much.
With the bishop having captured.
So
my first instinct is that White's king is too soft, too exposed. But
our king is also like
and do I play a move like A3 check?
Yes, A3 check is one more option. Yes, there are many opportunities.
Oh my. But at the moment, nothing absolutely
clear,
decisive has come to my mind.
Just to give you the idea, like for example, if you go straight forward to like Queen B5 and Rook C2, then immediately you are checkmated. Like Queen F6, checkmate.
Yes. If it's my turn, I'm very, very excited, but it's not.
Yeah. So
And it's
like,
not even check, it is actually checkmate, as
Yes.
you say.
So we have to know that our king is also quite exposed, and we cannot leave him alone. We have to take care of our king as well.
Right?
So-
A4, bishop
Mhm.
takes, so pause. So queen b5 check and rook c2. So for the moment, defending f6 looks like a very wise policy.
So let's take maybe the bishop first and check what's
Okay.
going on here.
So then the problem that I'm having is a desirable move like rook c6 so that I can check or do. I'm thinking white has taken 2 pawns. He will be very, very happy to trade queens with the move queen e5. So I must stop the move queen e5.
Wow. So yes, and rook e8 is very good move because you're trying to reach second rank.
Precisely.
Mhm.
Just as you say.
So what to do? Actually, rook e2 is a threat as well. So, for example, I move my queen somewhere. Who knows where?
It's not so easy to
not
find
so
a good
easy.
square.
I
actually.
agree. I like make queen d7 or what?
All right.
Just to
Just
keep an
to-
eye on
just-
the rook. on
right.
d7. Yes.
Okay.
I know queen b6. It was also possible. Yes. So
Check.
checking a1.
And I would like to
You go.
pay
Yeah. So
you
even
a
though
visit.
not even one check I have. Yes.
Not yeah, because the rooks, funnily enough, are covering
Yes. Everything.
all the squares as is the queen. But here you can take a pawn.
Yes.
Boy, that's pawn number 3. And
Yes.
if Duda survives, he's my hero for life. But if he fails, why did you take all the pawns and expose your king?
Yeah, because if you even take queen a4, maybe there is move like queen d5
Precisely
to,
so.
to put even more pressure. So now
On-
you have one check, but I just go maybe king g7,
I have
and
2
that's it.
checks.
Okay, 2h6 also. Yes, king
Ah.
f7.
King
But
F7.
now
I am done. Now
there
I'm
is nothing. Yes.
out of checks.
Wow.
Wow.
What we can really be sure about that the game is very sharp. It's a very important moment, and I mean I assume Duda knows what he's doing, but there are some bad signs as well that he made this move so quickly. I'm not sure that he really checked all
And
possible
we do have
consequences.
a4 on
Yes.
the board.
Yes, a4.
And we
yes.
have been
Mhm.
looking at bishop takes e6, and we have been looking.
He took on e6. Yes.
But it's almost like he said A, he had to say B, he had to
Yes.
say C. It's all. And by the way, Levon, when he's in this sacrificial spirit
Yes.
that he is known for, he is one of those people. I want to say he has the supreme confidence. Like Kasparov, when he had the initiative, it didn't matter who was across the board. He had the
Mhm.
supreme confidence that he would find the road. And at this moment, I'm looking at the position after rook e8. And we were
I like this
looking
move
queen
very much,
d7,
actually,
and
rook
we were
e8,
looking
yes.
at queen
Mhm.
takes a4. But I am sure at this moment, Levon is thinking that I could win this game. I could go to 3.5 out of 4. I have to prepare my victory speech for the tournament.
So many obligations suddenly, you know.
Yeah, right. Should I give my
Yes.
thanks to Yasser or not? He'll probably reject that idea.
Wow.
Terrible guy. But no, rook e8. This is getting very, very scary for Duda because this game could be over very, very shortly. What did we try again? We
Yeah,
went queen d7. It looked all. By the way,
Force.
it all looked. It had a flow.
Mhm.
All the moves. You went here. I went there. You went here. I went there.
King
I
b1.
understand. The pawn on a2.
Mhm.
Last time I have captured and allowed queen d5. I can't allow the queen to come to d5. I must.
Play from here, queen f7.
But
for
then I
example.
could start. I'm sorry. Anastasia.
Okay.
I
got
could
it.
start. Takes,
Mm-hmm.
rook e8. I could put my queen immediately
On
on
f7.
f7.
So let's check it.
But then you have the Zwischenzug rook e7. You
First,
don't
yes. Mhm.
Or-
the idea is first to get rid of the queen, right? Where is the square for the queen? Yes. But you have queen f3. Yes.
Yeah, my intention, of course, had been, now that my queen,
yes,
is defending a2, I'm not exactly mated, and maybe I can play queen f8 check and make a draw.
Yes.
Or maybe h6 or something. So that was the idea. Then I suddenly had this other thought that, you have the Zwischenzug rook e7, but then maybe the queen you were about to say will come back to f3.
Yes, and protect e2 square at this moment. But then we have queen b5, maybe check, or h3.
Yeah,
I
never forget about this f6 square. So even while you're busy checkmating me,
there's something happening.
Yeah, this queen f6 check might.
Okay, g8.
It's not fatal.
Not so much. Rook b1. Oh my gosh,
it's tough.
It's getting wild. Yes, sir. That's the
truly,
only thing
truly.
I can.
Well, definitely getting wild. But I've got a good idea. Why don't we take our first break of the round 4? It's been a really wonderful start. But I just wanted to say, I actually had a lot of fun earlier before the broadcast. So the organizer sponsor, Vadim Rosenstein, he's a very, very busy man. Let's put it that way. So I really wanted to get a chance to talk with him and get his views on the tournament, how he likes it. So we did some interview, and we're trying to bring this interview to you, the audience, so you get a chance to know Vadim. I'm hoping it'll be ready, but if it's not, one of these moments we're going to have Vadim Rosenstein, and I think you're going to really enjoy his perspectives. See you on the other side of the break. We'll be back.
You.
Hello, everyone. I'm very, very pleased to be with our chief organizer and sponsor, Vadim Rosenstein. Vadim, welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Welcome to Düsseldorf.
Well, thank you so much. Seriously, I've loved it. Düsseldorf is amazing. The venue is amazing. How do you like the tournament so far?
Well, actually, I received very positive response. I received a lot of gifts from the kids.
Really?
Yes. Some thankful messages. The players like it a lot, and that makes me very proud. So the tournament until now is going fantastic.
Okay, you just mentioned the kids, and I happen to know there are a lot of side events that you've been organizing and that already occurred, and more are happening. Tell us about many of the side events that you've created.
That's true, and one of the biggest side event what we have is the WR Chess Juniors.
Okay.
We decided to invite the people from all over the world. We wrote to over 190 chess federations to participate in our tournament, and I would like to give the opportunity to the kids to have the chance to see the big players playing.
Wow!
I remember when I was a child, I went to the Dortmund Open, and it was so amazing to see Vichy playing, to see all the great players playing, and it was an amazing experience. So I wanted to share these opportunities with actually everyone, that they can practice, and probably one of them will be the next world chess champion. We don't know.
Exactly. So you were inspired by Dortmund, which of course leads me right directly into my next question. Tell the viewers a bit about your background. Who is Vadim?
Who is Vadim? Very good question. I'm Vadim.
Bravo. That's a good start.
Well, I started to play chess when I was 6 years old. I went to the school at Koblenzer Gymnasium, where we started some chess
club.
Yes, some chess club. Thank you. And some of the players invited me to play in his chess club. And then it came very sudden that I became a chess player.
Right.
I played a lot of tournaments because I am enjoying the atmosphere.
Yes.
and it's an amazing experience. I remember myself when we played in the Jugend-Bundesliga. It was a fantastic time. As I was 12 years old, I played with players who were 19, 20, so I had the opportunity to play with the big guys.
Right.
We had an amazing team spirit as we won the Jugend-Bundesliga. I cannot tell you how important for me was to have support from all these players. Where you lose or when you win, you get some amazing feelings that you are part of the team, and this is a great feeling which allows me to do any kind of stuff, because if you have a great team beside you, it makes you very strong.
Exactly.
And what I feel now and what I felt the times before, we are a big family,
Right.
big chess family. Also here we have a lot of nationalities. We invited people, like I said, from every country of the world.
Right.
We have here kids from Palestine, we have here people from Israel, from Africa, from Australia, and it's nice to see them playing all together. It's amazing feeling.
Absolutely. No, I mean, for me, chess is inspiring too. When I started playing chess in 12, it was like the chess bug bit me. And I really say thanks to Bughouse Chess, because with Bughouse Chess, I had a partner.
Mm.
And that made it more easy to lose. When
Really?
you lose with a partner. But it was also very, very inspiring. And I know that Bughouse Chess, is a kind of hobby horse for you. You really, really enjoy it. And we played it together in St. Louis with all the big guys, and you were fighting with them.
Yes, actually, I played Bookhouse my whole life because I play Bookhouse much more better than chess. And as we were in St. Louis, I was really surprised that also the grandmasters are playing chess. And as we played with Hikaru, with Fabi, with Alireza,
Jan.
of course, Jan,
Yeah.
we played together in one team. I think we won quite every game.
Except when you played against me. And
Really? No.
I think that was right. Yes, yes, exactly. It was 2 points for us and 0 for you. But it doesn't matter. Please continue.
Okay.
Okay. No, but Bughouse was also inspiring for you, and you still play it, and you enjoy it very
Yes,
much.
and it was really an amazing evenings what we have at Eric's house.
Yeah.
And by the way, the tournament in St. Louis was fantastic experience, and the people like to play Bookhouse.
Yeah.
And the idea came very, very quick to organize also such event in Bookhouse, and especially interesting for all of the chess fans how the grandmasters are playing.
Exactly.
And
And let me jump in and talk about the grandmasters that are playing, because you brought together here for this, the very first WR chess, an incredible field. 5 of the very best grandmasters in the world, 5 of the very best juniors in the world, and I think it's a fantastic mix. What inspired you to make that choice, selection?
Well, actually, I want to do it very interesting, and I think we saw wonderful games.
Yes, we have.
So I think the idea was a good one,
Success so far, absolutely.
and like the play of Gukesh. So far, it was one of my favorite games with 97 f6. It was very cool.
Right?
And I think the people enjoy it.
Absolutely. Now, today, it's a strange world we live in, a very polarized world. It's almost like Russian athletes are being ostracized. But you invited to, and Jan and Andrei, but you knew you were going to be criticized when it's like, so, but I'm glad you made the decision to invite them. But you knew you were going to be criticized. Does it bother you that people are being critical?
Well, it's a very tough topic, but I'm not the only one who invites Russian players.
No, of course not. In St. Louis.
In St. Louis, for example, Jan was playing. If you talk about Isipenko plays Bundesliga.
Yeah.
A lot of chess players from Russia are playing a lot of tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing here under the FIDE flag.
Right.
So actually, I don't see any issue in this point.
Me either. I just say that unfortunately we live in such a world that I know there are critics out there that will criticize you for it, but for me, come on. I mean, Jan is a challenger to the world champion. I mean, he's one of the greatest players in the world today. It's wonderful to have him in the tournament. Next question, leading about this event, you chose the time control that is being used in the World Championship match. But you didn't do it exclusively for Jan.
Well, actually, we have here 10 players.
Yes.
And it's very unusual that we play such time control, but
Right.
in the World Chess Championship match, we have this time control.
Exactly.
And so this is the opportunity for all of the players to participate in such a game where you can prepare yourself for the world title. Okay, Jan is the next, but maybe into next years we have somebody else.
Exactly, and it might be somebody from this event.
Yeah, and for the candidates, we have also the same time control.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure a few of them will play in this time control. So
Right.
It's how should I say? It's nothing where you say I did something extra for somebody. Of course,
Right.
Jan will receive the experience for the World Championship,
Right.
but the other players have the same benefit from it.
Absolutely. And this event in particular is marvelous. No, seriously, the conditions are just what the players love. They're in a marvelous venue. It's quiet, fair play. There's no question that you've made every attempt to make the players as comfortable as possible. There's a marvelous budget, marvelous prizes for the players. Talk about sponsorship for a moment.
Well, I think
you were the sponsor.
I think the most interesting question is if I have Russian money inside.
Okay.
So
I kind of danced around the question.
Yeah, but I can assure you that the percentage of the money from Russian companies or sponsorship is equal to zero.
Zero.
So this tournament was sponsored by my company. And I wanted to bring chess on another level.
Exactly.
I wanted to give the opportunity for the player to come from their room downstairs to the playing hall.
Right.
They all have breakfasts, lunches, dinners.
Here in the hotel.
Very important that they have healthy food because they are top players.
And burning a lot of calories at the board. Yeah.
They have fitness, they have spa. And
we're on the Rhine River.
We have nice
night
views.
walks. Yeah.
We have nice restaurants here along Düsseldorf, and I think this is the level also other organizers should take into the account to make wonderful conditions for the players.
Absolutely, and I couldn't help but notice, and I thought he played a marvelous role at the opening ceremony. I refer, of course, to the mayor of Düsseldorf. He really came and he engaged himself. The city is giving you political support. I think it's wonderful when the mayor comes and makes such a declaration.
Sure, we were very happy that he came.
Absolutely.
Also, the Minister of Finance of our North Rhine-Westphalia state, yes, came also. They are good chess players. And in Düsseldorf, we have 16 chess clubs. We have over thousands of chess players. And by the way, Lasker and Tarash played also their first game in Düsseldorf. So Düsseldorf actually has a big tradition, and we want to develop this tradition also in the next century.
Perfect, because that leads me to my final question. And you've referenced it several times, that what you wanted to do with your future plans. But please tell our audience what are your future plans to make Dusseldorf really almost a kind of a chess center?
Well, actually, the story behind this is very simple. As we went to Dortmund, and it is from Düsseldorf 1.5 hours away. From my home, it was 2 hours away.
Okay.
If you go by bus to train station, with train to Dortmund, with the substation to this tournament, we need to wake up early. And I hated to wake up early. And one of my friends said, Vadim, when you're so smart, then organize a tournament in Düsseldorf.
Right,
And
that's closer.
and I remembered his words after 20 years. So now we have this tournament in Düsseldorf.
Perfect.
And it was like a youth dream which came true. And I wanted to make the World Championship in Düsseldorf as well. And we will have Teams Rapid World Chess Championship. This is the first championship in chess history where you can choose your own team. We have 6 boards, 4 open, 1 women board, and 1 amateur with rating less than 2000 ELO.
Okay.
And it's like Champions League in
Right.
chess. And I hope that the people will like this format, and we will make these tournaments many, many years after.
Which month is that, the World Team Championship that you mentioned? When does it begin?
It should begin from the 18th till 20th June. But
June, the
yeah,
summer.
This summer, but
Nice.
the dates are not fixed at the moment.
Okay.
We have a big prize pool of 250,000 euro.
Wow.
So I think it will be interesting for a lot of players to play this tournament, and we will see how many players will come. We have at this moment about. I don't say the amount, but we have a lot of requests.
Okay.
So this tournament will be full for sure.
I'll have to put together a team of seniors.
Please, we will be happy to win against you. Yes, sir.
That's exactly right. Vadim, thank you for everything you've done. Marvelous, marvelous tournament.
Thank
Please
you.
keep up with the great work. It
Thank
was
you very much.
wonderful. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Again, our tournament organizer, tournament sponsor, extraordinaire, Vadim Rosenstein. See you on the other side of this break.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of Round 4. Again, it was very difficult for me to capture Vadim. It was very nice of him to give us time for that interview. I hope you enjoyed it. One of the things about Vadim, by the way, is he's a very, very good bug house player. And we're going to see his bug house skills later in the tournament, but also I want him to come on the show to show that he actually knows a lot about chess too. He's very good and competent player, so you can look forward to that. In the meanwhile, the game between Duda and Levon ended in, you're not going to believe it, that forced drawing variation that we saw.
Yes.
We got to this position, and Levon did what was necessary. He doubled his rooks on the 7th rank, setting up a checkmating pattern, but Duda said, okay, I'm bailing out.
Yes, enough is enough. Yes, let's make a draw.
And
Yes.
it was a perpetual check. And with this perpetual check, Levon keeps his standing as our tournament leader.
3 out of 4 right now. But also judging from the time, we didn't check it, Yasser, with you during the game, but it seems that Jan-Krzysztof was aware maybe even of all these variations, because he didn't spend almost time for the game.
No.
Like literally not that much of the time.
Including his king side,
Yes.
his queen side castling with his king. I mean, at first it looks a little risky as white to put your king without too much of a pawn shield. And it's the nature of this particular line where forcing long sequences of moves. Queen g5, by the way, I think that's a little bit of a star move. The problem we were having with queen g7, it was vulnerable, yeah?
Yes.
And, to go down this double pawn sacrifice and be absolutely confident that it works.
Yeah, maybe everything was already in the home preparation. Something
Wow.
what felt so exciting for me at certain point, maybe everything was just, or let's say they could check a similar position and they knew
Right.
that it's what will happen at the
Right.
end. So it's interesting what the players will say and will tell us, and actually there will be, I hope, the interviews,
Okay.
and we will find out.
All right. And in the meanwhile, let's turn our attention back to the game of Anish Giri versus Andre for just a moment. Again, this was where the game where Andre really got tricked. It was a London system with an early d4 takes c5. Andre has missed your move, bishop
Maybe
takes
this bishop
b8.
b8, maybe.
He realized it, but realized it too late. He's currently suffering a pawn down. And Anish is, what do you do when you're up material? Trade.
You try to trade everything.
King off.
Yes.
And from White's point of view, this bishop, it's not scaring me. It's like, no, that's not, the pawn on c3 is very adequately defended. The only piece that could really spoil my party is this knight. The
yes.
knight could go to c4, maybe on a terrible day. The knight could make some threats on the king side. No. If I can trade the knights, and then later, slowly, I will go knight to d2, knight to f3. I will secure my knight into a centralized square. I'll be a pawn up, and Anish technique, he believes in himself, will be smooth. So we do have some moves. Let me
Yes,
just
he took
update.
the knight, it looks, and rook d3 followed immediately. I don't know, knight c4 was not possible, yes, right? Just to
Yeah, I
understand
think,
why
yes.
he decided to exchange the knights
Well, the problem is I think it's just going to get chased down.
as well.
So knight to d2.
That's it. Yes, you still have to exchange it.
I keep the protection of the pawn so that after knight takes d2,
You
I
take.
take with this rook so that AB I can just meet comfortably. And then this is pretty bad news.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's really
So-
bad.
Bad news
Yes,
indeed.
yes.
So,
So he decided to trade this knight, at least not to have the knight on d3.
exactly. And now rook c8. So
mhm.
this is a kind of, I'm guessing, a kind of a prelude to the move b7, b6. No. Well, maybe it's one of those, I'm trying to be greedy and maybe I just want, I simply want too much, but development is
It's not
always
a bad
good.
idea.
is
Yeah.
always good. And then after, for example, a move like b6, I agree, it's going to take me a while I will play either e3, e4 in time, I will play b5, c4 in time, for example, just to put some moves on the board. This is maybe what Andre is hoping, that he will be able to make some kind of a blockade. But, okay, I will make a luft, and then I will play e4 one day. So I still feel like Anish has all the winning chances, and it's one of those two results.
By the way,
type of
just
game.
check the time. Also, it's 39 minutes only for Andre, and versus 1 hour and 30 minutes for Anish Giri. Also, almost 50 minutes difference. Then.
Right. I was used to seeing those huge time differences in the old days. Today, it's very rare to see, such
Yes.
a big time difference. But it's true. This is quite something. Nearly 50 minutes. And also, I just wanted to say that, it would be so nice, so desirable to play knight a3 to b5, because as soon as we get to b5 square, we could get to the d6 square. The problem is we just don't have the time. It's a timing issue. Pawn on a4 is
I see.
under attack. So
Yeah.
that was why I had to go a little bit slowly with the knight d2.
Mhm. So let's jump to other games.
Please.
What's going on with our players?
Yeah, let me go to
To
another.
Prague, yes.
How come it's not? There
Yes.
we go. This was, we were having issues with knight d6 and the
Yes.
isolated queen pawn. How did he solve them?
Yes, remember. So he decided to
The
clean.
clean.
This knight was too annoying. Yeah.
Very much so. And knight e7, and so the idea is this bishop hopefully is going to get a very, very good diagonal.
I think it's like maybe he follows also the school of Vichy. It's okay. We have the knights.
We have the knights. We're
No
not
problem.
afraid.
2 bishops. We have 2 knights.
Okay, interesting. Wow. Okay. Which school are you from? Are you from the 2 bishops or are you from the knight school?
I still believe that yes, I'm 2 bishop school.
Yes.
Let's say yes, but again, depends on the position, right? I mean,
Right.
here these knights they came close to the king.
And this
Yes.
knight is pretty much anchored, which is a very good thing. Anchored, of course, means that a piece is protected, a minor piece is protected by a pawn, and therefore is anchored.
Mhm.
Okay, but the knight on e5 is good.
Also good, yes. Mhm.
The knight on f4 can be a little bit loose, no? I mean, we can chase it with g3.
Yes, but then maybe you will weaken a little bit some
The king
squares.
side, yeah.
Maybe knight h3. I don't know, knight g5. Maybe it's all.
I just wanted to
Fine.
ask
Mhm.
a moment ago, just around here, there was really the
Mhm.
2 bishops,
Yes.
right? And
Why not?
why not to,
the second one.
just kind of take the second one? I don't know. I'm kind of intimating, at least, that the bishop might come there.
So you have to play maybe a6.
Maybe
for example.
a6, yeah. And then slowly, it was Wilhelm Steinitz, the first world champion, that said when you have the 2 bishops and you're playing against knights, you restrain them. You
Mhm.
just play g3, you
Yes.
slowly. On a good day, you will play bishop f3 and rook c5. He did not do that, and I find that interesting that he didn't jump at the chance for the 2 bishops versus the 2 knights, and here we are. Okay.
Maybe he was too attached to his knight on e5. It looks nice there.
Beautiful word. He was very attached. He was.
No, this word actually comes from Vishanand, who said once he was asked, like, what is your favorite piece? He said, I lost all of them in different moments, so I decided not to be too attached to the pieces. So that's why I want to say that maybe in this moment he was attached to this knight.
attached.
He thought it looked good.
Right.
And this bishop on d7 was doing not that much, so that's why actually Prague is trying to activate the bishop. He put it on
b5.
b5 now. Maybe if the bishop is chased, he will put it on a6, and
Right.
it will at least take control over some squares like d3 too.
Exactly.
Yes.
By the way, I never tire of telling this saying, and it comes from Vishanand.
Okay.
It's simply my favorite quote in chess. Stop. So Vishy is at a press conference, and the journalist says, "Vishy, what is it like being world champion? Tell us, what is it like being world chess champion?" And Vishy says, "Well, every day I feel like a sportsman." Very nice. Every
Yes.
day I feel like a sportsman. Some days I feel like a scientist. Some days I feel like an artist. Some days I feel like an idiot. Brilliant. That is like
This is
my
how to do
career
it.
and
Yes.
every grandmaster's career. We all have these
Very
exact
different
moments
days,
of
yes.
science and art and idiocy.
Yes,
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 but
yes.
I just, he captured it so well with this
Yeah, he
quote.
if he was in a good mood, not to focus on the world championship match,
Yes.
he could give absolutely brilliant answers, and he of course always has absolutely great sense of humor as
Yes,
well.
he does.
Yeah,
He
but
does.
I'll tell you that during the world championship matches, when Vishy was so focused on the games and the process, he tried not
Nervous.
to lose any energy for those press conferences.
Right.
It felt like that, yes, that he was so
Right.
focused, and probably it was just very professional attitude from his side once again. Like he tried to not to go into deep conversations, let's say, with journalists.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Just I worked hard.
Yes, and I will do my best.
I'll do my best.
This is very famous.
Yeah, oh yeah. That made me
Well,
upset. The journalist who
yes.
chased him with "I'll do my best."
What does it mean?
Yeah.
You will do your best. You remember?
Yes. Oh, I can
Yes.
never forget.
Yes.
Gukesh versus Vincent. This was our H3.
Yes.
I think it's called the Addison variation. I'm not sure. Please double check on me. G4, and we. Whoa, that is a surprise move. Knight to C5. I must say, I didn't expect that one. Normally speaking, this knight on b3 is supposed to be the offside knight, and then sometimes black even plays a5, a4, to go and chase that knight away. But knight c5 was Vincent's choice. Takes, queen e2, bishop e7, castles. Well, the poison pawn variation, if the poison pawn, if I'm castled
Yes.
already, then the poison pawn isn't so poison, and maybe I can
Yes.
capture it.
Yes. So we
Oh,
95.
Gukesh says, welcome, capture the pawn. Oh, he took with the knight. The pawn capture in my mind was, okay, I could take this, yes, and take this, and take this,
Yes.
and I assume this, and I take this, and you take this. So you have definitely made a powerful piece. But okay, I have a pawn, and at the moment my king is pretty safe, I would argue.
And also you threaten now 95 sometimes. as
Sometimes
well.
I would really
Or
like to
E4, yes,
kill
kill
this
the
bishop
bishop,
with
yes.
and then maybe on a good day take with the queen.
Mhm.
He did not do that. He took with the knight. Let's get caught up with the players. Knight d5. Vincent took and said, "Okay, I will put my bishop on d6. You will have a protected pass pawn, but I will have a good blockade." A lot of players who play the open Ruy Lopez really have a familiarity with these kinds of middle game positions. They're very complex.
B4.
Whoa! Okay,
Wow.
this is what we
We
could call spicy.
Let's
It's a little spicy.
So bishop b5 was not just
Yeah,
an
bishop
option.
b5,
Let's check
c4.
it. C4, just C4. Yes, sorry, I didn't.
It's okay.
notice.
Just that
Yes.
I
Pawn is still
understood.
not on before.
Yes, I understood you
Yes.
wanted to make a shish
Yes.
kebab
That
and capture an
not here.
exchange, but I did
Yes.
have the blocking move c4.
Yes.
So b4,
You,
queen takes
yes, you take
b4,
it. Mhm.
and then let me just.
So it's like,
Where's the follow up?
do you want this poison pawn? Just take it. Yes, before.
Yeah,
Take
he's
Yes. But-
okay. My first thought is that you don't want to play rook b1 because bishop b5, right? What you wanted a moment ago, and at the end of the day here, two rooks are hanging. Yes, I agree. You can take my pawn on b7, but then you'll
You
lose
just
an exchange.
take the, yes, an exchange.
It's so maybe you want to play the other rook to b1.
In order to protect it, yes.
Well, in order
yes, so
that-
bishop b5, now you can take the queen, bishop b2, rook b7, and no one is hanging on f1.
Precisely.
Very deep, deep understanding.
Well, thank you very
Yes,
much.
Like you, which rook would choose to move there?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And something of that nature, but there is a problem.
Yes.
The problem is that if we use this rook,
Then what?
then this rook on a1 can be compromised as well.
Queen c3, and now you cannot take on b7. The rook is
Precisely.
hanging.
And you can't, but
We can
maybe
continue a little bit. Yes, like bishop
Yeah.
g2, then
maybe
queen d4.
I'm playing with fire. Though.
Maybe your
Yeah.
queen is a little bit.
It's dancing, and maybe
Okay,
not in
queen
a nice
a4.
way.
Queen a4, still we have the square. But then you can take on b7, rook, or even here. Yes.
Yes, exactly. But I like what you were saying.
Not sure.
Well, no, I love introducing the rook. It's sort of like the rook always, all the rooks, which are very nice, pieces can be confusing. What's the dream of the queen? Well, to give checkmate, yeah, we understand. But, we don't really know what the dream of the queen is. The queen could one day be good on an open file, another day be good on an open diagonal.
Exactly.
What is the dream of a knight? We kind of want to be, anchored somewhere deep in the opponent's territory. But the rook always has the same dream.
Yes.
No matter which rook.
Yes.
Get to the 7.
Yes.
That's
Open
it.
files. Yes.
Let's
7th
go.
rank,
Let's go.
2nd rank.
So it was. I found it easy to play with the rooks.
If there were only rooks on the board, maybe it's a new version of chess. Yes,
Exactly.
only with rooks. Huh?
Exactly. So this is actually a very intriguing moment. Queen takes b4 on the board. Let's see what. Is a time a factor between these two players?
Let's check. By the way, 53. No, almost like only 10 minutes difference. So
No, it's not a
similar,
big
yes.
deal.
Mhm.
Okay, queen
Around
takes
1 hour.
b4.
Mhm.
So,
And now Gukesh is thinking.
yeah, well, he
About it.
sacrificed.
He sacrificed
b4 is
queen,
like
yes,
a very
b4.
beautiful move. You play
Mhm.
b4 with
Yes.
understanding,
yes, yes,
and
yes.
then you stop. That's
you
usually
stop.
not a good sign.
Yes. So I don't know. Maybe he thought of bishop d2 also.
Because when we got to this
b4.
position, I didn't even think of b4.
No,
Seriously, it
me
wasn't even
too.
on my
No.
mind. I thought c4. Of course, I'm going to play c4. First of all, because
Yes, still
this,
sometimes.
but
Mhm.
more salient and to the point, I defend the pawn on b2. I understand that black is fine. I'm just saying that c4 is like
Yes.
kind of one of those moves you make automatically in blitz. Yeah.
Yes, and maybe like rook b1, but queen
Okay.
can move even. Yes.
So b4 shows you're inspired. Excellent.
Yes.
But then the fact that you play an inspired move and then stop.
Maybe he didn't see bishop b5. Maybe he missed bishop b5. Maybe. I mean, okay. Normally they
rook
don't miss
d1,
anything, but
right?
b1, bishop b5.
So it feels like he's missed something.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
maybe we can. Yeah, so bishop, like rook b1, bishop b5, we can still move the queen,
Oh.
but then it's like also he can move. Yes, I just try to think of like we
Yeah,
have
okay.
another move. Yes, here.
Yeah, but here the problem is that
Mhm.
your rook, which was supposed to land on
Yes.
b7,
Is blocked now.
is not going to. You're not going to push the bishop away from
Mhm.
any of these square from the b5 square.
So we cannot use this moment, let's say, to put our pieces somewhere. No,
Right.
no.
Yeah. So this is why after b4, I was using this rook.
Yes, no, that's a very good idea. At least to avoid this bishop b5 move.
But something is disturbing
Mhm.
Gukesh about this move. He is really pausing.
Exactly, yes.
What do you think about the players who twiddle pieces in front of you?
This is funny.
Are you one of those people who get annoyed
this-
by it?
I'm the one who is annoying my opponents.
You are
I'm the one
you are a
who is-
twiddler. Oh no!
Yes, I also like sometimes to somehow even now that I don't play, let's say, anymore in tournaments. When I see the chessboard, I literally start taking all these pieces and move them because I even like this feeling, you know.
the tactile
especially,
feeling
yes.
of having something in your hand
I
to
mean
play
the,
with.
the wood, you know, wooden pieces especially,
Mhm.
and it's great feeling. I know, of course, Boris Gelfand is the best in the world.
Right, he's doing
He's
it
a champion
perpetually.
of
Of
doing
twiddling.
Yes, even I recorded a video now in Kazakhstan. Maybe I'll publish it in our social media
Oh.
now. That literally very close. Look how he's doing it. It's really nice. Yes,
Right.
I promise I will publish it in our Instagram account. So go now to VRCS Masters Instagram.
And see it.
Yes, and see this video because Boris is coming. He is our guest of the tournament, and I
Right.
really hope he will also come here to the studio. And
Me too.
yes,
Oh boy, we'll have a master class for everybody.
Yes.
So for me, I was very young, and my coach, if you will, was what I might call a very correct person. So even though you could have a good joke and a good laugh, he was strict where good manners were concerned. When you said, I will be there at 2 o'clock, you're there at 2 o'clock. You're not there. You showed up not tired.
Mm-hmm.
You showed up ready to learn. Like
Okay.
you're here because you're interested in learning something. Don't come after a football match and you're like this. He'll send you home.
Okay,
Of
this second
course.
rule, like you
Yeah,
have to
you
be
read-
like focused and
You have a
to
good
be-
mind, a
Yes.
good mentality
Yes.
for learning. And then absolutely you respect the opponent.
Yeah.
You have to respect the opponent. So your opponent makes a blunder. You're playing a beginning player. Your opponent makes a blunder. You are absolutely not permitted to burst into laughter.
Absolutely.
This is just incredible, rude. You go away. I don't want to teach you anymore. This is so you really, really respect your opponent. And what does it mean? You can't do anything that even might
disturb
disturb
the opponent.
them.
Yes.
I mean, even if it doesn't disturb them, don't do something that there's the possibility that
Yes,
it would
yes.
disturb. So I went in 1975. I was 15. I went to Vancouver, BC, British Columbia,
Yes.
and it was the last tournament that Paul Carez played in. And I watched Paul Carez like a hawk. Boy, I saw how he was beautiful at the board. He was absolutely stoic, completely still, and he put the piece directly in the center of the square,
Yes.
and he made the notation, and he pressed the clock gently, and I was like, wow.
Yes.
I can't make his good moves, but I can behave
Wow.
like
So
Paul Carez.
So you were kind of
Instantly.
This is where
That
your
was it.
idol.
That was it. Nothing to discuss. And there are so many great players who are at the board, had the same mannerisms as Paul Carez. I in particular, Alexander Belyavsky, Dr. John Nunn, Jan Timman, Ulf Andersson. All of these great legends come to mind. They never disturbed you at the board.
Yes. No,
It's
apart
fantastic.
from this, I don't think I did something else. But again, I wouldn't do it constantly. Like
Right.
some players, I could do it from time to time.
But you did it because you were nervous.
Oh, maybe Also, sometimes you don't even pay attention, but you start moving during the board.
Bobby
yes,
Fischer,
especially this leg. Yes.
The leg was a piston,
Yes.
a perpetual
Yeah,
motion.
It can happen. Yes, I've seen that both players sometimes are doing it, and the whole table is moving.
Right.
It's also possible. But the worst for me, for example, if somebody really comes and has his dinner in front of
Oh,
you,
no,
and
no.
like you're playing the game, and he opens chips, and sometimes it could happen in some events. Let's say
Exactly.
Bundesliga. I remember one game that I was like, okay, man,
Right.
what else you are going to eat today?
Right.
So it can really be disturbing sometimes, but
Right.
I never done something like this. I tried always to move. That's why actually players have special area. For example, even
Yes.
in the room, you can
That's
see
right.
a special area for them where they have drinks, some snacks, and they try not to do it on the board. And we have also created, like, we put special small tables
Right.
under the main table where they can put their drinks and everything, so we don't see all this on the video, on the picture.
Exactly. Just a few stories about this. One story was Victor Korchnoi, a heavy smoker.
Yes.
He came to his game with Jan Donner, and he took a very large ashtray and one pack of cigarettes to the game. And Donner also took a very large ashtray, like because they were just like flicking their smoke, their cigarettes like this, and the ash
Yes.
would go everywhere. Very large ashtray, but 2 packs of cigarettes. And Victor looked across the table and said, you're a professional.
No, actually, I would think something else, by the way. Like, one has a plan to win quickly, another one thinking that the game will
last a long,
longer.
long, long
Yes.
time. Then
Yes.
there was another game. We had a very, very nervous grandmaster, Anatoly Lane. He came from Soviet Union to the United States, and he was a great player. He beat all the juniors, and he taught us a lot. But he was very, very nervous at the
I
board.
can understand.
So
Yes.
everything disturbed him.
Yes.
So even when you write your move, and sometimes you write your move with a little
Yes.
bit more emphasis, the table shakes a little. Please, don't
Yes.
don't write the move because you're disturbing this. So my friend, my friend.
What can you do?
What
If
can you
it's
do?
about the moves.
Everything, like
Yes.
please don't rock the table. Please don't do this. Everything. So my friend Cyrus Lakdawala is a famous chess author. He came to the board with a Snickers candy bar.
Yes.
And he put it just like that. And Lane saw the Snickers candy bar. And Lane, is waiting to jump.
Yes.
The moment you make any noise whatsoever with the Snickers bar, he's going to,
Yes.
please, what?
Jump on you.
So Cyrus takes, later in the game, 90 minutes, whatever, takes the Snickers bar, and in the most softest, gentlest way he possibly can, he opens it up so it makes absolutely no noise. And his emphasis is actually not to make any noise whatsoever. Lane was going crazy.
So yes, because kind of
He
already
can't
hears
complain.
this noise in his ear, but he cannot complain. Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
It was
Oh my gosh.
hilarious. Sorry, but we got off the beaten track here. Gukesh, he sacrificed a pawn,
And
and
he's
he
thinking.
is completely stopped.
Yes.
Something, when he made the move b4, he had something calculated, something worked out, and now he's realizing it had a hole, and he needs a rethink.
Or maybe he is looking for the opportunities how to catch this queen, and maybe doesn't see it or something like this.
Okay.
Like, it's
So-
my other idea. Like
Okay,
what he's
so
trying to
let's
do now.
see. First of all, it seems to me the queen actually has a number of squares on the queen
Yes.
side that are all safe.
Mhm.
So if you're thinking, I will catch the queen, tell
Not
me
s-
how
not
you're
that
going to
easy,
attack
yes.
it
Mhm.
from the square a4.
No, I should start definitely with rook b1, rook f b1.
I
Yeah.
wanted to say if
Yes.
you were going to try to
Yes.
catch the queen,
a4.
the idea, of course, being
Mhm.
that, yes, on a good day, you can play bishop d2 coming and rook fb1, and maybe for whatever reasons, bishop takes a4 now really is problematic for the
For black, yes.
for black,
Mhm.
yeah. So, but a4, you don't go b4 with the idea of playing a4,
A4.
that's for sure. So that would be one thing, and
I mean, you can
I
always
would be
just move.
afraid.
Yes, you just move and go back with your queen, and you have this extra pawn now, right?
so yeah, Gukesh is suddenly struggling.
Mm-hmm. And yeah,
Where give me my pawn back?
can I take this move back?
Yes,
No,
yes, yes,
not
yes.
possible.
Yes, please, 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 please,
Mhm.
please, please.
Or maybe just want to go into details.
Right?
No, not move. Let's go to maybe other games. Let's say,
Okay.
let's check the game. What's happening with Wesley? So long time we haven't. Oops!
Oh.
Look, it goes towards the end. If
Wow,
it's not
it
over
happened
yet.
very fast,
Yes.
didn't it?
Mhm.
So this was our Catalan,
Yes.
which Wesley has been playing as a kind of
Mhm.
a tabia most of his career, and e4. So I just love this move that Jan plays, d5, d4. So the first time I saw this type of move, it was from a Tigran Petrosian game. And I thought, what is he doing? That's so stupid. You take a pawn and you're a pawn up.
Yes. We know that you're a pawn grabber. and-
Exactly. And then you start to look and you say, yes, you're a pawn up, but first of all, the pawns are doubled. Yeah?
Mhm.
Secondly, maybe this pawn on e4 is in the way. Like, if that pawn wasn't on e4,
You
the
would have
knight
an
could jump on
advantage,
there,
yes.
the bishop would have an open diagonal. So the double pawns are actually immobilizing you. And I just thought that this was like an understanding I would never have. Like, this was
Yes.
beyond...
yes, I understand what you mean. It's just like
Okay, so, and for Wesley says, okay.
something which sounds
Oops,
simple
oops.
now was not always like that,
no,
right?
exactly.
That extra pawn can be actually not an advantage but disadvantage, and if
Exactly.
they can fly away from the board, maybe it's even better, right?
Exactly.
I think maybe the game already finished, but okay, let's go through it
Okay.
to check it
It
a little
looks
bit.
like,
Yes.
okay.
They're just signing the score sheets. The game
Right.
finished in a draw. Hmm.
And this extra pawn, by the way,
You don't feel it.
never paid never played
Hmm.
any role, and it was just an easy fortress for Jan.
Yes, so
And a draw has been agreed by the players.
so we
Impressive.
have this rule. Yes, 30 moves now. Which move it was when they agreed on a draw?
Oh, it looks like they made the first time control.
Yes. Yes. So after the time control.
Yeah.
Anyway, like we have this rule that nobody can offer a draw until move 30. Only
Mhm.
after move 30 is completed. So but you can see even that they played on for more moves, and
Right.
Yeah, I think it's good that shows good prep also by Jan, that with black pieces it seemed like he didn't have any troubles today.
Not at all.
Someone like Wesley saw.
Not at all. What do you? What's your thought about the 30 move rule or the Sophia rule, if you will?
I think it's good. I think it's still in this tournament. I don't think it's very necessary because it feels like everybody's fighting. Yes, really.
Right.
We even discussed it before the tournament, and we thought that maybe there is not even need to put it, but it was in regulations, and we thought, okay, let's have them.
Okay.
And in general, it's good to have them to make sure that spectators will have this action. Just my opinion, I don't know, Yasser, maybe you can have a different perspective as a professional player who had
First of all,
many
I
experiences.
love, I'm not a big fan. I'm not the biggest fan of the Sophia rule. The Sophia rule is just no draw, full
yes.
stop. But I really, really like the idea that you should force the players to play one-time control.
Yes.
What's wrong with one-time control? Just play one-time control, 40 moves. So I'm not exactly sure where 30 moves appeared from because it's not a time control. But 30 moves appeared, and then the St. Louis Chess Club said, yeah, that's pretty fair. And U.S. Championships all started playing with 30 moves. And I was always kind of confused. I said, well, where did that come from? Why not one-time control, 40 moves? So I'm more like force the players to play 40.
To 40 moves, yes.
And if they want to make a repetition, that's okay. But then they do that. So 30 moves, a little early in my view.
A little early, yes. Okay. I also believe that when we don't have this no draw, when you have no draw offer rule at all, it also it's losing this psychological issue.
Yes.
Like when you remember, there are many stories, right? Like you offer draw at certain point when everybody's in time trouble,
when you have an initiative,
yes, and your opponent still
nervous.
Wants to win, and he's nervous, and he says no, and it means that he should show something. Why he says no,
and then he
blunders something.
Yeah.
How many stories we heard? How many stories we experienced? So we don't have these stories kind of anymore because like nobody can offer draw. That's it. We don't have them.
Exactly.
Yes. So I think it was also interesting part, psychological part, and I mean, some people may say that it's not fair, maybe even to use this kind of trick, but everything was according to regulations. Can you offer a draw one time? Yes. Your opponent can refuse, and now he got the right to offer it, right? Since you follow the rules, it could be some kind of psychological trick during the game. Yes. I think even I used it a couple of times. Like you really feel that your opponent is very nervous. He is thinking. He has only like 2 minutes on his clock. You offer a draw because you really don't like your position, but you make him think longer because
now he has
to make 2 decisions: which move to make, and maybe still let's have this draw because it's only you remember?
Oh yes.
Have you used this?
Oh yes, and I've been victimized by it, and I've used it too. One of my favorites was I was playing American Grandmaster of my friend John Fedorowicz in Vaikanze, and somehow we're coming out of an opening, an isolated queen pawn. And it's a very normal position. Maybe white is slightly better. Maybe it's even. I'm not too sure. And I offered John a draw. So the draw offer, like John's going to play, a normal move. It doesn't matter. Rook E1, Rook C1 in these isolated queen pawn positions. And so he starts thinking. So the moment he goes past 5 minutes, he's going to play Rook E1 instantly before I made the draw. The moment he goes past 5 minutes, like I'm pretty confident he's going to take it. He thinks like 50 minutes, like he's been weighing this draw offer in his mind, going back and forth, back and forth. He can't decide. He played Rook E1. I'd like to play on, he said. I said, wow,
wow,
you just gave me an hour on the clock, and he collapsed in time trouble.
Exactly.
It's like, so there was a psychology to the draw offer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And actually in this tournament we keep this psychology because it's like after move 30 and before this time control we still have this opportunity, right? Yes, sir. So I don't know, maybe such stories will appear during the tournament, we will see. But I have also another opinion, like maybe for some peaceful players who in general like to make draws, it's not bad when you don't have this opportunity. Like no matter what, you have to fight until the end, and it makes you like you forget about this draw thing. You have to play. Yes, it's just kind of freedom. Like otherwise maybe you would offer this draw, but now there is no chance and you just have to play.
Right.
So maybe it works well for for such peaceful players, maybe even like Anish.
Yeah. Aha.
Okay, not
We'll
anymore.
see.
Yes, but why not anymore? Maybe because we have this rule. Okay, it's just
The
one of the ideas.
position between Gukesh and
Oh
Vincent
my
just
gosh.
blowed up. Now,
D6, yes, we didn't even think about it. Wow.
I had rejected it. I thought
Yes.
it glanced through my mind, but I stopped myself from looking any further
Wow.
because I saw the move Bishop B5, and I'm hitting the queen. I don't want to play Queen D2. I don't want to trade queens. I can't play C4. I don't see how that benefits me. I will just take another pawn, so I have to play Queen F3. Now, when the bishop was on D7, capturing the pawn on D6, I might have an accident. You know,
Yes.
the double bishops. But the bishop has moved away from D7 with a tempo.
Maybe Queen D1.
Oops.
If we go instead of Queen F3, Queen D1.
Sure.
To
yes.
protect the pawn. No.
Okay, let's
Just
do
I
it.
thought that maybe
Queen
we can
D1.
maybe we can protect it. I don't want to give my pawn.
But you're going to give me an exchange, which
Yes.
I appreciate very much. Are you going to give me your queen? If I move my rook, you will take my bishop, I suppose.
Maybe, yes.
Let me just check it, if you don't
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
Something like this.
I take, I'm always
Sure,
ready
sure,
to
sure.
sacrifice someone else's pieces.
Oh, me too.
Yes,
oh,
it's
me too.
like I learned from the best.
It's
from
the
you, Yasser.
commentator's code, you know,
Yes.
like sacrifice. When you're sacrificing pieces as a commentator, wow, everybody's proud of you. Look how brave he is. You know? And then you get to the board and you see me playing knight f3, g3, bishop g2.
Let's make sure we didn't give up anything. Yes. So maybe it's not enough because it's only rook and bishop. Yes, even I play rook d8. Yes, I don't know.
There's still
I
some
there
issues,
is.
maybe.
C4
Okay,
maybe
yes, to
try to get this pawn.
exactly. That looks like a very good answer, actually.
Yes, so probably it's a little bit too optimistic. I will
A
put it
little
this
bit.
way. Yes, but I just
Yeah.
want to check what can we do with this pawn.
I always love this expression. The historians will call us genius. We leave it to the
Yes.
historians.
Yes.
But Queen D1, by the way, it doesn't mean I have to go in for any of these variations. Like I can
Actually,
Move
yes,
the
by the way, I
bishop?
improved my line even with
Please.
rook d8, bishop d2, you rook d6. Okay, no.
Sorry,
no.
sorry, show. Rook D8, what? Oops, that wasn't the
Queen
move.
D1.
Queen D1, yep. Sorry.
I started
Anna.
to check some Zwischenzugs, like bishop
Ah.
d2 first. First bishop d2 instead of taking the bishop.
Oh,
Maybe it doesn't work, but it looks nice.
very,
Yes?
very crafty of you.
Yes.
Wow.
So crazy ideas.
So a Zwischenzug, so you block the D
Yes.
file, you get out
Yes.
of the pin, and you take. But here,
Yes,
I will
rook
sacrifice
d6, yes, you will give
exchange for
everything,
sure.
yes. I take here, and if you take on d1, I take with the rook from f1, and what we have?
I have 2 pawns. Yes, you're going to win something back,
Yes.
but oops,
Mhm.
sorry. That I keep doing that. I
No
apologize.
problem. It's just we're so small.
Mm-hmm. What did
Yes,
we
here
do?
we are. Rook d1, I think.
Okay.
Yes, rook d1.
No.
Yeah.
How come it's not letting me do it?
Maybe something is wrong with rook
Oh, there
d1.
it is. Yes. Okay,
Rook
I did it.
Takes. Yes.
Rook takes.
cb4.
C takes B4. Pause because
Mhm.
I can capture on B7.
Bishop d2. Huh?
Yeah. I'm warming up.
Zwischenzugs, yes,
I'm warming
yes.
up. But
What's good?
Vincent is definitely taken aback because Vincent, you know, he has been in the games that he has played and lost. He's always been, sad to say it, on the back foot. He's the one who's been trying to hold against Andre, that very difficult ending. He was trying to hold against Prague, reduce the attack. But in this particular game, he's feeling that for the first time, that, you know,
Double-edged.
actually he has a right to be playing aggressive moves. And he's a pawn up, and this move, bishop b5, is very compelling. One more look, yes? Shall we have
Bishop
another
f5,
look?
yes. Okay, first of all, sorry, Yasser. Maybe you
Please.
wanted to check this queen f3. Maybe it's even
No,
better. I just was
no,
obsessed
I
with
think
this queen d1.
I think it's
Yes.
worse because the point was I was getting my bishops off of the d file,
Yes.
so there was no trickies. Now, unless you have some genius moves of a4, I don't believe it because bishop c6, sorry.
Rook B1.
Rook B1. It feels no. It just feels like, how can this possibly
Maybe the
work?
other rook, so you at least move it from.
Okay, it's. I feel like, how can it work?
I just want to take one pawn, maybe on B7, but I understand that still it's pawn down. But
Right.
then maybe.
I move my rook. Rooks belong on open files. I'll just do it.
Yes.
I could also go rook b8.
So at the moment it feels like, yes, black just have a pawn
And
we
safe.
don't see the
Safe.
compensation right now.
Safe king.
Yes.
I'm happy. Maybe even white's king, by the way. Is not. White's king is
Some
a
issues,
little bit exposed.
Yes.
Do you have that in when you were learning chess? This idea that when your pawn shield goes up in front of your king, that
Yes.
you're exposing your king. You're like, be careful, don't
Yes,
move the
of course,
pawns
of course.
in front of your king.
I think yes, it's like always like from what you start. Yes, you try to actually not to move your your pawns in front of the king. But then again, chess is so interesting game that you learn for me it's like first step rules.
Yes.
And then you learn that yes, sometimes you don't need to do castling. Sometimes you can play
king in
against
the
the
center.
rules.
Yeah.
Like, and you can play with the king. Sometimes again it can happen rarely.
Right.
There is like basic principles, and then you start learning
Violating
second.
them.
Violating, yes. So then all your life you learn how to violate them. Yes.
Right. And that was always a very painful thing for me, because I learned all of these guidelines. I learned all of these rules of strategy. Then I learned that there were so many exceptions.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think the guideline was correct at all.
Yes, check the games of Richard Rapport, and then try to create
Imagine.
basic principles in the opening. Yes.
No.
Good luck.
Good luck with you. Yeah.
You can create some different setup of of the principles.
Because the move bishop b5 is actually always available, right? I mean, it's always available. You start to think, is it even necessary?
Maybe bishop d6.
Bishop takes d6 at once. I mean, but I'm sorry. For me, I think, okay, we talk about chess and the great pleasures of chess and playing chess. Of course, competing and winning. Fantastic,
Yes.
fantastic. Making a beautiful checkmate. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. But I, as a grandmaster, I always loved winning a tempo. I loved attacking a knight and forcing it to retreat. Attacking a queen and forcing. So winning tempi for me just felt like, oh, now I'm on a roll. Now I got this. I'm going to go forwards.
Now I know why you play so well Backhouse.
Yeah,
because
the
it's all
tempo.
about tempo.
Exactly.
Like you have to be very, very strong as an initiative player, right? You
Precisely.
have to try your best, and kill your opponent. That's
Exactly.
the only way.
And
Yes.
playing with the initiative and playing to
the
win
threat.
a tempo, it's like, for me, the move bishop b5, even if it's not the best and most precise move, I can't stop my hand. My hand is doing it on its own. I must play the move bishop b5. I don't see help me.
Still my variation. I'm stuck with that.
Queen
D1
D1.
and bishop D2 for me.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Queen
what
d1.
else?
I'm not going to.
You're not going to play rook d8 now. Okay, let's see.
I
At
don't
least
think
I
you're-
kept my pawn on d6. Like I try to pretend that maybe this is my compensation.
You will.
For
You will give yourself the big applause.
yes, I'm trying to pretend. Maybe it's not, but
Okay.
why not? Like, can I take the pawn on b7?
Yes.
No, but wait, no, rook b8. Let's count without moving the pieces for a second.
Okay.
So then rook e1 maybe. Rook
bishop
e1.
takes b7.
Rook b8. I
rook
have to
b8.
take care of bishop, and then I lose my rook on f1. So better rook e1. I
Okay.
guess.
So better rook e1. Okay. Cool. So now we get rid of that. And now, for my next trick, I'm torn between bishop takes e3, rook takes e3,
E3, yes.
queen d4. I would like to make the queen trade. And the other
Just
kind of a simple
rook
move,
d8, yes.
just for a moment, I just want to, normally speaking, I always look at the most forcing variations first.
Yes.
And if I can come to some kind of a conclusion, like, is the forcing variation good or bad for one player, then I feel very good. Then I feel like, aha, now I'm getting an understanding of how is the position. At this moment, I think it's unclear.
It's unclear. Like
Rook
G5.
G5.
Yes, also. Yes, but it still everything is possible. Like we
Three
will have at
result
least
games.
we will have at least same amount of pawns after
So-
G5.
So I definitely didn't refute
Mhm.
D6 with this variation. So one more time, bishop,
Yes,
bishop,
Queen D1, Bishop
and
G5.
let me
Mhm.
grab.
Still the rook. Okay, I take the bishop.
And
Yes.
no,
you take
then
everything. Then
no,
I take here.
no, I end up a rook down.
Then, yeah,
pardon me,
a
bishop.
bishop down. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's good that we checked it at least to show that yes, you cannot really do bishop f1 because of check on f8.
Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. So let me make another absurd idea.
Yes.
Bishop.
Okay, just to move the bishop. Yes.
And
Mhm.
probably, I don't know.
Yes, rook e1. You have e4.
It's
or what?
useful. Yes, that was my idea.
Oh, e4. You don't make my life easy.
Nope. Nope.
Yes, sir. So maybe.
I mean, when you
Yes.
become a commentator,
Yes.
you're agreeing to one of the most difficult, strenuous jobs the world's ever
Yes.
had. I mean,
Yes, I felt it in the US.
You need the strength of a lion.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. After actually 2 weeks commenting in St. Louis Chess Club with you and Christian, full of variations, 6 hours per day, I felt like something is wrong with my head. Like I got literally like
Your training had just begun.
yes, overloaded with chess, and I had dreams only about
We
chess.
will make you a Jedi warrior.
Absolutely. No, it was. I don't know how you do it all the time. I
Right.
mean, that's why you're legendary
Right.
commentator.
So we have these Jedi mind tricks in the studio with Christian. The idea is that he says, this position's bad for white.
Yes.
I go, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's actually good. Good for good for white. I go, da, 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 da. And then we have these arguments.
Yes.
And then he kind of goes, now I'm confused. I'm confused myself.
If it's white.
So it's the Jedi mind trick.
Yeah. So, by the way, Yasser, are
Please.
you here for black or for white? Or your feeling, your intuition, what it tells you? I have feeling that you are more for black
Yes,
somehow.
me too. I do have that intuitive feeling that, I mean, so many times I've had these patterns where I've had the pass pawn on d6, like yeah, and I always felt very grateful that I had such a powerful pass pawn. But how many times was it so easy blockaded?
That's another story.
And
yes.
it just never played a central role.
What about our viewers, by the way? Which side would you take, white or black?
Exactly.
I will be for white here.
Oh,
yes.
excellent.
Just let's
Jedi
go.
mind
exactly.
trick.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes, you are for black. I'm all the time trying to
Right.
find some initiative for white, like
Okay.
and compensation
So yes, our main
line.
line. I don't know if our guesswork is that good or bad. Has
Then
been
E4, yes.
like e4
I
and
have to play probably rook b1 here.
rook to b1.
I
yes.
think so, like at least not to lose it, the tempo.
Yes,
I
and
did
then
play
something
queen
like queen c4.
Mm-hmm.
So my dream is very simple. I just want to activate my rooks as quickly as I can, bring them to good positions, and then maybe pick up
Something, yes.
an extra guy.
Yes, and actually...
Now you have bishop f1 to
I
disturb
thought,
me,
but you play queen a2. Yes, I take the pawn on b5, but then you have, I mean, what did I achieve?
nothing.
Nothing at the
really.
moment. So I'm trying to find a way.
But I
Maybe
was trying to help.
I know.
You didn't feel it so
Yes,
much.
yes. So what else to do? I mean, like, like still I'm looking for some, tricks
forcing.
like bishop f4 maybe, or bishop h6 even, believe it or not, with rook e4 ideas. But okay, it doesn't work that well. I think it's just my dreams. Yes, but the idea is just to maybe
Yes.
take with the
Well,
pawn.
to
But
open
I don't
the
have.
king,
But I don't have that much of
enough
pieces.
attacking.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So
Yeah.
maybe I will go with simple bishop f4 there if it's possible. Later.
Wow, the
Yes.
players are playing so fast that
So
every
bishop
time I
f5, yes.
refresh,
Mm-hmm.
it always surprises me that I refresh to absolutely the same position. Vincent is playing slowly.
Yes.
Not so many moves at this moment. Bishop f6. Pardon me. Once again, we were looking at rook
Actually, did he?
e4. We were looking at e4. Vincent, hard at work here.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, rook b1, queen c4, and I thought about bishop f4.
Right, to
So
protect
just to protect the pawn on
everything.
d6 and to threaten the pawn on e4.
Makes sense.
Yes. And
So
bishop
you
c6. Yes,
you
you have now
explained it.
dreams.
You explained
Well.
it so well. You attack me, I defend. It's a dance.
Yes. I see.
Together we're like a
Mhm.
tango. You attack, I defend. You attack, I defend.
Interesting. Yes. So
Interesting.
I mean, I cannot really see how to explain this lack of the pawn.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
At the moment, it seems like black has clear plan. What is he doing? So if I don't have anything immediate, like a couple of moves, maybe one move, two moves before,
Yeah.
if there is nothing, then there is
Right.
not enough compensation.
Right.
Yes. Mhm.
The one thing that I was always thinking, Anastasia, I was
Mhm.
always thinking that in these types of position after, let's say, e4,
Mhm.
for whatever reasons, you need
After e4, maybe I should find something else. Yes, like
that-
a3.
yeah, you need this even a4 ideas,
Like to give
you know,
even
right?
this maybe the rook, maybe the exchange.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know, something
Crazy.
a little bit crazy, just a
Yes.
little bit crazy. So if you take with the bishop,
Yes, rook b7 at
rook
least.
b7. If you take with the queen, okay, bishop c5, and
Bishop c5. Yes.
you,
Okay.
you maintain the pawn
Mhm.
on d6, and maybe
Something dynamic we need, right? Otherwise, position will be just simply bad.
right. So
Yes.
I'm
Mhm.
kind of
Yes,
thinking
I
that you
like-
need to throw away
Mhm.
this a pawn, like you've already played b4,
Why
not
not to
you,
play a4?
right? Said
Yes.
A and B.
Yes.
So we're going to keep our eye on this very, very tense game and go to the game of Prague for just a moment because, well, wonderful. Black, we were talking about, do you like the isolated pawn? Do you like the two bishops? But it looks like Black really solved his problems very well. Very well.
And now if black actually moved to the ending, now it's white who can be in trouble because of this d4 isolated pawn.
Yeah,
We go to
just
some very classical...
business, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But maybe here white is on time to put his rook on c7.
Very important.
Yes.
If you
Mhm.
didn't have that,
Yes, then it
it
could
would
be a problem. Yes.
be advantage Black every day, all
Mhm.
day, every day. But still, the pawn structure is very favorable for Black
Mhm.
at the moment. But this active rook is so strong.
Play
Sorry.
here. No, I just thought about some crazy moves like d5 here, but maybe it's too much, With idea rook e2 after if you take with the pawn.
Nice,
I mean,
nice.
we can backfire as well, but and it is, yes, king f8. Oh, yes, I kill all my dreams.
Beautiful,
Yes.
beautiful dream.
Yes.
It was beautiful dream. I
Yes.
mean, I was the
Just,
tears. You see the tears?
yes, no luft. You told me
No
that you have to
luft.
do h3 move, and then no
Right.
problems.
Yeah,
So
I
exercise.
understand why you why you found
Mhm.
the move d4 d5
I was trying
attractive.
to use the fact that still we don't have
Right.
the small corners.
I can imagine that both sides could
Well,
also
mhm.
find good reasons to bring their kings to the center,
It's always a good reason.
activate the kings,
Yes.
right? And it because again, this rook is so annoying on the 7th rank. It wouldn't surprise me if this game also ended in a draw. By the way, we've been spoiled. Each round we've had at least 2 decisive games. In round 1 we almost
Yes.
had 4.
Yes.
So we've been having a 40% victory rate. Today I see that the players calm down a little.
A little bit, yes.
I think the junior players especially were very, very excited. Prague,
Yes.
you couldn't draw a game. He was win, lose, lose, win. Yeah.
No, but okay, probably he understood that there is no need to get completely play for everything, for all 3 results. You can also just play normally and make a draw if it's just normal position.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, this is
Prague game. Mhm.
yes. He
So
played rook
look, he
c7,
didn't take
king
on
f8.
d5. He played rook c7 right away, and he allows bishop f3.
And
right?
immediately came bishop king f8. By the way, so he played rook
Ah.
c7 right away. So he could have played, as you said, bishop
Mhm.
f3, gf3, rook b8, and now your move d5 makes
Mhm.
all the sense. There's no back rank mate,
Yes.
so if you can double your rooks
Rook
on the
d5,
7,
yes.
yep, you're the one having the
Wow.
party.
This
yes?
is nice. Yes. So you put both rooks on the 7th rank, and it can worse your pawn structure or
Right.
even couple of pawns.
Exactly.
Yes. So at this
Exactly.
moment, White will just play rook d7, and so he didn't allow this. He played immediately. You said king f8.
Let me
Uh-huh.
refresh my board. Yeah.
Yes. And
Oop.
now he took on d5. Yes, of course, because he can take b7 pawn. No.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello.
I thought if he played with a rook.
Yes. Yes.
Uh-huh. And now no is isolated pawn anymore.
No isolated pawn.
Yes, so it's
Is-
drawish. It should be.
Should be a draw.
Draw.
Yeah. Rook and rook.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see. Well, no. Not at all any chances for it, either player. I think we will just see a draw coming.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Decent game from
Very,
both
very
players.
good. Prague, he has a very good defensive technique. We always talk about offense because offense is fun, right? But in the championships, many times a good defender is winning
Yes.
these world championship matches. Tigran Petrosian was
Mhm.
very, very hard man to beat. And he won the world championship two matches with Podvinnik and with Spassky. So sometimes it's great that you're a gifted attacker, but Prague is showing that he's a gifted defender as well, and he's defending very well. Now let's go to the game that we thought Anish was going to maybe score a whole point, but
Because he got a extra
Very
pawn very,
nice.
very early, right in the opening.
Right. So here we have, we left it more or less in this
Mhm.
position.
B6.
Takes.
Your idea, yes, sir? Mhm.
Everything is normal. Check. But look at this. The pawns are very nicely blockaded. The bishop is actually beautiful,
Mhm.
protecting square c3. So you can't play rook c3.
There is
kind
a
of
threat
thing.
here, queen e1. That's why White had to play rook d1. There was a really,
Exactly.
really dangerous threat.
Right?
Mm-hmm. So rook c4.
Sorry. I'm trying to erase the, yeah, there it goes. Rook e4. Then came rook d3, rook b8, and I believe we're caught up with the players.
By the way, let's show what would happen if Black took this pawn on a4.
Last turn.
Yes, like the one move
Let's-
earlier, yes.
Let's see.
From
So
here.
in this moment,
Mhm.
okay, let's have a look. See, I'm a little bit worried if I was in
Yes.
the black shoes that this pawn,
Can start running, yes.
and
Mhm.
I will be able to put
Block
it
it.
on the 7th and
Mhm.
bring the rook.
Yes.
And for sure, black is in a kind of frozen
Mhm.
situation. We won't be able to move. And okay, it might take me 6 hours to get the knight to c6, but it's possible it
Or
arrives.
a6, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
yes, yes.
yeah.
But
So he didn't. Andre said, "Look, I understand that can be an issue.
so I don't take this pawn because b pawn would be really, really dangerous at this
Right.
moment. So
But
he played rook b8
with
Mhm.
the intention, the clear intention that, hey, yeah, I would like to capture that pawn, do something. And if you do play queen b3, I'm wondering about rook b4. You know, I think Andre has actually made a brilliant defense
Yes,
here.
I think so also.
He feels like he held a pawn down
Mhm.
superbly well. Anish is like,
That it just
He's-
doesn't look happy now.
no,
Yes.
Anish, I think, had a very serious advantage against Gukesh.
Mhm.
Gukesh defended again brilliantly, and now Anish is saying, "What do I have to do to win a game?" You know, like
I get good positions. I have extra pawn.
right?
Like, but all these guys, they don't
give up.
Give up so easily. Yes, you still have to work
Win.
so hard.
Yeah, you still have to
Yes.
win the game. So it feels like Andre has, you know, you tip the hat and you say, just good, wow, good defense, guy. Well done. Not that Anish is going to tip the hat and say, good defense, well done. Okay.
So what's
So
going
Vincent,
on?
after a very long think, I don't know how he did it. How
Yes,
could
he
you
just
resist
didn't play bishop b5. Yes.
playing
uh-huh.
bishop b5? It takes a very special type of player to avoid playing these tempy moves.
Who else could do this decision? Maybe his trainer?
It had to be born from somewhere, right? Oh my
Yes.
gosh! Yeah.
Thinking.
For some reason, it came through my mind a very, very funny incident. We were talking about the players who are flipping
Yes.
the piece at the board and whatever. So you also have players who are moving the pieces with a great deal of force. Bam!
Yes.
Bam! And Garry Kasparov was very, very special because he really loved to make a sacrifice and twist the
Yes.
pawn or the bishop into the square, like
Yes.
just a nice little twist,
Yes.
and then bang, hit the clock. So I was playing Garry in Skellefteå in Sweden in the Grandmasters Association World Cup tournaments, and Garry, we were playing a Benoni position. Garry was black, and Garry played the move c5, c4. And he did it with such incredible force. I mean, he shook the table,
Yes.
and if he had a screwdriver, it would be 5 centimeters
Would be a hole.
underneath the table. He screwed it in. So good. Anastasia. This was one of the worst strategic howlers that Garry ever made in his career. It was a blunder, a really bad move. But he was making it with such incredible determination.
Yes.
I was just amazed.
Yes.
So finally, he stopped this
Yes.
screwing and pressed the clock. So I'm sitting there going, oh my God, in one single move, my position went from poorly to overwhelmingly brilliant. Like everything, all my pieces were working. The pawn on c5 stopped the knight from coming to d4. I had a bishop on e3 that was
Yes.
now on an open diagonal, blah, 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 blah. So it went through my mind that I should stand up, walk around the table, give him a kiss on the cheek, very gently, nicely, and then come back and sit down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this incredible one. I told this to Garry after the game, and he said, I deserved. Of course you should have given me a kiss. I deserved the kiss. It was a real blunder. It was actually...
How people you shouldn't underestimate the psychology of the game. Yes, I cannot imagine you, Yasser, playing so many games against Garry Kasparov. I mean, and standing all this pressure he was putting on you. I'm sure that you need to have a special skill to to resist.
Yeah.
How you were doing it.
No. Garry had an unbelievable score with all of the top grandmasters.
Yes.
I mean, only Anatoly Karpov was even close to the guy. I mean, he was destroying legions, and very, very, very few players could resist. I mean, Boris Gelfand could tell you stories. Vichy Anand can tell you stories. I mean, it's just, it's not so easy. By the way, we do have Bishop B5. And by the way, this is also the game of Anish Giri. I see that Andre has captured the pawn on A4. So what happened here? So after we saw the move rook to B8, we have rook to B3, and he took the pawn. Okay, so what's the difference? The difference is that after taking, I'll put the pawn on B6, but not to B7, right?
Yes, and maybe he has this move like rook B7 to block it.
Yes, precisely.
Yes,
that was
that's
exactly
the
what
difference.
So even though it's a very powerful and advanced pass pawn, the fact that it's 2 squares from promoting instead of 1. That's a very big. But maybe even more important, you blockaded the pawn on a dark square.
Exactly.
So on an incredibly good day, you get to play bishop to f6 to d8, queen a6, and pluck the pawn. That's a good day.
But still, maybe White has a plan how to use the fact that now the king is and the last rank is not protected after rook b7. Maybe there are some ideas like with rook c3, queen c2. I don't know.
Be careful because that bishop on
yes, he's helping. Yes, for sure. I just hope that we have something like queen c. I mean, yes, not rook c3. Yes, wow.
Yeah, but okay,
queen c2,
I understood queen c2 was your idea.
So now you play bishop f8, for example. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So we don't normally
So
have time. Yes.
I'm trying to block the check, of
Mhm.
course, and
So
I do
can-
have a threat.
Yes. Can I play Queen C8?
Yes.
Yes. If you take my rook, I'll take yours.
Anything you can do,
Yes.
I can do better.
No.
All right. I see that
Yes.
the pawn actually is
Can
too
be
strong.
strong. Yes.
in
So
that
you
case.
have to play maybe this move,
and
and then what?
I'm threatening to take the pawn.
Still, you threaten to take. I mean, I just thought maybe there are some tricks, but it seems like not so simple. Yes. Okay. Queen
Queen
D8,
D8.
protect from here.
I don't know.
Queen C4.
It's not. It's
Mhm.
not. There's still some tactical concerns, I
Mhm.
would say. Okay.
Yes. King G7. Yes. It's
Get out of
a
this
good
back
idea. So
rank.
now you want, like, say, to play bishop c5
Or
and a
bishop
good day.
e7 and
Yeah.
push the queen away.
Okay, normally, yes, if the pawn was on b7, all this would be different, and we could
Precisely.
play h4, h5 also, and try to make another weakness, yes, on
Agreed.
a different side. But here it seems not that easy.
Yeah, with
Yes.
the pawn on b7, also you have this beautiful queen c8, and
Yes,
you can keep
sometimes.
everybody
Mhm.
frozen. But with the pawn on b6, it's a absolutely big difference. And again, a tip of the hat to Andre for his remarkable defense.
Yes. So what's the position right now?
Let me
is he
refresh the
still
board.
thinking? Or
They
what?
have just traded,
Mhm.
and
He decided to keep it on b5. Maybe it's very smart.
he
because
played g3.
Yes, because you don't at least have chance to lose it. With me playing b6, you always in danger to lose all your pawns and play then 5 against 4, defend the ending from getting such a great position out of the opening. You can really end up defending the worst one.
But I like this. With the pawn on b5, I can never lose the pawn. On the pawn on b6, I mean, it's very vulnerable. But I think Anish understands that this blockade has basically meant that his best opportunities have passed. I don't see him having a big advantage any longer after h4, h5. You can maneuver your knight around, but it's not really going anywhere.
Yes, I was also trying to find a good square for the knight.
Right. Remember, as I said to
Mhm.
you, talk to your pieces. So the knight
Yes.
says, well, where could I go? And remember that the knight always likes squares that are defended. When the square is defended, the knight feels happy.
So maybe it's g5 or
And
f4.
maybe f4.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
those two squares, unfortunately, are dark squares, and they are easily
Covered.
protected. So yeah, I don't see much happening in this game. Let me go back to the game of Prague for a moment. This is this ending. White. Well, White's king is a little bit more active.
And pawns as well.
I can't say much else. If
G pawn is more active too.
Yeah,
But-
well, true. If you actually, good point. No, seriously. If White could play, okay. So let's say I go King D7. If White could play G5, King here, I could always, how do you say, get you to do this kind of thing. I always have a draw in the pocket, and
At least you put again pressure.
right.
And create some threats. Yes.
I can try to be annoying. I think for that reason, including the move h6 makes some sense
Yes.
for Prague.
So
But I don't doubt that there are other approaches that he's probably thinking about. For example, King D7, G5, Rook C8, and saying, okay, if you go
I can
over
also go-
here, it might take a brave person to start to calculate races, right?
yes.
Should I be playing Rook C2? Should I be playing G6? I don't know.
And the game starts from the beginning. Yes.
Again, revs up It revs up. Okay, and then finally back to our game of Vincent. And why Vincent included the move bishop g5, not bishop b5 first? Can you explain it to us?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm sure he's thinking to take the rook. It has to be, no?
For example, if he takes
And then...
bishop h6, no.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the question, because I know you like to sacrifice your pieces,
Yes.
especially
open the
when they're
kings.
not yours.
Yes.
And it takes. Also, I told you my absolute favorite quote by Vichy, but I have some others that are very, very nice.
Okay.
And I enjoyed very much the quote by Michael Tal. So Michael Tal had just lost the World Championship match to Botvinnik. And the journalist asked him, well, Misha, you lost your match. How is it? How do you feel? He says, I'm very fine. And in fact, I'm kind of happy. Happy? Why? Because all the Soviet school children are now happy. They no longer are learning to sacrifice their pawns and pieces, but now they can learn how to defend them. So all the children are happy that Tal isn't the world champion anymore.
Finally, they can develop other skills, yes.
And this, I thought, was great. I mean, come on.
World champions, they had sense of humor.
They
I don't know about all of them.
They had something special. They really, really, really did. And and Tal, for me, was the most humanitarian of all of these world champions. He was humor. His writings are just fantastic. His sense of humor in his writings.
Yeah, also read a couple of books.
Right.
And,
Right. And final story, and this story is very appropriate to this tournament. Okay, so here in this tournament you have 5 young guns, guns blazing. And these young guns, you think of themselves as lions.
Yes. Okay.
Like future
like
world
lions we
champions.
have now on our logo.
Precisely.
Yes.
They think of themselves as the future world champions, and then they see a guy like me, old fogey. He's out of business. He doesn't know what we all know, and so on. So I was at a tournament in Lone Pine, California, with all of these great American geniuses, these generation of top talent, and we're analyzing, and hands are flying, pieces are flying, and this old geezer, like really old, this guy's ancient.
Yes.
He reaches over and makes a move. Look at that move. Damn, that's a good move. So we all look at the guy like, who made that suggestion?
Yes.
So we look at it, we don't recognize him, and we go back and analyze. Wow, he found a really good move. We continue analyzing. 5 minutes later, the guy reaches over and makes another move. My God. It's like magic. He just found, another gem of a move that does this. It fixes everything. And we look at this guy like we're really, really confused. We know what's good, not this old guy.
Of course. Yes.
We understand chess. He can't make us look so badly. This goes on, and then finally somebody pulls and drags him away. Oh, thank God, this guy goes away. And I asked Jerry Hankin, one of the tournament directors, I said, who is that guy? He said, Max Erva, former world champion.
No.
We didn't
this is how you met
recognize him.
Max Erva, yes?
Exactly.
Wow. This is a really cool story.
It's funny, right?
I hope you went back and you signed autographs and took the photos with your selfie.
Exactly.
Wow, what a
Oh my
story.
goodness. Let me refresh the board of Vincent for just a moment, because we're looking at this current position. Gukesh, well, really, you don't have much choice other than queen takes e5. What am I missing?
So, let's say queen e5,
Right.
bishop f1.
Right?
If I don't sacrifice some pieces, is it possible? I think that's a moment when you will need to give up one of the bishops, right?
Well,
bishop
I can do
e7,
something like bishop e7, and maybe in this case I can try to win the exchange back. If I can put my rook on d1, then the pass pawn on the d7 square is going to be full compensation.
It's a very funny position. Like, what I have to play rook b8 or what? I'm just trying to save
to get out of the way.
Yeah, or maybe I should focus on something else.
Exactly.
And let it go, the rook.
Exactly. It's
Again,
it suddenly
complicated.
became complex, and I thought that Vincent's position was more than this. I'm just saying that we looked at bishop
Yes.
takes h6, and even though we kind of admired the move, maybe bishop e7 is more, can I use that word? Is it permitted?
Mhm.
Sober.
Uh-huh.
Sober. You're not drunk, but sober.
yes.
We took the rook and we stopped ourselves from
From
going-
sacrificing again something.
going overboard. But even this, I mean,
Yeah, I
I
know
tell
there are
you,
some ideas with bishop before even, and queen f5.
You bet there
Maybe
are.
even without rook f1. Yes, sir, believe it or not. I mean, I'm crazy enough to think about it, but it's rook e8 most probably.
Yeah.
yes, but still my mindset is always like something.
I see you're a very dangerous woman.
Yes, maybe like queen f5 immediately. I'm trying. Not maybe queen
Oh.
f5 better improvement.
But I understand
Yes.
that you want to
to give a checkmate on h7. Yes.
right, with your bishop. So I'm going to take your bishop. Ha ha ha.
Oh my gosh.
and-
Yes, no.
I am so.
Because I don't like,
no,
of course.
not this one,
Mhm.
but this one. Queen takes e5.
Yes.
Bishop takes f1. Queen f5. I was going to take your bishop.
Yep. You mean without taking on h6 now?
Or
yes.
anytime you want, you can
Uh-huh.
have the pawn on h6. And
Yes, I take queen f5. Yes, of course. Mhm.
you're not getting the goods.
Mhm.
Oops. Let me just refresh. Again, is time trouble a factor or not yet?
At the moment, still they have almost half an hour on their clock.
Wow.
What happened?
C3.
Wow. Let's make it more wild. Let's make it crazier than it was before, right?
Right?
And C3. Oh my gosh.
How do you even come to this
I don't
idea?
know. I really don't understand what happens if queen takes c3.
Well, queen takes c3. You didn't win back your bishop, so I get the tempo
Mm-hmm.
that I need to. Let me play queen e3. I apologize.
Yes.
Let me play after queen takes c3. I'll play queen e3.
Yes, bishop g5, yes. Uh-huh.
And then if you're forced to trade,
yes, then the bishop is safe.
you
Mhm.
exactly.
Mhm.
And I have two bishops for
For
a
the
rook and a terrifying
Yes.
pawn.
Pawn, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so queen takes c3 is out of business, so we're taking. We have to recapture.
Mhm.
We are taking a rook because I was told that rooks are more valuable than other things.
Bishops?
We don't know.
We don't. Okay,
we
we take
don't
with the
know.
king.
Rook or bishop or king would just do it. This is valuable, and this is valuable. Wow.
I'm not sure. I think maybe white is really good. Because
Wow.
now b7 can just...
Fall off the
Yes.
board, huh?
Because if rook b8, then we play
Okay.
rook b1.
But rook b8, rook b1, I do have rook c8.
Rook c8, you want to...
Just
do
in
you
time.
have... Are you sure you
I
have
am
it?
not sure.
Like d7, okay, like rook d8 you decided to play, yes? Probably or rook c7. So maybe first I play rook b7, yes sir.
At one moment?
At
Oh,
moment
shoot.
when you play rook c8,
Okay,
I take on
sorry.
b7.
Not queen takes c3, bishop
No, because you
takes.
don't have rook d5.
Okay,
Remember
we're
I
going to
pushed
get there.
d7, yes.
We'll get there. We'll
Yeah.
get there.
bc5.
I wanted... What did I want?
So rook b8,
Okay.
rook b1,
Yeah, okay.
rook c8,
Okay.
and sorry, yes,
No.
rook c8, and now I take rook b7 first.
Rook b7 first.
Yes. My idea is
It's very
deep.
simple. d7, d8,
d7 after you
queen.
take on c5
And make
because
a-
you don't have rook d5. Yes?
Exactly.
Mhm.
Make a. We say make a girl.
yes.
Make a girl.
Promote a girl.
Yeah. Yes.
And now even rook c1, king e2, I cover d1 square as well.
Now you understood why I took with the king.
Bra-
If I
yes,
take him with
sir.
the rook, I would play king g2 right
Wow.
now, and
You were right.
wow,
you were
wow,
right.
wow, wow.
What,
we
what,
were
what
guess.
intuition, huh?
It
you
was
have?
it was guesswork. Trust
Yes.
me. Yeah. Not just that, but
Mhm.
that's wow. Wow.
What's
Like,
going on here?
what is going on?
He really calculated so far away, and he sees this ending, and that at the end there is this, because the pawn on b7 is hanging, and if you take this pawn, then those two d6 and c5 will be dangerous.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So
What b6? No, but take the rook.
so whoa.
Rook
So
c8 immediately, yes.
Yeah, rook c8 immediately, rook c1.
Rook c1.
And now the
And now what,
desirable rook d8 to play rook takes d6 is just met by
Mhm.
bishop takes b7.
But maybe you still play rook c5, rook d6. Bishop b7. Ah, no, c8 is hanging.
C8
oh my gosh,
is
yes,
hanging.
everything is-
That is exactly right. C8 is hanging. So wow. If this could be genius. This could be
Yes,
absolute.
if you found all these consequences
wow.
with c3.
I mean, because C3 was a really hidden. We were looking ourselves for these types of swish and zooks. I was focused on A4.
Yes.
That didn't make any sense.
But C3,
Whereas what
Wow.
Gukesh has
C3?
done really is impressive.
yeah,
Now,
if all it works, literally, then it's like
like wow.
I just
right?
wonder from which moment he saw all these moves. I think we
Uh-huh.
have a game
draw?
over. Yes, probably it's a draw. Yes,
Between
Anish Giri.
Anish and
Yes.
let's just see the last few moves. We have left it after H4, H5, King G2, and whoa, okay. That
Mhm.
was funny. Perpetual check.
Yes.
He took, offered a draw, and there will be a perpetual check. If you go to F1, D1. You go to H2, just back and forth. Yeah, a nice perpetual check. Outstanding defense.
Yes.
Seriously, I think many grandmasters would lose this middle game ending to Anish, and Anish is just kind of wondering, what kind of advantage do I need to win a game here?
Yeah.
The junior players, Naderbek and Prague, are still exercising themselves in what appears to me as really
Drawish, yes,
drawn game.
Mhm.
And then finally, an amazing game between Vincent and Gukesh is underway, where we're thinking, I don't see a clear line that Vincent can jump and say, okay, I can draw that.
Well, the moment all is unclear, and I think he will have another thought on the position. Yes.
Right. Can we
So-
see another move? Can we see Queen A4 for just a moment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming Queen takes E4.
Yes.
I'm just so confused.
Mhm.
Bishop
Let's
takes.
keep the queens, yes, on the board.
Right. Now, here, Bishop E7 makes less sense because a moment ago... if I-
Yes. Queen protects d7, yes.
Right. So white pushed the black queen to a good square to defend the... Is it possible that Gukesh was looking towards the king side? I mean, after all,
After all,
Queen
it's
F5,
Queen F5, Bishop F4, or maybe even Queen F6 with the idea to take the pawn on H6
and Bishop D5
Yes.
and Queen G6
Mhm.
check. There,
Yes.
I mean, Vincent's king is, after all,
Mhm.
vulnerable.
Very interesting, let's say,
Wow.
approach, and nothing is still clear. It's a big fight here.
It's a very, very
Yes.
big fight.
Nice.
Yeah,
Really, here it's our chance to see the decisive result today.
exactly. I
Mhm.
think in this
And
game.
I think we felt it very, very well. What is the key game of the match? Because we took this game. I took white.
Yeah.
And you, Yasser, you are defending black. So, yeah, we'll see.
But he did, by the way, play the move Queen A4 after a long thing. I think Vincent just looked through all of those variations where the pawn goes to C3 to
Mhm.
B4, to B4 to C5, and he said, I don't want to deal with it.
I think so. What happened?
Well, I mean, we do have, let me just live update the board,
Mhm.
Queen A4.
Queen A4. Okay. Yeah, for sure. It was not. This pawn was untouchable. Looks
Right.
like, yes.
But then I'm thinking more and more, why didn't he start with bishop b5 instead of bishop g5? It was incredible restraint by Vincent that he didn't. That the move I am talking about, everybody, is right here. And I described my own feelings of joy when I get to develop and gain a tempi. And this move was so compelling. I couldn't stop myself in a million years from playing. Even if I found a good reason not to play it, I mean, I would have to play it. He played, instead of this move, a little bit of a surprising move, bishop to g5, which actually gave Gukesh an amazing opportunity
yes, look
to play
what happened
c3.
now. So yes, they followed the line, queen e5 and bishop f1. What now white will play? Bishop h6.
See?
Yes, sir, but I saw this from coming.
From
yes,
a very,
from a long time.
very,
yes.
very
We have to
far
give up
away.
this bishop and ruin
Exactly.
a little bit the structure, yes.
So, very powerful bishop, very powerful d6 pawn. No argument from me whatsoever. Good compensation.
But is it enough to win the game?
That's why they pay you the big bucks to
For asking questions.
Yeah. I asked the interesting questions. You gave the very good solution.
Yes.
I do not know. I don't know.
I'm
Okay,
not sure
let's put some move on the board just to
Yes.
play.
Yes, so you don't want me to play queen f6, rook e6.
Correct.
Yes. So
that
queen
was the dream.
c5 maybe? If I can take a pawn, you told me
Yes,
that...
yes, I did, with very, very good reasons, giving you very good advice to take the pawns. But here, wow, can I get... You know, one of the problems with the rooks are when you're fighting against the queen is very powerful all by itself. It doesn't really need coordinating. The queen is incredibly agile. The rooks, on the other hand, you know, always seem to be in the wrong position, and you know, you have to be very clever and precise about getting your rooks coordinated. So here I'm feeling that black is the one who is struggling with the coordination. I'm hoping that you will play something along
like
the
bishop
lines
b7.
of bishop b7. Yes.
And so show me what did you
Have
prepare?
yes, just simply rook d8.
Yes. I thought about bishop c6 maybe.
Yes, exactly, and then queen f4.
Yes, queen f4.
And now, because I'm hitting this pawn so strongly, you have to play
kind of. I have to play d7.
d7, exactly. And
What is this position?
well, your rook is a little.
Maybe now you have queen
pieces of
c7. I don't
Yes.
see how I'm going to defend this bishop, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes.
white should be also very careful.
Yeah, not to overreach
Yes.
with. Oops, that wasn't the position that I want. Let me just refresh. Sometimes I go back too far with this thing. But wow, what can I say? Everybody can calculate, tuck, 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 but that's not the difficulty. The difficulty is you calculate a variation, and then what's your judgment
Yes.
of the final position?
Yes. Yes.
So let me put it in more of a context. You have a favorable position. Wonderful. You make a sacrifice, and a series of sacrifice, and it's a kind of a momentum that ends in perpetual check.
Okay.
You threw away your advantage. The combination didn't work, and da-da-da-da-da. You have an advantage. You play a series of moves, it's all force, you get to a position where your advantage increases. But how did you know the advantage increases or decreases, right? And this is a very, very difficult position to judge. You're an exchange down. Black's king is a little bit vulnerable. You have a pass pawn. Yes. But is this a better position than what you had some time before? And that judgment is, you know, decisive. That's what separates these top players. Because I'm sure Vincent was calculating as well, and his judgment was, hey, I'm an exchange up. What's my problem?
Yes,
And
I mean,
now-
your judgment's against my judgment.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Exactly.
Yes. Maybe I shouldn't be so greedy. Maybe I should focus on the king's side now that we are talking. Like, it's white to play, yes. Maybe bishop d5 with queen f5 ideas.
I think it's actually black to
Yeah.
play because
black
your
to
last
play, yes,
move
yes.
was rook takes
Yeah,
f1.
rook f1.
So let me just try it once more.
Yeah.
Rook e8. Like
Rook e8.
last
No,
time
you're-
you took the pawn.
Yes.
I convinced you.
Yes. No, which is fine. We always have to check what happens if we take the material.
But now you wanted to
Let's see. Yes,
have
maybe
another
queen
look.
f5 or queen h5. I'm not sure yet, but something like that. Yes.
Queen f. And I
thought
wanted,
about rook e6.
Yes.
And I see that now bishop d5. Let's say you just take the pawn, and so bishop b4 is not possible. Yeah.
I take a
But
pawn.
then bishop b4, rook g6.
Also,
yes.
I can block the
Yes, you
threat.
can block the threat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And here I feel like phew, I've
Much better. Yes.
I've survived.
Mhm.
Yes.
So white also should be very, very precise, and not only that you estimate the position, you also kind of check the position and try to see the ideas
Yes.
after all these consequences of moves. And yes, that's why sometimes it's so important just to make a full stop during the game and ask
Mhm.
yourself, like even I had this experience with my students as well, that sometimes they don't ask this question like, am I better? Am I
Right.
worse? Am I pawn? Like they kind of ignore this very important moment in the
Right.
game that sometimes you just really tell to yourself that I have a pawn up.
Right.
They just miss this moment and they just keep playing.
Right.
But you know that the strategy depends also on what you have on the board. Yes, so
Right.
if you have an extra piece, change everything and get rid of all threats and and win the
Exactly.
game. So of course, I mean, top players, they have completely different level. But for players who just started to play, it's important to remember that full stop. Ask yourself. Of course, you should know a lot to understand why this position is worse or better.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, this whole concept of stopping yourself and evaluating an objective evaluation of the position. Oftentimes, you're caught up in the contest. You're caught up in the competition. So all you're doing is responding and fighting,
Yes.
and you're not asking yourself objectively, what am I trying to achieve from this position? Am I trying to win the game? Should I
Yes.
go for the perpetual check? And that's a very important moment that you should stop yourself and ask that question.
I wonder what rules our friend Elizabeth
I'm
has.
sure she has
Please
three
ask
very-
her next time. What is her way to approach evaluation? Like from
right.
where she starts? From king? From I don't know.
First you have
activity of
material. The
pieces
first
or
rule is
material.
material,
Yes, then
and then king position,
Yes.
and pawn structure, and
Exactly,
space,
yes,
and
and activity of pieces and so on. But I just wonder, I mean, what's going on? Because I heard something already about space, yes?
yes,
So, space.
yes, I think we
Yes.
do have.
What, queen f5 or what?
Let
No?
me
No?
refresh my board. The moves that
Have a
I
move.
played was rook e8,
Mhm.
and
I liked it
the
actually. yes.
the first move
Mhm.
we looked at was queen takes c5, but then we kind of
We were not
went
sure.
to
Mhm.
queen f5, and we were not sure. And here we go. Vincent doing his very best to coordinate his two rooks. It's all about this pawn. I
Mhm.
never, ever, ever want to see this pawn on c5,
Of course.
because then I think I'm losing. But if I can blockade and or capture this pawn, I'm
Yes.
in business. So rook e6 on the board, and again, time is not a factor. They're only on move 24, and Vincent has 16 minutes for essentially 16 moves. So 1 minute per move, and it's a funny thing, this different time trouble without the increment.
Mhm.
You feel yourself nervous when you have 5 minutes for one move.
Crazy. Yes.
Right? It's very strange feelings that
Yes.
that occurs.
I don't know, yes, sir. I'm thinking that if we have to give up this pawn in any case on d6, so maybe like bishop b7, rook d6, and then bishop d5 and bishop b3. I mean,
Again?
yes,
Tell me
take,
again.
yes, sorry, rook d8. Yes, you
Yes.
play that. So it seems like I cannot play bishop c6, or I mean, I can, but you play queen f4.
I'm
I
very
remember,
happy to.
yes, and what happened next? Like I
Well,
lost this bishop, yes, at one. But
yes.
d7 is not possible. We can still play bishop c6, but then d7 is not helping.
Right. So
After queen c7.
so
yes.
what we have done, unfortunately
Mhm.
for us, is we have blundered a bishop
Yes.
after this. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, here it's like, why isn't our bishop on c8? You kind of
Exactly.
feel like you did something wrong with your bishop. Is there any?
Yes, actually, is it possible to play bishop c8 now that you mentioned it? No, because rook takes d6.
Rook takes d6.
So
And the very, very, very desirable rook d1 is
Yes,
simply
not
illegal.
possible.
Yeah, simply not possible.
So I thought maybe here, let's say if we, in any case we're losing this
The
pawn, maybe
pawn?
like bishop d5 and bishop b3. Let's say at least put the bishop on this diagonal to create some threats. I'm not sure about it because now it's gone from the king's side where
Exactly.
he was, the bishop was defending the king, but maybe
But this is a bishop and pawn versus rook position where the pawn is actually is a non-entity. It's not threatening anybody, and the loss of the d6 pawn really, to my way of thinking, a lot of the advantage disappeared as soon as that pawn got captured. But on the
do
other
you know
hand,
how to keep it?
yes,
I don't know.
that was the
Let's
next
try to
question.
keep it, yes. I
how
mean,
are
if
we
we
going
have,
to keep
if we create something which allows us to keep the pawn or create
We're
some
very
other
happy, of course.
threats, would be nice.
How about queen c7?
Okay, queen c7.
Okay, what's the idea? Well, as simple as it looks, I want to stop rook d8, queen f4.
For example, queen f4, yes.
I want to take this pawn. I'm happy that I can play this
At least rook
move.
d1, yes.
But now you have rook
e8.
e2. Rook
Even
e8 or rook
rook
e2?
e2, yes.
Rook e8. And whoa. I've walked into a pin, and I'm
Yes.
walking into.
Wow.
I'm feeling
It's too much
danger.
for one game.
Danger.
For one king.
Danger. Wow. Okay. This is crazy.
Maybe white
It
has
can
not
easily turn.
Yes,
if
it can, yes.
If you're not precise. And again, we have. Let me refresh my board. Yes, rook e6 is the last move. Gukesh to play. I was trying queen c7, but this move, queen f4, is a very
powerful.
feeling good.
It would be better if the pawns were on g3 and h2, but what to do?
How about, can I play bishop to d5?
Bishop to d5,
How about
yes.
to tickle the rook immediately? And on a good day, I can anchor the bishop on d5.
Yes. I lost
Okay,
the stampi, yes, I was with bishop b7, so yes, bishop d5 immediately.
Let's try.
Yes, and then if you go with rook to where? g6?
Okay.
f6?
f6, g6, I'm not sure where either. Okay, so for me, I'm very afraid of rook d8. I wanted to stop it. And again, if I can ever play c4, c5, then I'm in business and I'm feeling good.
Can you play still? Okay.
I just saw
Yes.
a perpetual check sacrifice. So you always look at rook takes g4.
Yes, but bishop g2.
Bishop g2, yeah.
So maybe queen f4 still?
Queen f4 still. That's a good move. Ooh,
Yes,
sorry.
I'm just using your moves.
Yes,
Sir. You have
yeah.
played it a few times. Now I learned my lesson that this is the best square for the queen in this position.
Absolutely.
Yes, because you threaten on d6 and also you
Yeah.
don't allow to play this c4. Okay, so b7, take c4.
And then
At
this
least
is
this is much better version. The bishop is
Exactly.
centralized and the pawn is on c4.
the bishop on b3 versus
Yes.
the bishop on d5.
Yes.
The bishop on d5 is double working, protecting the king, the white
Yes.
king, hitting the
Yes,
pawn on
bravo.
f7. Yeah.
I like it now. Now it's much better.
But yeah.
Thank you, Yasser.
no.
I'm still have stuck with my white pieces.
Exactly. Wow. So again, here we are in the WR Chess event. We have 3 results so far in the round 4. The day before the free day, Monday will be free tomorrow, and then we play 5 in a row to the finish. So it'll be a sprint to the finish. 3 draws, 2 games still in progress. The game of Gukesh has been a topsy-turvy game. It's been very difficult for us to even determine who was in the better position a lot of the way. And we think there's been some remarkable ideas by both players. And then finally, we have this other game, which we kind of called a draw some time ago between
Nazarbayev
and Prague.
Prague, yes, but they still
But
keep
the juniors have
Yes,
energy.
Yes, let them play.
Let
It's
them
okay.
fight.
Yes.
Let them fight.
Yes.
Yeah. And so
Yes.
that
Good.
so they are still hard at work, but I do expect a draw here. Shall we take a small break?
I think
Come
so,
back
yes.
and
And while we have this break, our viewers can subscribe to our social media. You can find them all in YouTube channel under,
Okay.
let's say, our video. You can see them. So please follow our Twitter account, Instagram, come to Facebook.
do it.
And we are waiting for you there.
Absolutely.
With extra materials behind the scenes and many others. And we'll be back soon.
Absolutely. Bye.
Anish, third game, third draw, but really good game today, I think, from your side. You played very well with the black pieces, and there was some moment you could much better, or is this right?
Yeah, it was an interesting game. So at one point, I think I mixed up in the opening something, because it makes no sense what I did with the queen, but it was a thing somewhere, but not here. And I got slightly worse, but then I think he played a little imprecise, and I, with this b takes a5 forced move, I think I sort of equalized. I expected him to simplify in a position where he's on the good side of a draw. But he played a very interesting, ambitious way, which okay, I didn't expect it, but I was not sure. I thought, okay, maybe I don't understand it, because I'm greedy sometimes, and now my bishop is very ugly on b6, it's like a pawn. So there is some interesting concept like that, to give a pawn and play it for long term. So I thought, okay, it could be very interesting, but I think he missed some ideas like queen h5, and suddenly his knight goes very passive on f1. Then I realized I should be already good, but somehow, like, I was trying to kind of get something by force, because I didn't know if we start both waiting, if maybe he can try to improve his position somehow, but I was not sure how, and I didn't see what else exactly to do, so I thought it was very smart to reroute the knight somehow to f6, g4, maybe to e5 from there, so I was thinking about all these possibilities. And then, but then suddenly when it got concrete, I didn't see anymore why I'm better. So I missed from afar that he can just take bishop c5 after queen a2. Because I was thinking queen a2, I moved the king, and I expected some bishop f4, to g5, some calculating some weird lines. I don't know. Also, I couldn't evaluate how much better I am. I saw I'm not worse for sure, but I was not sure. This bishop on b6 looks like a big pawn, It's kind of ugly bishop. Of course, I could win without this bishop. Everything else is very beautiful. But I was not sure. In the end, somehow, it just petered. I activated my bishop, but everything got traded off. But I felt that I could have been much better, and then I checked afterwards with the game, and I was indeed much better at various points. But there was nothing concrete. I should have just played slowly, actually, maybe without, I don't know, with maybe keeping the knight on d5. But I wanted to do something. I felt I should read out the knight somewhere and play c4 somewhere and get to something. But maybe I could play more subtle. Also, sometimes I can try to cage his king with queen on h3. It's almost on the mating net, but he has got a good knight on the front. But it was an interesting position. But it was actually really thanks to his decision in the opening to not simplify, but keep this game going. And I think he could have regretted it at some point.
Yeah, your idea with the knight f6 and knight g4 looks completely logical, but there was, in this moment, was a key moment. Yeah, this with the rook e5s. But did you saw this idea, or because this is a little bit unusual, or?
I'm not sure there is an idea. Maybe I'm winning just because if I don't do anything quick, slowly I'm winning. I don't see idea of the move rook e5. I don't see the point of the move itself. Maybe I queen h3, rook h5, or what? Maybe that's the idea. I just didn't see that. Yeah, I actually regretted when I played h6 because I thought maybe somewhere rook e6, rook h6 I thought still about. So I thought maybe I shouldn't have put pawn there but rook e5. No, I think the point of the move rook e5 maybe is that I'm not in a rush that he doesn't have a move actually. Maybe. I kind of saw he doesn't have a move, but I thought okay, I should go with the knights. And I thought actually knight f6, knight g4 was very strong, and I think he's kind of holding by only moves there with this rook to c4 and stuff. Because otherwise, actually, it's really nice. Because knight from g4, it not only hits e3 as it was from d5, it also hits h2, and also I have knight e5 option. So it's actually knight on g4 is great, but after rook c4, just by concrete means, it doesn't quite work. Because knight e5, he can move the rook along the fourth rank. Yeah, somehow was a weird position.
Yeah, even I think also, in my opinion, knight f6 looks completely logical and very strong with knight g4. But if there's something else to keep just on and not so concrete to play, but you decided after a deep thought or in this moment, you saw it a little bit that you have there's a key moment, or did you feel it, something like this?
Yeah, of course. I understood that in this position I have many, many ideas. I even saw somewhere move a4. To give that pawn for, I don't remember what was the point, but somewhere there was a point to go a4. I thought maybe it's strong. But the thing is, I have so many options. Also, Jan mentioned knight to c6. That is true. To e5, I like that. But the problem is that at that point, I already realized that, okay, I have 25 minutes and no increment, so I should not overdo it because he's very tricky. So the last thing I want is that, I start all my f5, g5 business, and then I have no time and I have to find a win and I lose on time. So, of course, I felt it's a critical moment. Every move is a critical moment there because very interesting position. But, I just thought I cannot think forever. And I thought kind of played half intuitive and that, at some point something will come up. So when I played f5, I thought it's going to be a very sharp, complicated game. But just when he played queen a2, I realized that my c5 pawn is hanging. And after queen f7, I actually thought still it's very interesting, the position, because I thought he has to stop knight e5. But then he just went with the rook back, and I realized that if we trade, like I assumed after trade I'm better, but it's just a draw. So
Thank you very much for your interesting game, and good luck for the next rounds.
thank you, thank you.
Welcome back to WR Chess Masters Tournament, and I'm here with Anish Giri, who just finished his game in a draw against Andrei Yusupenko. We were analyzing this game today with Yasser. Welcome, Anish, and please tell us what happened. And of course, we felt your pain. So I see you are also not in your best mood, but let's check what happened actually. Yes, so it seemed that you caught him in the opening, and by after play, or he tricked himself. So
Yeah, I got a promising position, I think.
yes,
I'm up a pawn. Of course, he has some compensation. So I think the opening was over somewhere here. I managed to, like in this kind of London-ish system, I stole the pawn and I never gave it back.
That's a point. I mean, we were discussing that after the c6 before a5, like you had this bishop b8, right? Idea.
Here.
Yeah, somewhere here. Like if he continues with
yes,
b6
if,
here,
if
yes.
he goes this, then there is bishop b8, rook b8, bishop b5 check. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I found it at
This
one
is-
point, yes. and
This
we
is
were
actually
laughing, yes.
winning for white, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's already over, and that's
Yeah.
why I think he spent so much time trying to figure
Yeah,
out
yeah.
what to do.
No, you have to do
Mhm.
something else than
Yes.
that. So 96 is possible. He's playing for this long-term compensation,
Mhm.
and of course I'm a little bit weird. I've developed my queen ahead of the knights, which is not the way to go. But everything to protect the pawn. And actually, in these kind of positions, very often you've got the structure sort of in the reversed Catalan. You hold on to this pawn, but the bishop very often is on like b2, which is very, very, very passive there inside the pawn chain. But here it's kind of outside, making it very unusual. And yeah, it's a very interesting position. Like a lot of fun begins in a 94 variation, f3, e5. I think that's like the most fun. It goes like queen h4 check,
Oh my gosh.
king
Yeah,
goes
we
to
didn't
d,
check this one.
king goes to d1, and then the line goes like here, and you take on g2, rook of 1, and you have many moves here. You can go long castle for example, if you want.
If you want to continue
If you want,
the
or you don't. The other moves are also fun. So it can get very complicated. And here, knight h5, he's just trying to grab my bishop. He's got a bishop pair, but I'm not sure if that's enough. At first, I thought it's great compensation for black when I saw the position, but then when I briefly looked at it, and the computer kind of convinced me that white is better, so I was thinking, okay, great, I'm up a pawn, I'm better. Maybe it's possible to go more dynamic with g5 here. Because g6 is quite slow, now I get time for a4.
Yeah, but we were afraid that after g5 you have knight h5.
Yes,
or,
yes,
and
yes,
your
yes,
knight
yes.
is placed so
Yeah,
well.
knight h5, I think the line goes g4.
Oh.
And then you go queen to g5. You target the knight, and I come back. And you have this, like, maybe you can go h5, h4, I don't know, like some weird stuff.
Maybe.
Yeah,
one
some play on the king side.
Yes.
And he played like this slowly, which I was kind of hoping for that. Now, yeah, it's still I neglect development of my knight, but I already developed all my pieces. And I'm up a pawn. But it was an interesting position here. I thought he would aim for b6 plan, which is what he did in the game. Direct b6, I have takes, and b5. This is this typical idea. Yeah, once you get the pawn on c6, it's winning usually for the side that gets this pawn. You often have that with colors reversed. This is a huge pawn. So I thought maybe human would be to go rook b8 to prepare this b6, because after take b5 you have bc. Now there is this x-ray along the b file. So I was thinking maybe he'll go rook b8, and if I make some move, like let's make some random move, he can go b6, takes here, and we get similar position like in the game, and he can choose to go at some point 95. Trade bishops. In the game he started with 95. He didn't see this rook b8 idea. I don't know if it's good, but I just thought it's logical. And here I thought I'm being very clever, because I thought maybe if he gets bishop on c6 it will be hard for me to make progress. Let's say some natural move, some random one, bishop c6. And it's kind of difficult because I don't really. If I push c4, my c5 pawn will be weak because a b will happen.
Yes. Mhm.
If I take, he takes with the b pawn. Now, if I push ever b5, my c5 pawn again is weak. If I push c4, my b pawn is taken, then c5 again is weak. So I was
Mhm.
kind of looking at this position conceptually and thinking that maybe it's very hard here for white to make any progress. And so I thought it's very smart to take on d7.
You try to avoid it, yes.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
because now
Mhm.
he doesn't get this bishop on c6.
Yes. Mhm.
And now rook d1. I'm also threatening maybe e4, so he has to move the queen. And now, yeah, I kind of missed queen c6, and I realized now he's going b6 in a very good version. But I was very happy with knight d3 because my original intention was somehow to dance with the knight around to d4. But then, like this app highlights way too many squares. Yeah. Oh, I can undo them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was like looking at such kind of position. And thinking about it, and it was very interesting, like because he's got the knight, so he will kind of keep control of the square.
Mhm.
I had something similar against Nihal Sarin in CGC, like Black has some compensation in such positions, especially because he has the knight. So
The c4 square. Yes.
yeah,
is,
he's not going to like. Let's say I play like
Mhm.
this. He's not going to trade the knights there. He will kind of keep the knight on e5, and if I try to trade it, he will go to c4 and then
Yes.
back, and will double on the c file. Meanwhile, okay, I have this juicy pawn, passed pawn, but maybe black is
Like
kind of
blockade,
okay,
yes.
blockade. Yeah, I don't know if you can claim that it's equal, but at least it looks like a blockade. So I wanted to avoid this. I think what I did is better because I trade the knight. This was very nice because now if knight c4, I can go knight d2. And I trade the knight after all. And here after knight d3, I trade this knight. Now in the same position after b6. A lot of arrows there, really. Oh yeah, wonderful.
There were
Because
too
you know
many.
people like arrows, but I don't. So,
So you don't
6-6.
watch Nakamura's
Yeah, I mean,
streams, yes, because too many of them.
Arrows, they're disturbing you. It's
Yes.
just for content. This now is very different without the knights because nothing is jumping,
Mhm.
you know. And what I didn't realize is how good this position is because I thought, let's say, if something like that happens, I was going to go. I was going to go for c4 very quickly, something like this, and I was very happy that I have c4 because I thought if I don't do that and let's say I'm stuck with this,
Mhm.
now c4 I'm internally pinned, and somehow I was looking at this position. Let's say I make some move, and black, let's say, plays queen b7. Now he stops e4, c4. There is maybe queen c7, and there is some kind of eternal pin.
Mhm.
And if b6, maybe queen back. Again, there is a pin.
Yes.
And so I thought I want to avoid this, so I need to go knight d2 and c4 fast. What I didn't realize is that I can also reroute this rook from d3 to c1.
And then go to
And then do the
C1.
same. And that's what I
Uh-huh.
didn't realize. And that was actually huge because this is why I didn't win this game. Because if I had realized that I want to do this, now it's a different story because now if let's say we do the same thing, just
Yes, just to show.
conceptually speaking, it's a very different story because my c pawn is protected twice, and besides that I can at some point play b6 if I need. And now already, because rook is not on d3, I can at some point go cd, and this probably is already winning, you know.
Yes, yes.
Basically the whole thing doesn't work for him with this rook d1. So this is what I didn't realize during the game, and that's why after rook fc8 I thought about two options. I thought about knight d2, but I didn't like that he enters like in the game, on the first rank. Like here, basically my problem is that there is a first rank issue.
And this queen
so
e5.
I thought maybe I should be smart and make a waiting move, but then I thought he goes b6, takes, b5, and this thing that I told you about happens.
Again, rook c5.
So I wanted to avoid that, this kind of situation. I wanted to avoid this kind of situation, thinking that I have
Do you
more.
have time here to go rook d1, rook c1 with knight on b1?
Yeah,
Or
exactly. I always have time. And what is even
Yes.
nicer is that actually I can go rook d1 directly.
Mm-hmm.
And after b6 I can just take and go b5, and now I go rook c1. I just didn't see that rook d1, rook c1 thing.
Yes.
I only thought I only thought about knight d2 with the rook on d3. And I thought it's fine. I thought I can go knight d2 here, because I was thinking again, I didn't see what he wants, because here I go b5 and rook c5 I have c4.
Yes.
I'm in time to go c4, and there is no first rank issue. So it's
Neither
okay.
one.
So this is what I kind of calculated, and I calculated a BCB very briefly. I thought Queen c1, Knight f1. I mean, there's nothing, and okay, here I just thought Knight f1 or whatever.
Yes.
But then I realized that actually not so simple, because he's got this rook c4, b5, queen a5 thing.
And then again, it's like.
And then I'm losing my pawn. That's the problem. I'm kind of losing my a pawn. Cannot protect it.
Not immediately, but later.
Yeah, and the thing is, I need my knight on d2, and so here I realized basically, here I kind of made a concession. I kind of realized, so knight d2, let's say, was a mistake. This you can sort of forgive yourself, but here I kind of knew that the best move is probably h3 or g3, because I had a choice to either allow this. I didn't want to allow rook c1 because I didn't want to allow some counterplay where my king is a little bit. Like I saw some stuff with queen b7, d4, some rook c3, maybe some f5, maybe knight f3. Like I was thinking about things like that, g5 maybe somewhere. I don't know. I didn't like just maybe some d4, maybe h3, h5. Like I didn't want to allow some counterplay, and my pawns are really, really far from promoting. I need a lot of moves. So I thought, okay, while also I calculated some stuff with rook c4. Let me remove the arrows again. Something like this I was calculating probably doesn't work, but I was not sure. Maybe it does, and so I was like, maybe g5 include g5 first, and then if g4. So I didn't like this whole thing.
It doesn't look. I mean, black has some chances.
No, I convinced myself
right?
that this is not great, but of course I felt that this is the way to go because knight on d2 is really well placed. I was thinking also about h3, maybe very smart, because now if you give a check, g3, my king is not on g2, not on this diagonal. Also, there is this move rook c8. Also, I have to kind of deal with some counterplay, and I was a little lazy. But basically, what I should have done is, like, the cleanest was this rook d1. There is no counterplay, and this is just very clean. I mean, this also suits my style, and just. Yeah, I mean,
this type of move normally you would have found, right? Like
no, the move is difficult for me, but I think this type of position I can convert because there is nothing happening here.
Yeah.
And if he does the same thing, now it's a very different story because my knight is great on d2, as we have already established. I just needed to cover the back rank. So now here magically the rook jumped from d3 to d1, which is exactly what I wanted. But now this is how I get it. And what I didn't realize is I was not thinking about AB, I was thinking about b6. I didn't realize how I can slowly do it. And okay, I don't know how winning such a position is, but basically, just no rush here. I suspect this position is horrible for black in general, because whenever he goes for queen 7, I've got this b6. Yes. I've got that in the bag. I don't have to do it early because I'll lose the pawn. But whenever some action will start with c4 or e4, and then he goes queen c7 to pin me, then I will somewhere throw in b6, and it will all work out. So this was huge. Now, okay, I already realized that things are not working out, and so I wanted at least to get basically why I went for b5 is I was still hopeful. I was thinking we're gonna get this. And I wanted to play this position.
That's what we checked, because if he would have taken immediately, yes,
No, I thought he has to. I thought I calculated till here, and I actually thought, it's okay. I felt like maybe I had more, but this is okay. I will put rook here, and I will go g3.
Slowly, yes. Start moving
I will
here.
start because he will never with queens on. He will never bring the king here, right? Even endgame is possible. Even in the endgame, while he brings the king here, my knight can do some tricks, some damage. But in the position with queens on, I thought, given the time situation. He was low on time from the opening. I thought I have very good winning chances.
You had at one point,
yes. I have very good winning chances here because I will just torture him forever. He's stuck there. I'll go rook b3, g3, king g2, h4, knight d2. Then at some point I go e4 or not e4, knight f3 or not or back or somewhere I'll go e4. Yes. Something will happen somewhere. I'll trick him. So I was kind of thinking, it's still okay. But then he played a very strong move, which ended my hopes. He didn't take on a4,
Yes, he didn't take. He moved the rook on b8.
Played
yes,
rook
b8. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I saw this. I kind of saw this move way too late. So when I went for this whole b5 thing, I thought rook a4 is forced because I thought, okay, he's attacking my pawn. I thought he wants to. I considered also rook c8 with the idea rook c1, but I think there is just b6. Rook c1, b7, I think. Yeah, this. So I only considered these two moves. I missed this move, rook b8. And I cannot even protect my pawn because I think rook b5 is an option sometimes. ab and queen a2. So rook b8 was very strong. Now in the game it's not at all the same. What we got basically, now if I go b6, he has rook b7.
Rook b7 and then the bishop can, yes?
Yeah,
come.
no, this you don't want the
Bishop
pawn on the wrong
b6,
square.
yes, exactly.
And
yes. Still we tried here with queen c2.
yeah, but there is
some variations.
there's queen c4 and like it doesn't work.
Doesn't
But
work, yes.
this is a very different story. I mean, pawn on b7 is very different than on b5.
On b5, yes.
And here I was still hoping maybe I can press, but it's very very long way to go, and I missed. But already at this point, I allowed this forced draw with queen d3 bishop h4, which I didn't. I only saw when I played it. But even if I don't, I no longer can do anything, because if I go e4, he's got queen d4, which is very unpleasant. Because let's say if I got something like that, I can maybe play a little bit again because of the time situation. But it was good what he did, yeah. Because e4, queen d4, knight f3. If I play, then there is queen c4, and I don't get any. I don't get any ground. I don't have any move, you know. It's if I have pawn on b7, it's very different. I have much more space. I can play rook b4.
Yes.
Like now, it's just not the same because. Yeah, I mean, I need that space, you know, these extra files, and
it's in any case better to have it on b7, right?
Yeah, because also the rook can never move. Like now, it can, in theory, it can at some point move and come back. Like, like let's say if already something e5 d4 happened, and you need to swing the rook, you can swing it, and then b6, b7, b8 is the long. But it's on b8, it's stuck there forever. Yes. And like psychologically, also pawn on b7, like the main thing is psychologically he is feeling under pressure. Now he doesn't feel under pressure, and so here already there was nothing, and queen d3. It allows this nice shot. I actually was thinking maybe to confuse him, rook a3. If queen g4, I have some queen c3. Idea, if bishop f6, I have queen c7. Takes rook a7. This was a trap.
Wow.
So I was thinking, wow, this is very nice.
Okay.
But first of all, there's d4, but also the easiest for him is to just go queen b4. And I don't get queen c3 check, and if gh, it's still perpetual. So yeah, this is just forcing a draw. But already here, yeah, I mean, I was much more hopeful when pawn was on b7, and also he started playing faster, so I couldn't press on the clock, so it's gone.
Do you feel that today here, like Andrei ran away with a draw? Like
it's very common in my games. I very often let my opponents escape. It's part of my job. It's part of my style. I take the goods and I take the bads. Like it happens very often in the tournament already.
Gukesh,
3 times. Gukesh was
suffering all the game.
Also yesterday, Jan was in big trouble at some point. But it's it happens a lot in my games.
How do you deal with that? How you?
Well, it's not so bad. I mean, it could be worse. You have people that are not able to create any chances. Like I generate chances very well, very often, which is very good. But it's. I mean, it's just the thing is also when you generate so many chances, and I generate them, in a unusual way, often through preparation, which is extremely complicated. So I get these computer advantages that are not like they're not mine. They're kind of computer generated, and they're very hard to convert. Because let's say when you start with nothing very often and you build up a human advantage, then you know how, because your whole play before was you had you put thought into that, so you know what you want, right? You know the plan. But now when you generate the advantage with the computer, you don't really know what's the plan. Because the computer plays like it's like when they say, for example, when somebody is cheating, like if you cheat for only one move and you cannot play chess, then you do yourself a disservice because you don't know what is the follow-up. Now this preparation is not cheating, but it's similar in a sense that you use engine assistance, right, at the start of the game. So that's why also there are many reasons. I already thought a long time about what's about my misconverting, because I misconvert many games, but this is one thing that people don't think about as well.
Interesting, yes. So because
my advantages are not like not all of them are usual advantages. Very often they are like, for example, this position. When I got from the opening, like, let me see where it is. Like this, I mean, this is not your usual. Computer says advantage, but it's actually very complicated. Very complicated.
Absolutely. For us, it was very complicated as well. Like we saw those difficulties. And
it's like, with this kind of pawn sacrifices, like Dubov plays them very well with it's typical Catalan. It's kind of Catalan reversed kind of thing. So
these are like computer advantages. They are not so easy, and I also don't understand it so well because it's very complicated. Like I take up quite a heavy load upon myself, and then it's kind of hard to carry it. So it's okay. I mean, I think still was an interesting game, and I must be honest. I missed the Strukdi one. He saw it.
He saw it, yes?
He saw, yeah.
You analyzed after.
Yeah, he mentioned it right away. I was very impressed with that idea. I thought it was very, very often when you are playing on the defensive side, you see like much more issues, right? Yeah.
Exactly, like you see all the... Sometimes you see ghosts as well, that's for sure.
Yes. But if there is something, you usually see it. And this was not a ghost, it was a real thing. But yeah, it was for sure like some missed chances so far. But you cannot relax in this tournament because chess is very tough. Like you have missed chances, but the next day somebody's coming after you. So you have to always be alert.
The good thing is tomorrow we have a rest day and you will relax a little bit, play some table tennis and maybe visit Carnival. Anish, thank you so much for joining us and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back to WR Chess Masters Tournament. Now we had Anish Giri and now we have Yasser. He just jumped on this chair right after Anish. And,
it feels very warm. I think Anish was really in his element. He was flowing. He was talking, describing. And I said to him on the way out, Anish, you have good Sitzfleisch. I mean, he was doing a great job as a commentator.
Absolutely. And I think he was a bit disappointed, but let's say at the end of the day, Andrei also put a lot of energy and he managed to defend this position. So while we were talking with Anish, and sometimes it can last long, I like to speak to him always, and he has always something to tell us. But we have a result.
Right.
The game finished.
In a draw.
Yes, in a draw.
So we were both right.
Yes. Now, no fights, today, no misunderstanding.
Right.
White and black did well, and the game finished in a draw.
So,
Queen c5. I just wonder what happened in the end, because remember, we analyzed this position. Bishop
D5. He did
d5.
play the move Bishop d5.
Yes.
And we were debating a little bit between Rook f6 and Rook g6, but we had to keep the pawn on d6 under control.
Rook b1 we didn't analyze.
Okay, h5. That's a very nice move in the sense that what you want to do is weaken the white king so you can make a perpetual check.
g7. Okay, I see the threat. Queen f8. Queen f8.
Sweet.
But okay, I mean, he can take the pawn, but that just means that I saw it.
You have to take the pawn. And then,
I mean, in case of hg4, we had queen f8, yes.
Right. And boy, I tell you, I'm really having a hard time to guess Gukesh's moves, because I assume he played the move d7 because he wanted to play rook takes b7 and, put a little pressure on the f7 pawn as well. No, bishop e4. Okay, Vincent said, I'm prepared to give back the exchange. He did. Takes. Queen check. Queen f7. Change. And finally, it's like everybody can give a great sense of relief as they get into an ending that they can draw very easily with one another. And a draw was soon agreed.
Yes.
Wow. It's great. I mean, we experienced a lot of draws today, let's be frank. 4 out of 5, in fact.
Yes.
But the draws were full of content. This was a tremendous fight. It was really, really good stuff. So I'm sometimes a draw is the correct. Maybe chess is draw.
Maybe.
But I commend the players for their fighting spirit. It was
Yes.
very, very, very nice game. We have
Yes,
one
very nice
remaining
yes.
game,
Mhm.
and that again is a rook ending that we have left quite some time ago. And okay, the move h5 to me says very, very clearly, I am the one pressing. I want to play rook here. I want to take this pawn. I want to play g5 and win
Yes.
brilliantly with a pawn break. So the move h5, gaining space, is basically putting Prague on notice that if you try to offer me a draw, I will refuse. Now, from Prague's point of view, it's sort of like, dude, that's going to take you forever to do that.
Maybe I can take this pawn on a2.
Maybe I can take the pawn on
Yes.
a2 and
Very
I
nice.
love this Dutch word, by the way. The Dutch word is verrassing.
Mhm.
Surprise.
Surprise.
I can surprise you with my own
Plans.
plans.
The idea
Okay,
is
so
b5.
rook g8. So b5, I'm a little bit, am I worried? Yes, I'm a little bit worried that after b5, am I worried? I don't know if I'm worried. King, I have, in my mind, I have the
always-
threat to get behind the pawn, yeah? So I think you have to quickly do this yourself. And g5 is, if you have played, pardon me, let me just go back one move. Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Excuse me. I apologize for that. Let me clean my board. Takes here. B5. Rook takes. King. If you play g5, there is a problem. The pawn on h6 is not going anywhere because there's a check and
rook h3.
behind.
Yes.
Behind.
It was not a good idea to play rook a8 because then probably it would be a
Exactly.
different story, right? Yes,
So-
you better put your rook behind the pawn.
So Prague is calculating some very deep lines, I'm sure. Start with rook takes rook takes a2, rook to g8.
I'm still very much surprised. I mean, in a good sense that
They're fighting so
Nodirbek
hard.
is fighting. I mean, he started with this move g4,
Right.
creating some chances, making sure Black will not play this typical h5 setup,
Business. yeah.
And he still keeps trying to maybe screw the water out of the stone. We don't know
Right.
yet, but still,
Okay, let me
Yes.
suggest another move. King here, rook
Yes.
takes, yes? So rook back.
with the idea rook b.
Ooh. So your rook is trapped.
Mhm.
You're almost obliged to play kind of this way.
Take rook b8.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And now, normally speaking, you don't want a passive king.
Yes.
You need your king to win
Help.
the rook. Yeah? So you're probably going to play rook, but it's almost impossible to ever win these endings whenever you get this very,
Yes.
very passive rook. The king will come and start to gobble pawns as well. So I don't know. For example, f4, you can see that there will be a cleaning,
Yes.
a house cleaning of sorts going on. The rook will come over. Wow. Another, again, game full of fight. This was one of those isolated queen pawn games that turned very, very positional. It wasn't one of those attacking, sacrificing kind of games, but it was very, very hard fought. And I liked a lot of the ideas that we were seeing earlier. Remember the contest with the knight on d6, and
Yes,
you
I
were
remember.
saying, "What
yes.
will Elizabeth do?" The cleaning.
The cleaning happened
variation.
after that. Yes, no, I remember. I mean, the game simplified, but still, it seemed like Nodirbek was the one who was still trying to press and placed his rook on the 7th rank. And I mean, Prague had to be careful at certain point. And yes, this ending seemed to be equal, and maybe it will finish with a draw, but both of the players keep playing it.
And fighting.
As simple as
yes.
that.
Okay, another quick question for you here. Let's say I take a different approach. I play rook check.
Where you'll go with the king?
Precisely
Oh
so.
my gosh.
So-
Very difficult questions.
The-
Yes, if you go to g2, then rook
f3.
F3, yes.
I want to take this pawn, which really messes up your victorious march with the pawns. And in this case, I'm taking maybe a more useful pawn.
Yes.
In this case.
In the center, yes.
Yes.
And now...
Because that gives my king an extra square that I didn't have in other lines. So something like this, and I take a pawn. And then I start thinking, well, I have as much rights to play as you do in this position. So, okay, it seems like there are a number of pathways for Prague to play, and I'm more than curious now to see his solution. Gotta ask you,
yes,
how was Anish? How was Anish?
Yes,
he was in a good mood, or did he feel like he spoiled something?
Yes, he was a little bit, I think, unhappy that he didn't find this nice maneuver with Rook D1. You know, the idea not to allow Rook to go on the last rank, and actually the idea you showed to put both Rooks on the C file, push C4 at certain point.
Yes.
So this was very, very good for him, and he said that
He
his
felt
opponent actually saw it, and sometimes he said, like, if you are on this defensive side, you see better moves for your opponent. Depends, yes. Yeah, but okay. Overall, I think he's in a good spirit. I wonder, Yasser, like he mentioned something like when you push, like in many positions, he gets this kind of computer advantage.
Yes.
He mentioned something like computer advantage, which is not a human advantage.
Right.
Like, maybe that's a point that you have difficulties to convert it because it's not a human advantage; it's a computer advantage. What do you think about it? Because technologies really exchange the approach, right?
No,
to
I
evaluation.
think that's a real serious consideration because so many amateur players get these computer evaluations that they see are very, very favorable, and then it's sort of like there's an incredibly narrow path to the advantage or to maintain the advantage, and it's sort of like if you didn't have that knowledge, it's sort of like where did my advantage disappear? Which is kind of what happened today. The advantage just computers, they think differently. Yes, exactly.
These machines, they have different ideas. And who knows which ideas they have? Because humans look at the position from one perspective, and they probably see that on the move 20 there is some improvement. Yes, and that's why this position is a bit better. C3 than and how C2. You should know about it. You cannot analyze 20 moves ahead, right?
Right.
So also many times, even players are asking like, what does it mean? This like you do according to the computer bad move, but it makes your position, you had advantage +3, you have make bad move and it's +2 still, yes, or computer says it's very bad move now, but it's still winning, you know, but you made some normal human move, and like everybody's like, I have done a mistake. No, I mean you just played the normal move, which still keeps the advantage here.
Exactly.
And maybe our friend computer, he sees something better in sense that few moves later it gets, I don't know, more material at the end, but still it's getting complicated. Like you need to use computers, you need to take their help, but at the same time understand the way they think. Right.
I had a game in Seattle, I think it was 2003 in the US Championship. We were organizing the tournaments there in Seattle, so I was kind of like wearing two hats as a player and organizer. And I had this game against Yuri Lipschitz, I'm not exactly sure. And the point is, I had a nice advantage, just, positional advantage. And my only problem was time control. I had to make 5 moves in maybe 3 minutes or less. Okay. So you make the time control, and I've got a big advantage. So I made all of these kind of natural-looking moves. And at the end of these natural moves, I made the time control. My opponent resigned, and I understood I had a very nice advantage, but I didn't know how big it was. I thought maybe +3. I have an extra pawn and good control. So my friend Ben Feingold, he said, I put your game in Fritz 8. It doesn't matter at that time. And he said, I never saw anything like this in my life. It was +35. And you were only a pawn up.
Yes.
It's like 5 queens, right?
Exactly, yes.
Like what? how did the computer get such an evaluation? It was really,
Exactly,
really,
yes.
really funny. Like, how do computers think? And
Yes.
it was no way on earth. I said, my advantage, if you said to me it was +4, I'd say, come on, like I'm a pawn up, get out of here.
Yes, yes.
But
yes,
if you
yes.
said +2, +3, I would be
you would
agreed.
be happy
yeah.
already, yes.
But
Yeah.
+35.
And imagine it's an ending, yes, and when we have all the pieces and it's a middle game, it's even more complicated. Like why maybe some couple of squares or maybe 20 moves later, we will feel why the computer now writes 0.7
0,
or
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So H5, and Prague is still thinking. I've told you some nice stories about doing commentaries, but I've also got to tell you, like the worst story. So it was at a Weikanzee,
Yes.
and Anish Giri, the big local hero, the Dutch hope, he's playing Wesley Saw. And he's in a queen ending. And Anish is a pawn up, and Wesley's doing desperately to make perpetual checks and to save the game. And it's already 7 hours. Okay, so I'm completely
Everybody
gone.
is like
We want to close.
suffering.
Yeah, we want to close the show, but come on, like there's 1,000 people watching the game, and
Yes.
it's Anish Giri, and it's the Dutch hope, and
yes,
everything.
and
So we
legend
continue.
and everything. Yes.
So these queen endings are awful. Like just
Yes, I know.
Uh,
I know.
uh,
Yes, yes.
you
I
know, there are 20 moves, 30 move variations. Every move,
100.
like exactly. So I apologized to my audience. I said, look, I know you're here to understand the human mind and how we approach this position, but this position is, it's too much
It's not
calculation,
approachable, yes.
and I'm going to turn on my engine. So these guys, great grandmasters, are thinking, make a little pawn move. Instantly, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Instantly. Thinking. Queen check. -47. And it was just like this.
Yes, and every
duck,
move, yes.
Duck.
Horrible.
And it was terrible because here are these two really, really top grandmasters, and it's all table based. So
Yes,
it's nothing
yes,
even
so
to discuss.
yes,
it's just
yes,
like,
yes. It's
So it was
clear.
really, really, really frustrating to
Yes.
try to analyze.
Oh no, I mean queen's endings. I don't know if anybody can survive them. I just know something like rook endings are always drawn. Queen's endings are always somebody wins. Like something you have to remember. Like
So I remember reading a translation of a Russian book, and now I'm trying to think if it was one of Yuri Averbach's, but the idea was that there's a fourth phase of chess.
when
So
you
the
fall
first
down from the chair.
phase is the opening, the middle game, and the
Yes.
ending. Everybody's familiar with the 3 phases of chess. But the fourth phase of chess was queen endings. Because in the queen endings, they have their own rules that are completely different from the first 3 phases. And I told you about the Alexander Alekhine book, his best games. So Alekhine enters this queen ending where he's a pawn down and completely lost.
Mhm.
He sacrifices a pawn. And with this pawn sacrifice, he gave himself chances to hold. So he's 2 pawns down. He sacrifices a third pawn. And with this third pawn sacrifice, he's now winning.
Okay.
Like in any of the other
was not
phases,
enough, no.
you don't have this. And so these rules that you have in the, like keep your king,
Everything
changes.
doesn't work. Yes.
And I remember being so unbelievably shocked when Dr. John Nunn wrote an article in New in Chess where it was king and 2 pawns, but they were good pawns, like for example, G2 and H3, and a queen on F3 and a king on H2, and black has nothing, just a king on G7, draw. 2 pawns
Terrible.
down.
But I found the 5th phase.
Okay,
Yasser.
please.
Yes. The 5th phase would be 2 knights and against
Pawn
pawn.
on the
and-
pawn. That's also
different universe,
okay.
right?
Okay.
Yes. We discussed
You're
it
killing
today.
me. So it should
Yes.
be written in the commentator's contract that
Yes.
we are excused from queen endings at all times.
Yes.
We're excused from double knight versus
Yes.
pawn endings all times.
Yes,
Yeah, then,
no matter
then
what.
it's
Yes.
fair play.
Then we just kind of finish immediately and we go
Right.
to have a dinner.
Exactly. We're still waiting for Prague, and again, just remind everybody of our time controls that we
Yes.
are using here. 2 hours for the first 40 moves, no increment, full stop. 1 hour for 20 moves till move 60 for both players. And then finally, the increment begins on move 61. It's 30 seconds, I believe.
Exactly, yes.
With also a third time control. Is it 15 minutes or?
I
is
don't
it
think so. No, that just starts. Yes, the increment. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Actually,
maybe they get some,
now that you
I
said
think
this,
they
I'm
actually
confused.
get some extra. By the
Yeah.
way, Prague,
Made a move.
he
Rook
didn't.
C3.
He did not capture the pawn on A2, but he rather played the move Rook C3, which is surprising, let's say, for me.
What do you feel now, Yasser?
I think it's still a
intuition-
draw. I think it's still a
Yes?
draw. Like, for example, Prague is saying,
Maybe
okay,
Rook
I
C3.
think, what Prague is saying with his play is he's saying, I think the pawn on D4 is much more valuable than the pawn on A2. So I would like to take it. And we have something like this,
King F5 maybe?
King F5.
I'm not sure with this king.
I'm not
It's
so
like,
sure. It's a very dangerous king. But okay, let's just continue because
Mhm.
we talked about the fact that this rook
Can be
end
stuck.
up a little bit stuck. And let's
like
see
rook D2?
where I could go with my rook. I would love to play rook to D7 so I can play D4. So I'm thinking about this move for the moment. So I'm thinking, like, I want active play.
Can I play G5? I mean, right away.
Yes,
Maybe
but in
it's
this
too
case,
optimistic.
again,
You go Rook H4. Yes.
I do
Mhm.
have the opportunity to get the rook
King
behind the
G5.
pawn.
And you go
And I
there.
feel like your H pawn isn't going to
It's
win
stuck.
oh shoot.
Da.
It's not going to win the day. So rook takes G7.
So I think
what did I
here
do?
Rook D3 he played, right? On
He
the
has
board.
played rook D3,
He's played, yes, and Rook G8 followed.
of course.
Mhm.
Rook G8. So here, this is the current position.
Mm-hmm.
We've been looking at takes, king move. I'm not sure which is the right move order, but king E7, rook takes G7, and now where do I want to move my rook?
You want Rook C4, but
So I'm dreaming that in case you play rook H6, I would play rook here.
and then Rook D6 and D4, and you get what you wanted.
Precisely. I don't know. I mean, how can you possibly think to calculate all of these moves?
I don't know.
I
Yes.
mean, this is coming, this
Like
is a
Rook
threat,
yes.
this is coming. You can sidestep the pin. This is coming.
Rook is a H8 idea. And H7, yes. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh,
It's
is
not
right.
it's not easy.
It's not easy at all. I'm a little bit surprised that he went. I think in his shoes, by the way, I think I would have personally gone for the A2 pawn. I like the idea of putting my rook on B8 and getting behind that pawn. This is our current position. Well, we have no choice but king F5. I'm afraid if I play a move like king here, that something even as gross and ugly as F5 could end up making a draw, because I have this very active king suddenly, and you can win a pawn, but it's not so easy. I will, try to play king G5 and take this pawn, so it feels like
looks fine, yes. Mhm.
that would be a draw. So I think king F5 is forced. And then let's see. How about yourself? How are you feeling about this position? Is Pragg slipping? Is he giving his opponent more chances than maybe he
I
deserves?
don't know. Probably he's just calculating far away, and he sees something. I mean, that it's safe, something like this. But I mean, maybe you would, Yasser, make different decisions simply because of your instincts.
Right.
These boys, maybe they just keep calculating, and they see that I go here, he goes
Bang,
there,
bang, bang, bang,
and
bang.
he just probably calculated 20 moves,
Yeah.
this line, that line.
Yeah.
And actually, I always wanted to develop this skill, like to understand what,
calculations.
not calculate, actually how to make decisions according to, based on lots of experience. After you studied probably, I don't know, hundreds of books
Right.
on rook endings, you feel that maybe it's a bit too much to allow the king to go to forward, even
Right.
though maybe it's still a draw, but I wouldn't do it, you
yeah,
may
exactly.
say. I think they have still a different approach, and they can reach your approach after like maybe 10 years of playing rook endings.
But, yeah,
Suffering
get there in a
and
different
yes.
way. And again, there's just so many tries, I think, for both players. So another try in this particular case is the try where, excuse me, my rook is played to cut off the king, so I can play here. Yeah. So we go.
Yeah. And then the king goes forward, yes.
Yeah, let's say here.
Mm-hmm.
And we go down. So we can...
Yes. Like rook
and we
d7.
go to d7.
Yes, h6, I don't know.
h6, yeah.
We have queen then and rook on the board, yes. But the one who makes it first, yes, he is the
But in
one.
this particular case, black is
Black
the
is
first,
winning, yes.
and so black suddenly wins.
Most probably wins without calculating
yeah,
much.
which goes to show that you know
White can also overpush, yes,
overpress,
overpress in this situation. I mean, Yasser, in general, what recommendations you would give to the person who tries to play rook endings well?
very, very, very
Yes.
simple. Okay, so I have a shortcut.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant shortcut. Seriously, you will congratulate me for having discovered this all by myself. My shortcut for the openings is very, very simple. I choose a guide. That's all. So let's say I want to learn the Grunfeld defense. My guide will be Peter Svidler or maybe Jan Nepo. I want to learn the Najdorf. Maybe my guide will be Gryszuk.
Yes.
And he's fantastic.
I like that you said it with accent.
Oh, very
with,
good.
with his accent.
Maybe with the French defense, I find the absolute specialist of the French defense. And I say, I'm going to follow his recommendation on move 20. He plays this variation and not that variation. I don't need to discover why. He's the guy who spent 10,000 hours becoming...
Let him come out with
He said, in
conclusions.
this position, we play this. So this principle of finding a guide to help you on your journey to chess opening understanding, find a good person whose style you could imitate. And so I was talking to Eric Hansen, and we were saying, okay, Eric, what are you doing with white, blah, blah, blah. He said, well, Yasser, I hate to tell you, I'm really lazy. I modeled all my openings on Mickey Adams. Whatever Mickey's playing, I'm playing. I go, wow, that makes it real simple to study, right? I mean, you just study Mickey Adams games. Now to your question.
Yes.
Two of the greatest rook endgame specialists in the world has ever seen were Viktor Korchnoi and Akiva Rubinstein. So all you got to do is study their rook endings. That's it. They will be your guide. They're a principle. They're the best examples of great endgame players you'll ever have. Study them. That's it.
Yes. Or if you, I don't know if there is translation of Feuerbach books, then you can put
I had
yourself
the
in
English
torture.
book.
Yes, so
I have
then you
the
can
English
torture
book.
yourself. Like you can close the door in your house and don't move. Only order pizza, and then stay for a month and study all these rook endings of Feuerbach, and you will come out from the house and you will be a different person after that.
I'm
different
sure.
player, yes.
All you're
100%,
eating is
yes.
pizza, boy.
But only if you survive. Only
Right.
if you survive. I mean, but if you can create this test for yourself
Yeah.
and see what will happen to your mind. Or a couple of books of Dvoretsky as well will not spoil this party.
I don't want to. I think that Dvoretsky is simply excellent.
Okay.
Seriously, I don't mean in any way to injure his legacy or something like that. But for me, my God,
It's difficult.
it
yes?
was.
Yes.
Look, I'm a grandmaster.
Yes, I know. Yes, sir. I mean, everybody.
It was so hard for me.
So, have you done what I just recommended? Have you closed the door and stayed
No,
a couple of months studying?
maybe 6 hours, and I said, okay, now I need
Enough is
something.
enough.
Enough is enough. No, Mark was I don't know, a sadist. He liked to torture his students with these unbelievable, tricky positions where
Yes.
you should calculate
I know.
30 moves, and I was like, dude.
These long variations you go
Dude,
through. And
I'm exhausted, and I'm saying I can well imagine that anybody who made it through the book is a better player.
Yeah.
But if you made it through that book,
no, that's what I mean. You will be a different person. Yes.
now compare that to a very nice book like The Endgame Laboratory by Jeremy Silman, which is really just talking about, these great
Concept.
ideas, what you should do. This is what is good. Here's a good way of improving yourself. Learn to play bishop and knight versus king, and get it so you can play it in 15 seconds. And very nice book, easy to digest. And I promise you're going to be a better player after you finish that book, The Endgame Laboratory by Jeremy
Yes.
Silman. Mark Dvoretsky, I don't know. I mean, it's for Yusupov and other world champions
Yes.
only.
Yes. At the moment, I'll
Too
decide
much.
to come back to chess and
Right.
play for my club in Crete. I know what to study. So
Okay,
here
so
we are.
somehow
G8.
White has achieved
Mhm.
some tempi.
Yes,
The
F4.
pawn went to f4, the king went to f5, the king had been on e3.
Mhm.
At the end of the whole business, Prague has only won the d-pawn, and he needs to get it going. Is he thinking about this? Let me just ask you a crazy idea.
Some straightforward line. Yes.
Like
Mhm.
the most straightforward. And maybe I did it in the wrong move order. Maybe I should have started with rook e2 just to prevent
Mhm.
king from coming back.
Yes.
Okay, now if you want, you can capture this pawn, but you can instantly see you have
G2.
regrets.
Mhm.
Because any rook down, and I'm first by far, yeah?
Mhm.
So is Prague calculating rook e2? Rook takes, again, maybe king e7 is a safer move, maybe rook e7 is a safer move, but I'm just,
Checking the straightforward line. I want to make a queen.
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can't get more straightforward than that, right?
No. I think it's the main tactical principle in the endings that it's all about pawn promotion.
Mhm.
The main motive, like you always should look for the opportunity to promote your pawn. You're ready to give up all this.
Right?
flank.
I mean, the
Take it
pawn's
all.
not on g5, it's
Yes.
not on h6, it's not on g7, but
But
this
if
pawn
you-
is on d3. It's
Already.
going to d2. So
Mhm.
any move, for example, like this could easily be met with
Nice rook e7.
you kind of bridge,
Mhm.
you shelter the king with rook e7. So you're not doing that.
So maybe has this idea of rook e2.
So once again, we are at the current position, but I would describe that as a very brave move, rook e2.
Mm-hmm.
A brave decision to give up both the g7 and the f7 pawns. Maybe I'm playing it wrongly for Nadrubek. I should be playing g5.
Yes, so I think we discussed a bit the d3. I go,
I
yes.
don't know. Oh, I'm sorry.
Remember,
It's the
I
same
think
thing,
it's
right?
the same. Yes, we come to the same thing. Yes, but maybe rook g1.
And I
okay.
still
Yes.
block.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Interesting. So maybe
Interesting.
Prague, also this, like I would think of making draw here. I mean, and these guys, they use any chance they have to play
Ooh.
also for victory.
D4.
D4 right
an
away. Yes.
indication that Prague is on the rook e2 d3 train.
Yes. What about king e4? You move to stop it.
That was one of the things that kind of annoyed me, actually. I thought that the move rook e2 might have been more precise, only just to stop the king e4. Because I'm afraid that if I do take, we get into the positions that we've been discussing.
Maybe rook g8 here.
Okay.
Just to try.
And I will go...
king d7.
Oh, sorry. I think... No, I'm sorry. I think we had this. I was
rook
going
e7.
to go
Rook e7. Rook e7 even here. Yes. Yes. Okay. So
no.
Here it's one tempo less.
With the king is on e4.
Yes. We didn't play g5 here. We didn't play... Yes, that's why. So, for example, rook g8 now.
Then I have to play
king d7.
King d7.
I'm just trying to stop this pawn with different way. Maybe I like. Do I have this chance to play rook a8, d3, rook a3?
It looks a little
crazy.
bit
artificial. I
artificial.
know, but I want to play push g5 after. D2.
Once again.
Wow. Yes, sir. How do you find all this so quickly?
These rook endings are so painful and.
Wow. Actually, it's winning for black now.
I know.
Again.
I
so
think
what?
I'm making
This
a
pawn is
queen.
unstoppable if you don't play king e4. So this is maybe the only move.
This is my Jedi mind trick. You know, I was saying that white was pressing, and now no.
Suddenly,
black has chances of kicking as well. And let's again set up the current position. We do have rook g7. He did not play king e4.
So.
And well. I've got to ask the question, rook e2. I've got to ask the question.
Because now we calculated with you king d7, rook a8, the only move. So is it any difference if we include rook g8, king d7 and g5? I don't think so, right?
That's right.
I don't think so.
The pawn is
running,
galloping, yes.
Take rook d1.
And again, black is the first to
promote.
queen.
Yes, let's just show a couple of moves more why it's important to be first. And now, d3, where the king goes.
Not pretty.
Not clear.
No. And I played that move, queen d3, rather flippantly, but the more I'm looking at it, maybe just in this moment of my last turn, wherever it is.
Queen d5?
Yeah, I could play queen b1.
b1, oh.
I forgot that on king g4, I might want to play queen g1 from d4. No, pardon me, where was I? From d3. I wouldn't be able to check you on the g file. So, something like this.
Oh, and then... Yes, whatever you do,
I think
checkmate.
I think it's going to be a checkmate is coming up. Okay, let me refresh the board, and it would actually be strange if we have one decisive game, and it was this game, and that Prague would win it against the run of play. You know, I mean, that would be quite remarkable. And by the way, just to remind everybody, in our current standings, Levana's doing fantastically well, of course, at 3 out of 4, but Prague has... Every game has been decisive. The man does not like to draw.
No. At the moment, it's 1 out of 3. He lost 2 games and he won 1 game yesterday. And
by the way, he did play the move king e7. He did not play the brave move rook e2, but king e7. King e7 was actually my first.
Second, or even first intention to play.
Right. I was trying to trap the rook and play rook e2. Now what? Should I go after the h-pawn? I'm afraid that if I go after the h-pawn, I'm simply too slow.
Now it's already for sure king rook e2 and then d3, yes?
Yes. I think it's just simply far too slow. We had something with rook here, but it wasn't enough to stop it. Stop it. Boy,
unless you want to go... You remember this game of Jennifer Yu, I think, with Arena Crush with 4 pawns against rook.
Oh my gosh.
I just started to get the ideas. What if you give the rook and, I don't know, try to promote those? Sorry for that. It just reminded me.
It was, wow. Yeah,
Yes.
that was just, I was also thinking of Alice Lee versus Arena Crush 2, where she sacrificed a rook
Ah,
for
yes,
like
no,
4
yeah, it was
pawns.
actually, you're right, Alice Lee.
And
Yes.
Alice was like 12 years old, playing against like this
Yes.
9-time U.S. champion, no draw.
Yes, she could make a draw, but she decided, no, we go
No.
for this ending and let her suffer for another 30, 40
I
moves.
was totally inspired. I was
Yes.
like, I love this girl. I
Yes,
mean, you know,
yes.
she's just marvelous. What a sportsman. Wow, a real warrior, that Alice Lee. And by the way, shout out to Alice Lee. She played in a tournament in the St. Louis Chess Club very, very recently.
Yes.
Had something like a 2,500 performance. She
And
was
she
a
made
monster.
norm again, yes.
Yeah.
I think she's like...
By
yeah.
far.
Mhm.
Yeah, made the norm comfortably, I mean to say.
Yes, because she's like one of the persons who runs this Chess Kid show,
Yes.
Alice Palace, yes.
Alice's Pawn Palace.
Pawn Palace, yes. I follow a little bit, what's going on, and yes, they're updating with news about the youngsters. Actually, it's good. I mean, there
Nice.
is another completely different world, for
Yes.
youngsters. It was always there, the world champions in their age categories,
Right.
those who are the best juniors,
Yeah.
or let's say players under 16. So there is still competition even on this level in chess, and it's
Absolutely.
believe me, the fight is also it's important for them. So
It's
and they have
incredibly
their
fierce.
own idols, of course, Gukesh and Prague. Everybody
Right,
follows
sure.
their games and their path in the chess world. So it's
Here we go.
Yeah.
And then he took advantage of the moment
Mhm.
to play King E4, and that was necessary,
Yes.
I think. I mean, after the analysis we have made, the threat of Rook E2 and D3 is severe enough that I question whether or not Prague should have allowed this. He could have started with Rook E2 instead of D5, D4, but maybe he's just thinking, okay, I can force a draw easily now. What do you think? D3? I'm not sure if that's a good move or not. The idea is, what I want you to do is I want you to move your rook. The moment you move your rook, I'm kind of thinking that I will trade this pawn for this pawn, and I will make a very comfy draw in that case. So
Yes.
that's the basic behind the move D3. But maybe you can, and if you play G5, then the idea is something similar. I'll make a draw.
Rook H2, yes.
Yes, like this.
The threat D2 gives you a chance to do whatever you want next move, take any
Right.
pawn. Mhm.
But now I will just make a draw more or less by force. And in this case, I think everything.
Uh-huh.
But I would probably start with this move.
Rook
And then,
push in Rook B2,
yeah,
and then the king goes closer to the pawn.
right. Wow. Again, a very eventful round. Even though we didn't have victories, we certainly had some very, very tough fighting throughout the whole round.
Yes, I wonder now what will happen. Yes. Not
But
this
now
way,
he
he
just
took on
takes.
A2.
Maybe he just has a perpetual, something like king takes d4, rook
Check,
a4
maybe,
check,
yes. Mhm.
check. You can chase my king to h4. Maybe that's the idea, just to chase the king.
Mhm.
So one of the things that you really, really desperately don't want to do is you don't want to play this move. Because that ruins all of your chances of playing for g5 and getting the pawn to g6 and things like that. I wonder if your rook is not trapped. King f8, rook h.
7.
H7.
King G7. King G8.
Yeah.
You take the pawn, yes, that's a
Right.
problem. Otherwise,
Exactly. So something like this and this, and now you're more or less obliged one day
defend,
to play
yes,
g5, and I
G5.
will play rook check.
and you
Making
take
a
the
very,
pawn, yes.
very
Mhm.
simple draw for black.
Yes. So yeah, should finish in a draw. The question remains, like, we don't have computers in front of us, but it remains like rook e2 could be dangerous for white
Yeah,
at certain point. Yes. Felt
it's
like
very
that.
easy to misevaluate, I want to say, because again, the run of the play had
Mhm.
been favorable to white. So at a certain moment, you say, to white, okay, I understand you played g4, you went h5, you went king e4, you went king f5. You're trying to beat me. So in your mind's eye, you're saying, okay, I'm going to force my opponent to acknowledge I can draw.
Yes.
And you kind of stop to think. You stop thinking that, hey, maybe I could actually win the game. By the way, rook g8 on the board, not king takes d4.
Rook g8. Yes, he decided to free the rook to make sure that the rook is not stuck there.
Okay, let's have a look at this. You know what I want to play, of course.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I see. So if you take a d3, what a move.
Yeah, and
It's a pity rook is not on g2.
Already,
Otherwise f5,
but
yes,
yeah.
motive would be.
And yeah, I wanted to, right
Yeah.
like this. And if you're forced to take with the pawn, I was hoping that the historians would call me genius. Maybe it's not true, though.
No, it should be still, yes, it's rook h2,
here?
exactly.
At some point, you should take my pawn.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that. Nah, it should be.
It should be draw, yes. I mean, checking of e7
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
then again back on f6.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
No, but f5 looks nice. I mean,
Right. It's flash.
no, I just meant that if the rook was on g2 now, f5 would be even like winning because you
Right.
cannot take with the pawn.
The rook
Yes,
is
there would
pinned,
be a
yeah.
pin. Yes, here.
Nice.
And yeah, so I also want to tell you, Yasser, that tomorrow we have one more visitor in this tournament. Shah Sagar is coming, the
nice.
journalist from Chess-Base India. And actually, we are now with you also on the channel of Chess-Base India. So we want to send all the best
Welcome.
regards to the followers from India.
Absolutely,
Yes.
Chess-Base. And by the way, in our audience today, we had a legend from Chess-Base, Frederick Friedel. I've known Frederick
Yes.
for decades.
Exactly.
And the first thing he said when greeting me was something like, Yasser, we have to meet each other more than once every 10 years.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
He's
also
a wonderful man.
absolutely, and I think he made so much also for chess, and he knows all the chess players, and
Yes.
the fact that Chess-Base was created moved the history of chess in a different direction.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And but I mean also that it's really great what's happening in India now, this interest to chess, which was always there, but I mean now that they have such so great talents. Of course, Vishwanathan, world
Right.
champion.
Kind
I mean,
of paved the way, but
yes.
the juniors are making the highway a little bit bigger.
Yes, I mean it's like a new times, new generation is coming, and they are nice, they're funny, they give interviews, everybody follow their games, and everybody root for them.
Right.
People were rooting for them, and I think it's really great job. I mean Sagar Shah with his wife, they did really great job, and
Agreed.
they have 1 million subscribers now on YouTube channel, even
Simply
now more.
outstanding, yeah.
Absolutely outstanding numbers, and it's a pleasure to see all this. And when he will be here, I'm sure
We
that
will
he will.
grab him.
He will also come here to the studio, and also he creates very, very nice content. He makes it look really funny, and he spends lots of energy, and they are very creative guys, working there. I mean, remember times that we had only, let's say, games analysis. Now, so many things, like you can, every step the player does, camera follows
Exactly.
them, and everything is recorded, and they do really, really nice content, which attracts more and more audience. Like,
Yeah, I mean, literally, I'm in tears. Because I can tell you when I started playing chess, and like really, imagine I'm 16, 17, 18, very serious guy. I want to try to get the Grandmaster title, want to get my international master title, want to become good at chess. And what I really, really, really need are the bulletins of the Soviet Championship, which are like virtually impossible to get.
Yes,
the
of
Cold
course.
War meant that
unbelievable.
anything that came from the Soviet Union was immediately, confiscated and analyzed. And why do you need this? But sometimes my friends had one bulletin, doesn't matter, round 17. And it was sort of like, please, my God, I'm on my knees. Go to the Xerox machine, make 10 copies, because all my friends will love you for the rest of your life if you get this. And it wasn't a question of watching the games live.
Yes.
It was actually a question of even getting the games at all.
Yes.
And what we have today, we can watch Prague playing a move. We can analyze
Everything,
it in live.
yes.
We have a computer. We have a table base. And, comparing the two eras, I mean, I'm just so sad that
you didn't have all
these
these materials.
tools.
Can you imagine you had
No.
you had these tools? But Yasser, I have a
Yeah.
funny story for you.
Please.
Like I think it was 2011 or 12, maybe 12. We were in Uzbekistan in Tashkent and just arrived for Grand Prix, one of the stages of Grand Prix events.
Okay.
And so I'm in the I remember myself. I was next to reception, and somebody just gave me 64 magazine, probably the editor of 64. So and I have it in my
Rochelle
hands.
or something.
Yeah, no,
Thank
it's
you.
2012, so
Okay.
probably it was maybe Mark or Maxim. Somebody gave
Thank
it to
you.
me,
Yeah.
so I have it in my hands. It's fresh, just came, and then Boris Gelfand is passing by. And he says, nice, hello, which is everybody's just arriving, we haven't
Right,
met
no
before,
love.
let's say this moment, and he says like, nice, hello, how are you? And say, Boris, yes, nice to see you again. And he's like, and I can understand that he doesn't look at me. He looks at the
magazine, and his
magazine,
eyes
which
got
is
big.
just-
Yeah.
And he said, I'm sorry, which one do you have? And I'm like, like the last one, the one,
latest.
the latest one. Yes.
Yeah.
And he's like, can I please borrow it after you finish
Yeah,
reading? And I
please.
understand that like all
Better
his
to give it
life,
to him now.
yes, now is in my hands.
Right.
Like,
Better
and
to
I'm
give
like,
it.
Boris, it's okay.
Please.
Just take it. Take it. I
Please.
will read it later. I will
Right.
just check first photos until I get to the
Right.
the games.
But
So-
his jealousy.
yeah,
is like,
I mean, it was so fun. I mean, he really
Right.
that's what I wanted to tell you, that even already it was 2012 and you could get definitely more material. Still, there is something about these magazines, chess magazines, and with
Absolutely.
deeper analysis from grandmasters and in general, like this habit to have it, right?
Right.
So, and I gave it to him, and we came to the venue where we had dinner, and of course Boris didn't eat. I mean, he didn't pay attention what he was eating. He was just checking the magazine, and I think he finished it in 1 hour. Simply,
Right. Digested it,
Yes.
as they say. Yeah.
exactly digested.
But yeah,
Yes.
this is absolutely true. And I remember for me, again, Petrosian was very dismissive of me. You were a part of the informant generation.
Yes,
We
yes,
grew up
informant,
on
yes,
the
yes.
chess informants. We bought
Pure
we-
knowledge without comments.
You
almost,
know,
yes.
understanding. You're just a child of the informant. And by the way, this move Rook G8, I think is no. Am I missing something? Is this an offer
Let's
of a draw?
refresh. Uh-huh.
I think it's an offer of a draw. Maybe I'm mistaken. I go D3.
Yes.
You take the pawn. Yeah, I go back. And again, I've mentioned this before. I'm using the pawn as a decoy
Mhm.
to go D2, and I just want to take this pawn. So something like this, it would be just my ideal. Yeah, I just want to make a draw like this. So, but anyway, to continue the thought, Tigran Petrosian dismissive of my generation because we were taught by the informant. We didn't learn through the brutal pain of experience. We could just see
Now there's-
500 games, the best
Yes.
games annotated by the best players in the world without our personal losing of each of these games. And then, I don't know who came up with the idea, came later, much later, the child of the computer.
Mhm.
Computer generation.
Yes, now it's a different one. Yes,
Right.
Everybody's like,
And they're much more frightening.
Yes.
Much more frightening.
did you know actually, Yasser, that Gukesh doesn't use computer almost?
Who does not?
It was written in his biography. He doesn't use computers. Yes, Gukesh. Yes,
Really?
Yes, like probably he uses them when he prepares and in a way to check what his opponent plays or something like this. But in general, he avoids using them.
Wow.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe we should ask him actually in details about this.
Right.
But that was the
guess
fact of his biography.
Fear is that the influence is so strong that he's afraid that maybe he will become less creative.
Yes, or lazy, let's say, in a way.
Yeah, by that. But I I absolutely think of the computer as an incredibly useful tool. Just as I think of the hammer as a very useful tool. I don't have to use the hammer every day, but when I need it, when I need it, it's really good. And I think that the computers today, for most players, I'm not talking about the engines, the databases, the internet connections, the online play. You got to use a computer for all of that stuff, but maybe it's the engine that he's saying I stay away from.
Yes, I think so. Like he's trying to avoid maybe to use it also in his prep in order to understand the position better. Sometimes I remember myself that when I was preparing with a computer, I still needed to put the board and let's say go through the moves on the board.
Yes.
Because otherwise I would not remember the lines so good.
Right.
Had this habit to to check it there
Exactly.
as well. Yes. So I don't know. Maybe, but perhaps it's not necessary for children of computers.
Right.
I don't know.
Actually, I'll share a chess training secret of Bobby Fischer.
Yes.
So in 1992, I've gone to Sveti Stefan and I visited Bobby in his hotel. He stayed in the Sophia Loren suite.
Okay.
So when Sophia Loren took her holidays on the Adriatic, he stayed in her apartment. Came in the apartment and there was 10 chessboards set up with the same position. The same opening position.
Oh my gosh.
10, just opening position. And I kind of looked at that, and we started playing, analyzing with one set. But these other 10 sets, and by the way, a draw finally has been agreed between these two outstanding gladiators.
Yes.
And I said, well, Bobby, what's all that about? He says, well, I set up the position, and then against Eugene Torre, I try to make a try. Instead of then having to reset the position when the try doesn't work. We just move over to the next board and I try it again. I try a different try and that way it's much more efficient. I know nobody who
use the same
this
system.
Simultaneous 10 boards set up with the same position to expedite his analysis.
Also, you exercise at the same time. Yes, I imagine you're moving all the time. You just don't sit over the one board. You have to
go to the next. Okay, this didn't work. Let's try something else.
Yes. No, but nice. It's a very interesting idea. Yes, and you don't need to spend time to move back the pieces. You already focused only on your prep.
Absolutely.
This moment.
Anastasia, bring us to the moment that we cherish, the end of the broadcast.
Yes.
We had a very nice round 4.
Yes. And as well as all the previous rounds, actually,
5
we're
draws
almost
today.
reaching the middle of the tournament. So don't forget, tomorrow we have the free day, yes. But today we had 5 draws, and it seems for me that the standings are the same.
Right?
What a logical conclusion. Yes, sir. Which means that Levon Aronian is still on the first place, and that Gukesh shares the second position with Wesley. So, yes, and then the rest you can check also on our social media if you want to check the table, and of course on our website, we are chess.com. And tomorrow is a free day. Let's enjoy, all of us, and we will make sure that you will see also what's happening in the hotel here in Hyatt Düsseldorf, table tennis tournament. Yes, and also carnival players probably will enjoy their walk in Düsseldorf. So Elizabeth is coming back. Yes, but I will be here sometimes with my short interviews.
Yeah, and so I like it. So to be clear, chess expert Anastasia says the standings did not change. The standings have not changed. We will be back Tuesday for round 5, the continuation of the WR Chess Masters. It's been a thrill. We'll see you on Tuesday. Good night, everyone.
Good night.